Hello and welcome to episode 5 of year 8 of Edge of Empire. And you will see if you're watching this on YouTube, and we absolutely recommend that you do, that there is a strange, unfamiliar face in the one of the other corners that is
rather familiar looking.
A certain familial similarity, absolutely. We are joined this month by the pinnacle of the trident of Mills Brothers. That is David Mills. I am very welcomely joined by everyone's favourite Mr. B and
Hello.
the other Mills brother, that being the eldest of the trio, Graham Mills, who is currently living a life of
the oldest
camera shyness due to some botched Botox, and it's a little bit scary to look at. If you've been watching Fallout, he has a striking similarity to a number of ghouls. That's all I'm saying.
Correct. All I'll say is apparently that they're the people. That guy Walton Goggins is the one that the lasses are writing their fanfic over.
Of course.
You have a very suspicious attachment to fanfic, Mr. B.
Don't go down this rabbit hole.
The only person that ever uses it,
8 years.
ever uses it in a sentence that I'm aware of. Nobody
8
ever
years
talks about
we've not pulled this plaster.
Bizarre porno fanfic business.
No, I'm not a fan of Slash personally, but fanfic
Slash,
is cool.
what, the guitarist?
No, Slash is fanfic that is how should we say of a more romantic bent.
Okay.
Usually between blokes.
You kids today, you young hipsters and your own lingo.
These are like terms that date from like the 70s. Oh, I see. We've been talking about that last episode.
They terms from the 70s.
They are.
Anyway,
any erotic material from the 70s. Nobody mentioned that, frankly.
Oh no, yeah,
but then again, we had to get it from railway sidings where people left it for us.
All I'm saying is there is a lot of Starsky and Hutch / fiction from back in the day.
Okay.
That would make some kind of bizarre sense. It had taken a turn for the.
I'm on the wrong podcast.
I think we're in the murky world of Mr. B.
I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, things have taken a turn already. Yeah. So I'm going to start with a.
You've given me an idea for my next quiz now.
Yeah. I'm going to start with a public services announcement very quickly. From now on, I should be referring to Valdor as Connie Valdor, and you can at me for it all you like. I don't care. All right, let's get over it. We're all adults. Who cares?
Connie Valdor.
Connie Valdor, yeah. Oh, they're female custodians.
Oh, see, yes, right, okay. That seems fair.
Absolutely.
I thought they were asexual, but
hey, look, doesn't really matter. Absolutely not. Anyway, as it's my intro, we now get to play the internet's hottest and favourite quiz. Hang on. Whoa. Hang on.
Whoa.
Out of the two of us who have done quizzes, who got theirs factually correct? Not you. So dial that back.
But yours just a rip-off of that Ken Bruce one,
oh, yeah, whatever.
Who?
Hopmaster.
Yours is a rip-off of this, so that makes...
It was a completely different game.
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
Mr. B ripped my format off, I hasten to add.
Again,
Yes, you did.
To end competitive nature between us, and this is where we ended up.
Never not going to be competitive.
I know.
You just can't.
I know
it's impossible.
But this will be
we
fun.
Played Settlers of Catan between the three of us, and it nearly started a small war.
Because you were crushed by a superior strategic mind.
And this is why. Why we have
While you guys were putting down roads, some of us were getting houses and towns and cities down.
Yeah. Next time.
Roads are not where it's at.
They clearly aren't. They clearly aren't.
So it takes up a very
back to the Romans.
Well, absolutely. But they did then build cities. So
that's true.
No, my strategy is roads and cities, personally.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't build a single road, I don't think.
What a good game it was, though.
It was good fun. Considering, and we only had to watch a very short YouTube video to understand it.
We nearly phoned Mr. B to tell us how to play.
Which, yeah.
You would have been
Yeah,
better off. You would have been better off with Lindsay. She was demonstrating Catan at last year's UK Games Expo.
Didn't you demonstrate 3D Catan or something?
Oh, I did. Yeah, a few years back.
3D
Yeah, I did.
Catan.
It's the designer's edition of Catan. It's like proper oligarch money. It's the it's like a free design. I think it's called the designer edition. It's like 300 quid or something.
Is it like all of the hexes are all like modelled or something?
Yeah, they're all like resin models.
Ah,
It's like
Wow,
painted as well. Lovely, but it's like wow.
This has got 3D printing written all over it.
Oh
yeah, you absolutely can. On Etsy. Jolly good. Anyway,
absolutely.
Excellent.
we're now 20 minutes into this, and let's start with the first of our clue-nections. I have 3 clue.
Have you got a title music yet? Because if you
I
haven't,
haven't.
then,
I can't.
there's
I
a
can't.
chance for me to steal the mark.
I can't remember what I called the file. And there are a lot of random GarageBand exports from various projects over the last few years, and
Okay.
I couldn't find it in time. I will try and find it before Mr. B
Oh.
puts this out. So,
My agent's on the phone.
Okay.
so
All right, then.
you may, ladies and gentlemen, be hearing a bit of intro music for this. You may not.
Yep. We'll figure out some sort of jingly thing.
Absolutely. So yeah, I've got 3 clue-nections that are doubles and one that is a triple to finish us off nicely. The first clue-nection, if everybody is ready.
I can't remember the rules.
So basically, I am after the song title and the bands or artists that both did songs of that song title. Okay.
Yeah.
So remember, let me just scroll down because this is a living
But
document.
not cover versions. That was me.
They're not cover versions. They are.
They just have the same
originals.
title.
So
Tom,
the Bee Gees and Metallica both did
For whom the bell
tolls.
Right.
Okay, and you've got 4 clues or possibly 5 clues to to work out who the bands and the song is. Okay. Right, the first one this evening. Both of the songs of this title were released in 1972.
Good year. Both of them were.
Both
72.
were released in 1972.
Okay. Okay.
One of the versions of this song has been in the US Billboard charts on 2 further occasions for the same artists, in 1975 and 2016. One version of this song had its piano medley performed by the band's lead guitarist. The first version of this song was voted on the 2021 Rolling Stone Greatest Songs of All Time. It also features in the Grammy Hall of Fame and is on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 500 Songs That Shaped Rock and Roll. It was also re-recorded by the lead vocalist and another family member and released again in 2003.
Another family member.
Another family member of the lead vocalist.
The lead vocalist.
2003. It is a I'll give you a. I'm gonna be more lenient with some of the additional clues.
Okay,
So
yeah.
it is a single word song title. Both of the artists / bands are British.
Well, that limits it down a bit.
Well, yeah, possibly.
Single word songs. 1972.
1972, a bit before my time. So what sort of bands would have been? What, British band?
Well, they are both the artists / bands are British. The 2016. This is going to be this will incredibly help you, I should think. The 2016 recharting was because of one of the artists' demise.
Was it Bowie?
That's
David
what I was thinking.
Bowie. David
Bowie
Bowie is one of the artists.
Is a factor, isn't it? 1972. Oh God,
That'd be Ziggy Stardust sort of era, wouldn't it?
that wasn't a single word title, was it?
Yeah.
And Ziggy played guitar.
No, it's not that.
Oh, flipping Bowie. Well, what do you expect?
Bowie.
Single word title.
Word title.
Yeah.
Bowie.
Bear in mind, I'm looking for the other performers as well. So
I
think who else had done it? Bowie. 72.
Trying to think. Wasn't Space Oddity was about? Was that 72? No, that was before then, wasn't it? But it was re-released later on.
Were the Beatles still going in 72?
I was thinking of Help as well, but
No, they were
done
gone.
by
No,
then.
they were gone. The only thing I can think of is no.
Is it on his greatest hits?
Is it
it
Starman?
absolutely will be on his greatest hits.
Starman.
It's not
Is it-
Starman.
Ah, okay, that's
good shout,
the-
Mr. B.
Other. What's the best way to? I was to say you guys seen it, but I don't know if you have seen them or not. The other band were famously from the north west of England.
Northwest. Manchester, like that area.
Not
No,
Manchester,
Liverpool?
No.
not Liverpool. I made
well.
the Midlands, the sort of the.
Oh.
Sorry, I just everything's the north from here.
I was going to
so
say things get a bit
Yeah.
rushy for you past Watford.
Yeah.
don't
I mean, bloody
Is it just me or is Chris
Horsham
frozen?
Northwest.
He has frozen. Yeah, he's frozen
Yeah.
in abject horror at the fact that
terror.
we can't get his clues are so esoteric that we can't get them.
It's not that esoteric.
Yeah.
Come on, you've got one band.
Can't think of the other band.
Another clue for you. A homeless person often asks you for this if you walk past.
Change.
Changes is the song. Who is the other artist though?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on. People on the
Black Sabbath.
Black Sabbath.
Sabbath.
Absolutely.
From Black Sabbath Volume 4.
Yeah.
It was re-recorded.
Yeah, it was re-recorded by Ozzy and his daughter.
And his daughter.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you,
bag.
Yeah, good shout. I thought Black Sabbath Volume 4 was later, but it wasn't. Of course, it was 72.
72. Yeah,
Is it
don't you
right?
right? All facts are correct.
At the time of writing.
At the time of writing.
Changes. by
Changes. Absolutely.
Black Sabbath.
Yeah, and changes to Bowie.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough. Do I get the points? Because I got changes.
You got changes.
I got both artists.
Dave did get both artists. So 2 points to Dave, 1 to Graham.
Yes. No for Mr. B, who's usually
None
the
for
dark horse.
Mr. B.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, you have to keep track
just
of
go
your own,
easy.
you have to keep track of your own scores. Right.
Okay.
Good one. Yeah, it's a good one.
That's a
Okay.
good one. Yeah, it's a clever one. Yep. Like it.
This one's a bit trickier, but I think one of the clues.
This one's a bit tricky. What was the last one then?
I think this one. I think you'll be okay. Right. A song of this title was a 1982 single, which went to number 1 in America and number 3 in the UK. On both of the albums, the song title appears on. It is track number 10, so it has a connection within the connection. This song, or a version of this song rather, is played on a constant loop via a solar-powered installation and has garnered over 1.6 billion streams on Spotify.
Flipping heck. It's like a radio station just plays this song, isn't there?
This song appears on a 1980 self-produced Voices album by a pop rock duo. And the video for a version of this song was described by Rob Sheffield from Rolling Stone as shockingly racist.
What, they black up or something?
I just know that it was described as shockingly racist. So it appears on a self 1980. Sorry.
The only thing I can think of.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got in my head "I Love Rock and Roll" by Joan Jett, and no,
not even on the same playing field. So yeah, it's a 1980 album, Voices, by a pop rock duo.
Pop rock duo. Black Lace.
Not Black Lace.
Eye of the Tiger.
Nobody else has recorded a song called "Eye of the Tiger," surely.
not that well, we'll find out at some point, I'm sure.
Nose of the Leopard.
I can't think of anything else that was
1982.
It wasn't Paul Simon, was it?
It's not Paul Simon.
Okay.
Again, it's a one word song title.
It's a one
word song title.
All right. So it's not either time.
The album
Freebird.
The album that it appears on also features the single "You Make My Dreams."
Physical?
Never heard of that.
You have. You're gonna kick yourself
I haven't got a proggy.
When I tell you who the artists are.
You Make My Dreams.
Yeah.
You make my dreams.
Oh, blimey, people.
You make my dreams. That one. Do, 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 do. That sort of poppy song.
Yes.
Oh, is that Billy Joel?
That is not Billy Joel.
Shite.
Again, people in Heresy World just screaming at their listening devices. I
Not
just
Billy
picture
Joel.
it now. We're going to get letters. We're going to get letters. We're going to get emails.
Death threat.
Possibly death threats. Okay, it begins and ends with the same letter.
A minimum. I only listen to Iron Maiden, so I have no clue about any other songs in the world.
Okay. Are we giving up collectively?
No, I think I've got.
Go on, Mr. B. What have you Googled? Go on. You're suddenly out of eye shot that we can't see what you're up to.
I'm
not Googling on it.
Speaking to his chat.
The only song I can think of that's "You Make My Dream Come True" is Hall & Oates, but I can't think of any other song from that goddamn album.
That is one of the artists.
What is the album? What is the album?
Is one of the artists.
Oh, what's the other Hall & Oates song that's really popular from the 80s?
There's that one with the very rude word in it that people have done. I think that's a Hall & Oates, isn't it?
Okay. I'm gonna call it at this point. I
think.
Yeah. So
you ain't got a proggy.
The video that was described by Royal Sheffield from Rolling Stone as shockingly racist was for the song "Africa" by Toto. And Hall & Oates also did a song called "Africa." And "You Make My Dreams" is I can't believe you didn't get that. Hall & Oates, yeah.
Yeah, not a big Hall & Oates fan. Asia, Africa. Ah, nice one.
Yeah.
Okay. Solitary Company. What a peculiar word to use in a song, I thought. So, how can you have seeking some solitary company?
Well,
I'm
bamboozled.
I'm bothered by what was the album called again?
I don't know. I never listened to Hall & Oates.
Was it? No.
That's what it said.
Okay.
So I give up.
Mr. B gets 1 point for Hall & Oates.
Well played, Mr. B. Back in the game.
Dave's still 1 point ahead. Right.
All I'm saying is a wild guess based on that second track. And
almost gave you the song title for this one straight away by just going full Ron Burgundy then and just reading the docs document as I scroll down. Right. Number 3.
Yes.
Songs of this title were both released as singles, one in 1989 and one in 2006, and are both classed as ballads by the respective artists' standards, I would say.
Okay.
One of the versions of this song was a comeback smash hit after a 10-year absence. Songs of this title have had over 465 million combined streams on Spotify and were both top 10 UK hit singles. Both recordings of this song are missing band members most associated with them, one of whom was a vocalist and the other a drummer.
Genesis, this is.
It's a good guess, but it's not right.
What?
That's good, but it's not
It's a
right.
good guess, but it's not right.
No, so one
Oh,
recording was
What's
missing a
Mr. Chip
vocalist,
doing?
one recording was missing, one version of the song was missing.
So it's an
drummer.
instrumental.
So they had a different vocalist from the original vocalist
No, they
in
were
this
just
band.
not necessarily.
Oh,
It was re-released. It's still got the same vocalist. It just didn't. He wasn't in the band anymore.
So they're two different bands. So there's two different versions of the song. Bear in mind. So one, the
Right.
band's drummer wasn't involved in the recording of it, and another recording, a vocalist in this band was not in. That is most often associated with the band was not involved in the recording of this song.
I'm with you. So
No.
Van Halen?
Nope.
Oh, I think of Sammy Hagar and
David Roth.
David Lee Roth.
1989.
Oh no, that doesn't work. No.
Can't think.
2006, 1989.
Bear in mind
I
that
was
anything
thi-
after
I was thinking-
1991, you've had
Yeah,
it.
no,
I
well,
try
we're-
and
we're
put
screwed,
things in
basically.
it for you, so don't.
I for a minute there I was thinking, oh, Alone, because Celine Dion did a song like that,
It
and I
is.
think Bad Animals did that, but I can't
That was
remember.
in 89.
No,
Alone
it's not
was like
covers, Mr.
80s.
B. They are
early 80s.
original recordings every time.
Yes, they're original recordings. I'm pretty sure they were both the same title, but no, never mind. I'm lost. I'm completely lost.
Oh,
Because I know they both had songs called Alone, and I think it was both about that time.
That
but
is
I
not the
can't-
song title.
That's
we're
not
looking
the
for.
song title. Okay.
Not what we're looking for. It's a good guess, but
It's a good guess.
not
Again, yeah, it's good.
Must
but
fair home for you, Mr. B.
it wasn't the original. It wasn't
Dave's still in the
No.
lead.
1989, I'm thinking.
1989, and it didn't have the same vocalist.
No, it had the. Okay, so the 1989 version
Yeah.
didn't have the band
drummer.
The
he
2006 version was missing a vocalist in the band.
Was he dead?
He wasn't dead.
The drummer wasn't dead, and the singer wasn't dead.
Yeah, neither of them were dead. They were just not
They
involved,
just left the band.
or they weren't in the band at the time.
They weren't in the band at the time.
So what was the famous drummer not in the band?
Ringo?
The Who?
Who? Yeah. What's his name? Who's the man now?
Led Zeppelin?
John Bonham.
What did
He was
Phil,
dead. He was.
Phil Rudd left
Mo-
AC/DC in 1989? Was he still in AC/DC?
No, he didn't. He
think he
left
still
ages
was.
ago. He left them in '83, I think, because he had Mark Wright was drummer for 2 albums.
Oh, he was,
But
wasn't he? Yeah.
And he
It's-
got
Clint-
sacked for nicking
Okay.
the drums.
Clint had left the Moffats
not
in that
AC/DC.
time.
Not AC/DC. Is it not a
However-
rock band? Are they rock
Is it the
band?
Is it the Moffats?
However, it's not whatever you just said, Mr. B.
Moffat.
Oh.
However,
Moffats.
the lead singer of this
Muppet.
band has also performed with AC/DC.
So Guns N' Roses.
That is
All
one
right.
of the bands. David
1989,
Graham is
so-
on to 2 points.
So that would
1989.
be
Paradise City.
no, because 89
'89. Was it Little Lies come out?
wasn't.
The EP. Because '88 was Appetite for Destruction, I believe.
Was it earlier than that?
I'm sure it was '88.
I think you might be right. I think it might be earlier than that. though.
I thought it was the same year as what's the name? Album.
Single word song title.
Single word.
Yeah.
Oh God, what's the
Patience.
patient?
David
Well done, Dave.
with
Oh.
the win.
Oh, I was so close there.
I couldn't
David
think of.
goes to three to Dave. Two to
Yeah, but
Ray,
who was the other band?
one for Mr. B. Who is the other band?
with the patients.
Dave, I'm sure if you ask your wife if she's in the building, who did a song with the title of Patience, she will immediately shout it at you.
Take that.
Taylor Swift.
Take that, Mr. B.
Oh,
Well,
Take
not
that
even
and party.
Take that. Take that.
Take that. Yeah.
I don't
was
take
their-
that at all.
That was their
Their
return
comeback.
single after their comeback. Yeah.
Was it?
Take
Yeah,
that.
that's a really good
So-
song. Actually.
Okay. Dave is just one
Gary
point ahead.
Barlow.
So, absolutely.
Sorry,
It's
Here
Gary.
a
we
really
go.
good. It's a really good song, to be fair.
Really?
This one,
never.
I
heard
am just going to look for. There are 3 artists / bands that have done original versions of this song that I have
Three?
picked up. 3. Okay.
Oh,
I am
crikey.
not expecting you to get all 3.
Ooh.
I'm not expecting to get all
Because-
one.
I think you
one.
will. I think you will at least
Difficult
get.
tonight.
I'll
There's
get
3
you.
of us. We could get one each.
I'll get you. I think you'll get 1. You might get 2. You definitely won't get all 3.
Okay.
But-
okay.
Go for it.
So, original songs of this title have been released in 1954,
Oh,
1995, and 2007.
1954.
1954
put that in Google,
1995.
1954.
and 2007.
That's a long time ago. Isn't it?
Absolutely, I know. It was a UK number 11 and US number 19 hit single in 2000. Oh, sorry, the third recording was 2006. I do apologise. It was
Completely lost now.
so it's been released in 1954, 1995, and 2006. Sorry,
1954.
it was a UK number 11 and US number 19 hit single in 2006.
Sorry, what were those positions again?
11 and 19.
11, 19, US and the UK.
Yeah.
Mr. B's got the top 40 in both of those countries.
No. It's just trying to. It's not going to be a big hit then. It's not going to be a massive hit.
This is Britain's Got Talent thing, isn't it?
Notable artists who have covered songs of this title. Actually, no, I'm going to come back to that one because that one I think you'll get that straight away.
Yeah, easy.
David Bowie has duetted on live performance of this song with one of the original artists.
Who?
David Bowie.
Bing Crosby.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Bing
say Bing Crosby.
It was nominated for Best Rock Song at the 1996 Grammys, only to be beaten by Alanis Morissette's "You Ought to Know."
Crazy by Seal.
Nope. Best
Damn it.
rock song, Mr. B. Best rock song.
Rock.
Okay, this is. I think you'll get it at this with this final clue. Notable artists who have covered songs of this title include Elvis Presley in 1971, Carly Simon in 1989, and Johnny Cash in 2006.
Hurt. 9 Inch Nails. Christina Aguilera. What's the other one?
Mr. B with a late push here.
Roy Hamilton.
Mr. B gets 4 points at the end. Absolutely
What the
does it.
hell?
Hurt
Sorry,
is the
what
correct
was the
song
song?
title. 9
Hurt.
Inch Nails, Christina Aguilera, and Roy Hamilton. He named all 4 of them.
You never would have got the 94 one. That's nonsense.
No,
I
Hurt.
don't
1995. Hurt by 9 Inch Nails.
I didn't ever
it was
listen
a
to
great
9 Inch
song.
Nails.
Have you
What
Oh.
my thing?
not heard that one?
No, because I've never listened to 9
It's
Inch.
past 1991. Of course, I'm not
Yeah.
listening to it.
I would have
Well,
thought
listen
you-
to it. No, especially the Johnny Cash version. The Johnny Cash version is amazing.
So yeah, the Johnny Cash version has more Spotify streams than the original 9 Inch Nails
Is that the
version.
one where I hurt myself today?
That is exactly it, David.
Yeah.
I hurt myself today.
Oh, it's
So
amazing.
there you go, Mr. B with a late win up the chart.
Late flourish.
6 points for Mr. B.
He's got someone
Where
on
did he get
Google.
The other one.
Google.
The
Got it.
Roy Hamilton one, I'm impressed
1950s.
about. Mr.
Roy
B.
Hamilton.
I
Tell
don't.
me.
I,
Impressed. I'm astonished.
That's
honestly,
how
I don't know. It just came to. It was like Roy Hamilton, and I was like,
it just turned flashed up on
Thank
the screen when I was googling it.
Alexa,
yeah.
who had a hit in 1954?
54.
Weirdly, it wasn't a hit for him. It was just a single he released, and Elvis
I
Presley covered it.
I think I remember. I think I remember it from my nana's stuff, and that's about what I got.
There you go. That
I think I remember from my nana's stuff. Oh no, wait a minute! It was the when we did the covers quiz in the pandemic. Yeah, that's where I got it from. Yeah.
That's where you got it from.
Yeah.
So
I did loads of covers.
you go.
It was like this song. Which of these songs is a cover? And nobody got them right. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant.
Mr. B with the second win on Clunections with 6 points. Dave on possibly 3 or 4. I lost track.
It was on
And
four.
I think it was
on-
on 4.
on 4, and Graham not going to be a winner on Popmaster anytime soon. We know that.
Those were really difficult, though. They were really difficult.
I'm going to be honest with you. Clunections has a really limited time frame of
To be honest,
of
as soon
release
as you said Johnny Cash, that was
Oh yeah, that's why I left that one to last. I thought at that point it's out of the bag. But if you're listening at
That's
home
1991.
screaming at your
Graham, I'm
screaming at your
gonna
devices-
I'm finding a link to the freaking video for both of them now because you really should.
It's okay. I'll
listen
listen to the
to
Johnny
songs.
Cash one.
Absolutely, you definitely should. It's
They're
super
both
cool.
great. They're both great. It was like because Johnny Cash was like signed with that weirdo who just made him do covers of other stuff, and it was like
Signed with that weirdo. So, couple of things.
Yeah.
Rick Rubin's not a weirdo. And two, Johnny Cash, he suggested it to him. He didn't make him do it. He just sent him a load of tracks and said, "See what you like," and then he liked it, and then he recorded it. And then it became
something
his
like that.
mix.
It was like
But he was doing. He did like 3 or 4 albums of covers. Just to keep things.
He did, and they were all great.
Yeah.
They
So
were
that's
all
it
absolutely
for
phenomenal.
this particular round of connections, and we'll be back again possibly in a couple of months' time once I've dug through the depths of Spotify and Wikipedia to see what we can come up with. So what we're going to talk about tonight, because I've just remembered I haven't done that bit yet. Now that the craziness is out of the way.
Like this is not a music show.
This is not a music show, and I've just looked at the time.
Contrary,
So
he's just tuned in.
yeah, absolutely. Hey, look, come for the heresy, stay for the music quiz. That's the way that's the model now.
Okay.
Year 8, we're getting
Okay.
avant-garde. That's I think we've earned the right to experiment, freshen things up. I'm 3 steps away from turning up in some sort of clown outfit and a leotard, but
I
maybe
heard
next time.
myself in Stockport.
Absolutely. Right. So new releases will be coming up very shortly. Then it'll be a what we have been up to section that will lead into the reason that we have David here is that myself, David, and Graham journeyed to Stockport. Dun dun dun, and we took part in the Serpent Lodge's Imperium weekend.
Unfortunately, it was my wife's birthday, and although she did give me...
Unfortunately, Lindsay, just remember when you listen to Mr. B record this later on, he said, and he uttered the phrase, "Unfortunately, it was my wife's birthday."
Yeah, although she did give me a free pass, I just wasn't making that.
Wasn't feeling that dangerous. So so we're gonna have a chat with Imperium. Mr. B is gonna chirp up with some questions, I'm sure, as we do it.
Absolutely.
And then we're gonna get into State of the Union. So for this, for a few minutes, we're just gonna say goodbye to David while we do all the stuff he doesn't have to deal with, and then we'll be back with him for Imperium chat. Bye, Dave.
Bye.
Right, recording here. Right.
So next up is our delve into a update on what the world of heresy has been giving us in terms of goodies. So, Mr. B, our resident shopaholic, what things are you going to add to your already massive collection of things that you haven't actually built?
They've actually released quite a lot, but because it's been a while since we've recorded this section, but we'll start off with the campaign in the Edge of Darkness, the Battle for Gebeta Garmon. I got this in an EPUB rather than a physical copy because there's a lot of books needed now, but this is a pretty decent book. You've got the campaign, you've got some core missions, the Apex missions, Shattered Legions get rules, which is complicated, but we'll discuss them another time. It's really complicated.
Yeah, I mean, we'll discuss them now, for goodness sake. I mean, I'll probably go into more detail of the whole book at some point, but
yeah,
I think long and short of it is they're a bit unwieldy. There's a lot of rules, and you're going to get kind of victory via obfuscation. And I think we should, if I was going to run an event again, I'd probably say no Shattered Legions and just be done with it.
I've been speaking with some people about what can we do to make it work, but we can discuss that another time. But it's a case of
who the hell have you been speaking to?
Other
Special secret cabal.
I've got ideas, and I'm gonna come. It's other podcasters, basically. I think you're in the chat, but
it's other podcasters.
I think you're in the chat, but
that was a lot of old nonsense of people just I mean,
absolute floozy.
I know,
Okay.
right?
Well, anyway,
Just showing a bit of ankle to anyone left, right, and centre.
That's right.
Like
Oh,
a
are you a
Victorian
podcaster as well?
Heartland.
It's exactly it's like a
I've got
thruppity strumpet
It
from,
is.
got anyway.
Fish Lane.
all right.
I mean,
We also got
come
rules for
on.
black fields, which are pretty good.
Oh, he went over that.
We have-
He's like a politician. Is that
I have
you
cultivated.
get caught on something, and he's like, "No, but what about the economy?" Or
Yeah.
something like that. Classic.
I've cultivated a persona of not caring about other podcasts, and I think you're damaging that reputation.
Yeah,
I
very
apologise,
well.
Chris. But
Okay.
yeah, no. We got some ideas about how we can make them work, and to be honest, a lot of it is just like removing a lot of the faff.
We are special secret cabal. Idiots.
Okay.
Fair enough.
All right,
Graham,
black
should we start a
shields.
cabal?
I think we should. Just the two of them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to join mine and Graham's cabal
Cabal of
of secret
special
rules
secrets.
conversations,
Yes.
email I want to join
Yeah.
to
At
at
Edge of Empire.
I want to
That's
join the
actually-
cabal at
That's
Edge
it,
of
yeah.
Empire.
Cabal at edgeofempire.co.uk. That's us.
We might do some pin badges. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe a monthly newsletter.
Maybe. Oh, little cards. Do you remember we used to get little cards that was like you'd
I'm
fill
a
it in
member
yourself?
of the secret cabal.
The
Oh.
secret cabal.
Or some sort of special code thing they can decipher. Like you got on cereal packet
Yeah, that's it.
until people stop putting them in there in case you choked on them because you ate them. That kind
I
of
know
thing.
what it could be called.
This sounds like the card game Illuminati now.
I think we
Huh.
should call it the Terry Cabal.
Terry Cobal.
Yeah.
Terry. Oh, I see where you're going with this now, old Malfoy. This is a thing, right? This is a thing, folks. If you
2 minutes into derailing
sometimes when you're hosting a podcast with your friends for a ridiculous amount of time, and you think, does anybody actually listen to this? And every month you put out content, and you think, well, maybe somebody might say, hey, I really enjoyed the show. Just once in a while, just so that we're not sort of shouting into the void. Anyway, the true way in today's internet age to get any kind of feedback is to mispronounce something, I've decided. So
Yes.
first of all, you mispronounce Terrico, whatever it was.
Still doesn't get it right. Tercio.
Tercio, there we
Yes.
go. And that's Mr. B calling it Terrico, and now I've got it in my lexicon.
So
Tercio, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden everybody and their mother is jumping on the bandwagon saying, oh, yes, it makes me chortle. And then flipping, what did you referred to my honourable colleague, Mr. Bottrell, and I as, and I will, please tell the audience
I think
what
it
you
was,
referred to us as.
Neville and I can't remember exactly, but not the two most flattering Harry
I think
Potter
it wasn't
characters.
Wasn't it the two Malfoy's two?
No,
it was
because one of them was
it was the generic background Gryffindors, the Irish one who's obsessed with blowing stuff up.
yeah. I don't think there was a problem with that personally. I thought you'd be on
Yeah,
board with
well,
that. Exception taken. But anyway, if you want to join
Dursley?
in the
You call us Durs?
oh yeah, that was it. One of you was Devil
Yeah.
and one of you was
It's Neville and Dursley, I think you referred to, which is somewhat crossing the streams of where they fit in the books, but neither here nor there.
now you're going to get funny about finding
Now I'm-
not
now-
pronunciation, but Harry Potter lore. Woof,
Like, don't you dare!
he is
Don't
on
you
it
dare!
like
But
a
yes,
Right.
like a
Anyway.
rat up a drain pipe. He's causing.
you can just slither off back to Slytherin.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, if you want to join the Terry Cabal, email that's Terry Cabal. I want in. Or anything at edgeofempire.co.uk
Absolutely.
and the
Right.
spam filter.
Yeah, we'll let you through with open arms.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
new releases then, Mr. B.
Okay, so
What are you
Black
doing
Shields
taking
were
so
in,
long to get this moving?
Black Shields were in the
Jeez,
book.
come on,
New
Bottrell.
stuff for Solo Auxilia. We got some new characters, command squads, and that was good.
I haven't even looked at it yet, so
The
Show notes.
hard
Not even open.
hard book was £35 and the EPUB is $29.99. I think the hard book is out of stock now anyway. Oh no, it's still in stock. That's good.
This has got the command squad that non-Martial Legion units can take, isn't it? That's got that in there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was an interesting one actually because
Oh, I haven't getting prices for a lot of these.
until somebody put me in my place on this one. So I was looking at the cost of that command squad, points.
Yeah.
wise. You know me, I'm always about the points.
Yeah.
All about the
Points. Anyway, I was thinking, okay, they've got this. They've got Chosen Warrior, 2+ better armor, yeah. And they're about 100 points cheaper than a Reaver squad with exactly the same stats until somebody pointed out. But you do have counterattack in the Reaver squad and preferred and precision shots and precision strikes, albeit on 6s. So
Reavers aren't exactly a slouch. So
they're not a slouch, but yeah, they're pretty good. But you can take them without, like I say, without taking a. You don't have to take the Praetor, do you?
It's anyone that a normal command squad can only be taken by a unit that's got Marshal of the Legion.
Oh, okay.
So Praetors, Delicatus, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Which I hadn't realised, if I'm honest with you. I'd never taken one because
they're pretty good. They can be.
So but yeah, now you've got a version that can be taken by any HQ basically.
Your chaplain, for example.
Your chaplain, your champion,
your herald,
Moritat.
Yeah, Moritat now. Yeah, good point. I made. Cool. Okay, what else are you going to tickle our fancy?
Well, you get the las rifle section. The las rifle section get their own release.
Blimey, Governor, have you seen?
Just googling Victorian Lady of Night.
I bet there's a whole.
I am gonna
words that you can
Photoshop Mr. B.
Slattern. Slattern's a good word, isn't it?
Slattern.
Yes.
Wow. Hello, welcome to Age of Empire, the Victorian woman of negotiable affection.
Yes, Age of the Victorian Empire. That's where we're at. That's where we're rocking it. Come on then, Mr. B. Sorry.
The last rifle section get their own.
We haven't spoken for a month, right? Which means our tangent.
Yeah.
We're in mischievous moods.
Mischievous, devilish mood, which you obviously love. Okay.
I do.
Some solar.
The last rifle section.
Annie, you'll mind that I put a Victorian prostitute into the laptop search.
I think, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
In private browsing. There we go.
Okay. See, that doesn't actually hide it from anybody.
Oh, well.
Google had to pay a fine for actually still tracking people in private mode.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. B's dark web shenanigans clearly coming to the fore.
No. Okay, so we had the las rifle section, which was long awaited for getting your plastic solar auxilia. So that was £45, 20 dudes, or $38.25 at Element Games, and that's a pretty good. It's a pretty good set.
Are they essentially the same as what this looks slightly beefier than the resin versions, or are they just a recast in plastic?
I don't know. I've never actually seen the resin version in person.
I've got the resin version.
I can't tell. I couldn't tell you, but if we compare next time we see, and I'll bring some solar auxilia.
They look pretty cool.
Yeah, but they are nice. Okay, right. We have then we've got the las rifle command. Sorry, the tactical command section, £20. You get 5 guys in it, but actually 6 if you add an extra base and you got parts there. And that is that's pretty good. You get 5 guys, you get a command frame. It's all right. It's a bit of I mean, you need a few of these to be fair, because you'll need one.
You've got lots of these.
You need one for most. Yeah, you need one for most of your tertios, so you're going to end up getting a few of these.
I mean, do you though? I mean, I don't know whether I did. I'm trying to remember what our lists were. Did we do some lists?
I did tanks. I went all in on the tanks, but I did still have about 20, 30 guys, I think. So
I think I only had I don't think I used, you can get the tertio command sections.
Yeah.
I don't think I went with them. I think what I had was a command section with the Vox relay stuff in, and then just used the normal Vox, whatever it is, not the command Vox relay in the kind of HQ version, just use the normal Vox relays. On the tertios themselves. Okay, cool.
Okay, fair enough. Right, then we have the storm section, which everyone was very excited for. I still don't understand the axes, and you know what? People are like,
neither do I.
They're great. I've not got a proper explanation. Why do people love the axes? I get it. They're gonna take out greens, but you are going at a point where. I mean,
the thing is, even if you went out with somebody with a chain, I want to say chainsword being AP4. I think they're AP4 chainsword.
Shred, I believe.
Well, they are with shred. Yeah, chain axes are the same, but with a +1 to strength. they will murderize your Solar Auxiliary before your Solar Auxiliary can do anything about it.
Yeah. Either way, they look cool. And you know what? I definitely would have. I definitely want some. At least a squad of them, just because they look cool.
They do look pretty good. I mean, they look like they're about to go and do some tree felling, but yes, they don't look terrible. I mean, I think the default loadout there with the Volkite Chargers is always going to be the winner for me. But yeah, each to their own. Who are we to tell you how to play the game?
All good. Okay. But their standard loadout is pretty good. So
don't start using that line now.
I know, right? That's a good point.
their standard loadout is pretty cool. So with the Volkite Chargers. So
I think so.
They do look good. Okay, then we've got the Malkador Heavy Tank, £55, the Storm section was 35 or 29.75 at 11 games. The Malkador Heavy Tank is 55 or 46.75. Did you ever think we'd see a plastic Malkador?
Got to be honest with you, no. I never thought they were that worthwhile a tank, to be honest with you. And they're still not amazing comparison to the to the Lehman Russ. But they do look cool. They have got cool on the side. Rule of cool.
Rule of cool is always the thing.
Yeah. I'm going to have to grab one at some point just because
I never really. I think I've had about 3 I've bought over the years, secondhand or whatever. But I've never fielded them. I don't think in anger. I've always kind of painted them and gone, yeah. But they've got the same. That's a Vanquisher cannon, isn't it? They can take a Vanquisher cannon.
Yeah, they can have a Vanquisher cannon, which isn't as good because it isn't coaxial. They can also have the twin las cannons as well, and the battle cannon.
Yeah.
If I was going to take it, I'd probably take the twin las cannons.
No, I'll take the Vanquisher cannons. Great because of the brutal.
Yeah.
So I would go with that every day of the week. But yeah, I'm £55 considering it used to cost well over 100 and plus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, plastic. We never thought we'd get plastic solar rocks. Even when they were going, oh yeah, it's all going plastic. It was like, is it all?
It's the army of It's the army of oligarchs. Oligarchs have got all kinds of country.
There we go.
That'd be well.
Then we've got Lehman Russes. So we've got the 2 Lehman Russes, the assault tank and the strike / command tank, £40 or £34 element games. So just different loadouts on either one of them. So just pick the one you want. I can see that getting combined into one box at some point in the future.
Got it.
Is there? Yeah. I'm going to raise a question here as someone that.
Yeah.
It's just. Is there a significant difference in the sprues, other than the person that sticks out the top, between that kit and the normal?
Yeah, they're completely different sprues. They're completely different sprues. The layout's completely different. It's a whole new kit.
These have got different. So these are when you say they're normal Lehman Russ, you mean what the solar the
40K Lehman Russ?
Yeah, the guard Russ.
Yeah, they're completely different sprues.
I know they've got the trench rail things at the back, haven't they?
Yeah, it's weird, but they are absolutely new, new sprues, which is a bit weird.
Actually, different kind of chassis as well, aren't they? I think I could be wrong on that.
No.
But yeah, I see what you're saying, Chris. It isn't just a question of a different geezer at the top.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't retire the old Russ kit and replace it with this. Well, but then again, this doesn't have sponsons. So
that's the reason why I ask. You see, because
I don't know. I haven't seen anyone talk about putting Lehman Russ sponsons, 40K sponsons onto this. So, but I hope that they have designed it with that in mind because it's a really nice kit. So, if I wanted to play 40K, I'd want these ones. Because they look much nicer.
£40 for a normal Russ.
Yeah.
And that one has sponsons.
But the normal Russ has all the weapons as well.
Yeah. See, rather than having to buy potentially 2 different kits.
You can. The kit, you can at the end of the day. The big difference is this one's got this one's got the trench rails and it's slightly more ornate.
Yeah, I think let's have a quick look at let's do a side by side. This is what this show's all about.
Yeah,
side by side comparisons.
I think it's down to taste. If you want to get the old 40K one
on the left hand side, I think you'll find it's precisely 0.02 millimeters.
Look,
to the
honestly, if someone decides to get normal Lehman Russes, which are currently temporarily out of stock at GW, and use them instead of this, I've got.
It's the same
actually,
tank again.
No, if you look at the front of the tank, the front's different.
Yeah.
Very different.
They are quite different. It's just as a tank, as a model, the only difference is this one doesn't the normal 40k one doesn't come with the Volkite option.
Yeah.
Whereas
Just that. Just taking the Volkite option. Maniacs.
Yeah, the front part of it's different, isn't it? 'Cause it hasn't got the same rounded front. It's got a kind of like a different.
I mean, I think it's I think it's just the differences of what technology could do then and now. So I mean, the original Rust was hand sculpted.
I mean, that Rust kit is at least 20 years old.
If not, probably it's got to be. Yeah,
got to be coming on to that.
It's weird that I always wonder why they didn't have the side sponsors. That's probably a question. Why do the Solar Auxilia and the Militia now not have side sponsors? Weird.
Parking.
I mean, parking.
I think the Militia do.
Of course, you can get more tanks into a more confined space.
Fair enough.
They used to have sponsors in V1.
Militia
V2 have sponsors. No.
Well,
one of them.
Very peculiar.
Anyway. Okay, so next up we've got the Kozan or the Kozian or whatever the hell. I don't know, whatever.
Kozan, no I in it.
£55 or $46.75.
We don't pick on that one.
We spoke about the one. It's lovely. It's great. It's
nice,
it's just a Lumen Rust with a different sprue. So instead of the turret together, that's right. The Malkador
chassis, slightly different.
Yeah,
so top.
So it's quite cool. The Atheon Heavy Sentinel, again, we've spoken about this, £35 or $29.75. To be fair, there's a new, we'll discuss it in next episode, but there's a new sort of, what's the word again?
Miracle Cure?
Like Rite of War or whatever. For the Solar. Provenance, that's is that whatever. That allows them to take Sentinels in sort of like different slots and stuff and makes them a bit better. So
you can add them to Solar Auxilia Tercios.
Yeah, exactly. So it's something, but £35 or $29.75 at Element Games. They're actually nice models. Again, it's just a slot. If they were in Fast Attack, I think they will be brilliant, but they're not.
It's a bridge on legs.
But like you said, I think you can add them now as in those tertios, so you kind of, which I think makes a bit more sense for them. So otherwise, they take up that valuable sport slot.
Christestead Bridge, I've got to say it out. Have you guys seen Fallout?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you love that bit where Maximus is a kid and he's just like how he survived the bombing of?
Oh yes,
yeah. It's like yes, I love it.
The
Indiana Jones thing
game, isn't there? And there's also one in Fallout 4 where there's a
there's a whole Indiana Jones reference. I love it. Okay, then we've got a transfer sheet, Solar Auxilia vehicle markings. I mean, there's not much to say about this. This is a transfer sheet. It looks fairly
black and white. It's pretty boring.
Yeah, you've got the markings for various different things. So it's fine.
But yeah, it's not very exciting, is it?
No, it isn't. But it's if people want, for example, Ultramar High Guard markings, this is how you get. I can see people buying these, cutting off the bits they want, and then swapping,
flogging the rest. Yeah, okay.
Yep, swapping.
Fair play.
Yep. That's £22. Then we've got a Black Shield transfer sheet, which is it's not on sale anymore.
404.
It's not on sale. Oh, it was nice.
It's going to be going for a fortune.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm really surprised at that.
So I was thinking, I might do Black Shields because Black Shields are quite interesting. I think we talked about this on the show before.
You don't need the transfer sheet, but I mean, Black Shields are cool.
I think the idea of Black Shield is that they, you got a bit more, you got sort of carte blanche to make your own cool backstory. Also, I won a prize for my backstory for my Black Shields.
You did, yeah.
I wouldn't mind doing Black Shield one day.
Is a super cool model as well.
Yeah. Okay. Then we've got a bunch of Imperial stuff. Now we're not discussing this in detail because we still haven't played the game. Me and Graham are sort of. I need to talk to Stuart again about getting a demonstration game for you and me because he's got a load more stuff, so it'll be cool.
Okay.
But we've got these are all £30 unless I say otherwise. 25.50 Element Games. We got the Medusa and Basilisk batteries, Land Raider Proteus Explorator Squad, drop pods, Arbus you've got Warhound Titans with Ursus Claws and Melter Lancers. They're £45 or $38.25 at Element Games, with the Direwolf Heavy Scout Titans being the same. And then you had the Manufactura Imperialis, which I think might actually be sold out now. No, it's not sold out. It's still available.
There is, just very quickly, there is a Black Shields transfer sheet on eBay for $60.
No.
Yeah, only one, but it's
ridiculous.
Yeah.
I suppose that on the one hand means that more people got them that actually wanted them, unless they're holding on to them. Anyway, then we've got Endred Har, the Riven Hound, £36, and this is a beautiful model.
It's a good model, this one, yeah.
Beautiful model. I love the damage. It's just such a nice model.
It's kind of chunky. He's very chunks.
Well, yeah, that's him in the war.
Rex, isn't he? Yeah.
He's supposed to be one of the biggest Space Marines that there is. Like, to the point where people are like, were you a Thunder Warrior?
I mean, not to also, do our favourite game of bedroom face, but if you saw that in the bedroom, it'd be time to leave, I think.
He's either having the best or worst time imaginable. He does have, I'm going to be honest here,
yes,
very much Lego hair.
Lego hair, you're right. That's a bit too symmetrical to be real.
That is what was it? Munster's.
Eddie Munster.
He is Eddie Munster.
Yeah,
Eddie Munster. Not the Frankenstein.
Oh
Munster.
Yeah, no.
Isn't the Wolf Boy got a head like that?
I think he does.
Time for the internet.
I do like
a TV show that was created in the 60s,
50s, something like that. I think it was the 60s. But I love all the World Eaters sort of iconography that he's got on him. That's sort of falling apart.
You said the 60s, 64.
This guy did.
I was thinking of the Addams Family, but yes, no, you're right. But no, look at Ed. Like if you look at the same
Eddie
picture that I am, the kid, the wolf kid.
The kid and the granddad.
Yes,
I've got the same hair.
Okay.
I did used to quite fancy the mum. Got to be honest.
I wonder why.
I've got a thing for
I've got a thing for
ladies with muscular. Yes, well, yeah, she's very pretty.
Yeah.
Anyway,
then we've got two more transfer sheets. The one, a generic infantry transfer sheet for Legionis Astartes. I mean, to be honest, it's fine, but a lot of it is more 40k than 30k, which is, whatever. And then there's a vehicle transfer sheet. Again, same thing. There's a lot of 40k here rather than 30k, but
if they run out of color on their printer or something.
To be honest, honestly, printing white is really expensive.
Okay, I'll take it back.
No, in all seriousness, printing white is stupidly expensive. I got my laser printer and I was making transfers and I was like, I wonder how I'll do white. And I looked into it and I was like, oh, all right, never mind. Not a chance. It's because, think about it. Do your printers have white ink?
No, they do not.
Exactly.
And
it turns out that white ink is super expensive.
That's what you get when you're in Mr. Beast's cabal.
That's right.
That's
you get special
sort of information.
That's one of the secrets.
I mean,
7 secrets.
He has
a
predator.
internet of podcasters.
Okay. Then we've got a Baal Predator upgrade pack for the
Cabal
Predator. Cabal Predator update. Yes.
Proteus. Is it the Proteus? Yeah. What is it? The
Predator.
The Predator. What pattern is it? It's Deimos Predator. Yes, that's it. Where am I getting Proteus from? Okay, so you've got Elastus assault cannons and hands. So that's about it, really, on that.
We wanted the sponsored versions, didn't we?
Yeah, it would have been nice to get the sponsons. Yeah, it would have been nice to have the sponsons in that. I would have paid another £5 for sponsons, but
because they would have been cool. Because then you could have full on
sweet assault cannons.
Absolutely brilliant.
I would like to do an armored spearhead with Blood Angels tomorrow.
Then we've got for £23 the Armory of the Blood Angels, which has got some bolters, a couple of Inferno pistols, a single Elastus assault cannon, which is a bit annoying because it's like, oh,
really?
I'd want a pack of 5 of those just on their own. So
it's not terrible.
Yeah,
I will say.
No, it's a great pack. You got lots of little individual weapons. You got the what they call
this for heresy.
This is for heresy.
Okay. Cool.
This is for heresy.
I thought it was for 40k. Okay,
yeah.
Nice. Okay.
You got your petition weapons there. So you got an axe, a maul, a lance, and a sword. So
it is temporarily out of stock.
Yes.
Clearly,
Yeah.
all my other Blood Angel players have been snapping them up.
Snaffling away.
I can absolutely.
You're having to buy, spend £230 to get a squad of 10 assault.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have those assault cannons in a separate pack because obviously they are usable for fists as well. So, but in the meantime, you've got your rotor cannon pack.
Exactly. You should definitely have 2 assault cannons at the end of your arms instead of your fists.
Okay, then we've got the this one's a bit of a tangential because I don't think all of it can be used, but
only
combat patrol Adeptus Custodes.
So I was someone asked about this.
Yeah,
that's right. Someone got in touch with the show, and a week later I replied to them.
Always the speed.
Yeah.
What's going on with their heads? They got
massive
heads.
They got big cone heads.
The Custodes. Yeah, I mean that's what happens.
Okay. The only problem in terms of what you can use really are the
Terminators. I think
are the big guys.
Yeah,
those are the only ones because you can't use them as the Terminators because the Terminators don't use the same loadouts. So
yeah, those are the ones with the massive heads, the cone head ones.
So they've all got cone heads, but
they're even more cone.
But they are they're the ones that I use as my Heteron Guard to differentiate them between the rest of the army, if that makes sense. So there is a way of using them, but there's not a way of. That's the only way of using them as they are, if that makes sense, without kit bashing and everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's just because of the weapon loadouts.
Yeah, because then they are a 40k model, a 40k unit. But they've got axes they can take in the box set. They've got spears they can take. He
does not look well.
They go at the front.
Yeah, he's got he looks like he's not well, is he? He's half dead.
The
second image.
He's Herman Munster.
Herman, he definitely is Herman Munster. I mean, he does not look. I thought maybe that's a mask of silver, but no, he just looks ill,
unwell. And also the other thing is because the Blade Champion is effectively the HQ choice, unless you make Herman Munster the HQ choice. So you can only really wield if you're going to use him as modelled. He's either got a Paragon Blade. You don't want him to have a Paragon Blade because they're 25 points. They're rubbish in comparison to other things. And
you want those dual blades that you
want them
the snicker snack vorpal swords. Yes.
Absolutely. Or it's one of the rubbish swords that are even worse than the Paragon Blade. So you kind of have to kit bash him or buy another HQ model.
I mean,
I'm pretty cool though. I quite like them.
If you do take him as a champion, as a shield captain and Paragon Blade, which, I think it's just points, isn't it, on that one?
But no, game is to be Paragon Blade.
You're going to get schooled, Mr. B.
Well, let me tell you the error of your way.
School is in session, Mr. B. Sit down.
Pop yourself down. Pop yourself down, old chum. Paragon Blade.
I mean, go on.
Okay, Paragon Blade. +1 strength, AP2, melee.
Yep.
Murderous strike, 6+ specialist weapon.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't get another attack anyway, because you've got a specialist weapon and nothing else to get a specialist weapon.
They should do 2 Paragon Blades for adding.
But that's 50 points and that's a crazy amount. For one attack. Okay, Mr. B, you on board so far? Right. Meridian swords. You don't get an extra attack because they count as 2. You buy them as a pair. They don't count as 2 close combat weapons. It always specifies you don't get an extra attack, even though you have the misery cord, which would, in theory, give them an additional attack. It's an additional close combat weapon, but it's fine. But anyway, Meridian swords, 3 ways of using them every turn. Now, the best one, +1 strength, AP2, same as a Paragon Blade.
Okay.
2-handed. Okay, that's fine. We're not worried about that attack anyway. Murderous strike, 4+.
Okay.
4+. Do you know how many points these weapons are costing?
Is it AP2 as well? So
AP2.
Okay. How many points?
+1 strength.
It's the same as a Paragon Blade with
as a Paragon Blade with a better murderous strike. And bear in mind, murderous strike works against
dreadnoughts,
and it makes them do their wounds after the save. So they only make 1 save and then they take D3 wounds. So it's always worth 0 points, Mr. B. 0 points.
Fair enough.
And you can also do it where you get a Rampage 3 if you're outnumbered, but that's only useful if he's on his own.
But you'd have to model him with 2 swords, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Which is the problem.
Yeah.
If you did buy this and you just fielded in with Paragon blades, you are essentially getting £100 worth of models with the 2 squads.
It's worth it. It's absolutely.
So you're saving a £5 if you buy it at retail, which you shouldn't. You should buy it from Element Games or Goblin Game or whatever, or Outpost, any of those guys who are going to give you £80.
Oh,
Ooh,
yes.
very nice. I like that. That's that model? Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that's the Blade Champion, but he
Yeah.
had different arms and third party swords.
Oh,
Nice.
that is tempting. Yeah.
So, if you,
I mean,
for example, if you wanted to make a small allied force,
The thing is, that there's
Worth it?
enough there. There's 1,000 points worth of models there
all right, cool.
in 30k, so there's enough there to start an army with, really,
Yeah.
before you buy any upgrades or anything.
The combat patrols aren't ridiculous if you can get one for 40k. Sorry,
Nice.
for 30, it'll work in 30k. Okay, then we had the Battle Force, the Auric Champions. That was 130 quid. That would have been great, but it's out of stock. That's Teptus Custodes dice, 18 quid. I don't think worth it at the price. I like dice, but these weren't worth
They're
it.
They're not nice. These ones.
They were okay, but I thought they were okay, but they're just not worth it for what you get now. The price of dice has just gone up, and it's like, no, GW dice are not worth it.
Dice and gold, the two things are intrinsically linked to the economy. Everyone at times of political uncertainty, such as we're in at the moment, people turn to dice. They literally turn to dice.
I think De Beers have a whole like underground vault full of dice.
Yeah.
You see all those nice gem carved dice. And that's who's making them. De Beers are in everything, and
Right.
Yeah,
I know this is
artificially inflating the price of dice by withdrawing them from the market.
I know this sort of veers into the slightly political, but I saw
all those world eater dice that are just being kept at one side.
Yeah, I saw one interesting comment, and it's sort of like a thingy why they called the election for 4th of July, and they're like, basically, we can't afford the Facebook advertising fees to actually reach people if we hold it later in the year because the American election.
Hang on, isn't the 4th of July Independence Day?
That's
like a whole tagline for the opposition, isn't it? It's like,
yeah.
Who Tory HQ thought, what day should we do? July the 3rd? No. I know, July the 4th, that'll be fine. And I bet all the other parties are going, what's our slogan going to be? Vote for us. Independence Day. I mean, it's just writes itself, right?
If I don't see one Facebook ad with a Bill Pullman photo on it, recounting that speech, getting AI'd or some sort of deep fake version of that, then I'll be very disappointed in the internet.
Right. Anyway, moving swiftly.
Moving on. We've got the Solar Auxilia. Enter the Death Volume 2 paperback, $12.99. We've got the Solar Auxilia Basilisk / Medusa at £40 or £32 at Element Games. I mean,
a lovely model,
just
not waste of time.
Not worth it in points. It's a great model, and I probably will buy one just because.
Will you?
Yes,
because he's a crack addict. That's why.
No, simply because I'll probably feel them
twitchy if you don't.
No, 40k.
I start shaking.
Where it's better. It's better in 40k. So I'll field it for my guard in 40k.
The demons in your voice.
I prefer that to the 40k model. So I'll buy it and use it as a basilisk. But
although I will say, in its defence, it is a very slim defence. The Medusa, the basilisk with the barrel lowered right down, doesn't make it look like a tank hunter.
Oh yeah,
I think it's about the third one down, picture down. It's pretty cool.
Don't follow the Medusa, the Tories will win their election.
It does actually. Yeah, you could definitely use it as that. Yeah,
it looks pretty cool. But am I right in saying there's a load of internal gubbins there that you can paint?
Yes, there's an entire interior that you can paint.
You will never paint if you're just going to seal the doors up with super glue like I do and entomb it forever in its grey world.
Just hands in the air, people on the internet. That I'm going to imagine that you're putting your hands in the air.
Yeah.
Who is painted the interior of a tank that does not open? That's right. Maybe 3 of you.
Nobody's done that.
When I first started as like a 10-year-old.
I'm like, if those doors are going to be glued, you never paint what you can't see. That's my motto.
this is where I'm at with it is I don't even bother wasting rattle can.
No, neither do I.
It's
Underneath my
perfectly-
tanks are as grey as a wet January morning on the northeast coast.
Oh no, I spray the underside and it gets the
Oh, yeah.
solid colour, but it doesn't get any weathering or anything.
anything
Or any...
exterior, but not
Yeah,
inside.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Lives hard enough.
Rattle can's expensive.
What about the Hermes and the Hermes Light and the Velatara Sentinel section?
Okay, is it a Hermes or is it an every light storm
Every-
center?
Well, either way, it's not getting to its destination.
Absolutely.
No, not a bad little set of models. 40 quid for the two, or £32 at Element Games.
Or are these the ones that you can put into your?
I
Can't remember now.
You can put these into a Velatara section.
That's
You can
Am I
replace
the-
one storm section with up to 6 of these.
oh, nice.
am I the only one that wants to create some sort of racing game involving these little sentinels?
They look
just
a
sort
little
of-
bit like chocobos from Final Fantasy VII,
Yeah,
if I'm honest. That you
just
can-
want to have them racing around a little track. Just
Oh,
you roll
yeah,
a
that would be
d6 and you
good.
go, it's 3 blocks, and
You'd think
know,
if you put like a Necromunda ganger on one of them, you could
Yeah.
create a nice little diorama, couldn't you, of racing
Yeah.
sentinels,
racing
like in some
sentinels.
sort of rad blasted backwater
That's right.
somewhere. That's
What's
a whole
the
thing.
card game with the
Well, there's Camel Up, which is quite frankly one of the best board games
Camel Up
ever
is brilliant.
created.
Oh no, there's an
Or
actual
Camel Cup.
Camel
there's an
Up?
actual
Camel,
there's
it's
an
actually called Camel Cup, but if you look
no,
at
it's
the
Camel
packaging-
Up. It's not called Camel Up. It's Camel Cup.
Right.
Sorry, Camel Up. This was a whole controversy.
Controversy.
It was because it looks like Camel Cup. Oh, what is it called again? The orc racing game.
Oh,
Mm.
I want to say Flash Kids, but that's not right at all.
No.
Camel Up, it says. Camel
It is
Up.
Camel Up, yeah. So we used to
Ah,
play
see,
it on.
the sea looks like it.
We used to play it on Mondays with the boys, and honestly,
Camel Up is great.
I was always delighted when we played this game because it's.
And they did Speed Freaks. That was a
That's
that's
it.
right, yeah.
But I want
that
to
was a game that they
Sentinel
did.
version of Camel Up is what I'm after here, people.
It looks very simple.
That's the only event that I ever want to run again. Actually,
they
it's the
did
Grand
Speed-
National of Sentinels.
I mean, you could do little Car Wars or Speed. They did the mini game Speed Freaks, but I know there's an actual card
Well,
game with
We
Bros.
need a board game for our trip to Normandy. I was going to bring Settlers of Catan, but being as it's got an element of shithousery, for want of a better word,
Are you saying that there might be an element of someone might feel like they're being persecuted?
and cry like they did last time when we
Yeah.
played Monopoly, and my 30-year-old sister cried because me and David, she felt, were ganging up on her somewhat.
Which is
Probably
only going to
exactly
probably be
true.
and only going to be exacerbated by the fact that there's going to be 4 of us there this time.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Let's get it. Okay. Anyway, I have brought it. I will bring it, obviously.
Yes. But I don't think necessarily Sentinel racing is the fun for all the family that I would hope it being. Camel Up, however,
That's what I'm saying. That might be an option.
It's great. It's great.
adding
It's
to
a
Amazon basket as we've been.
I could lend you my copy if you like.
Sorry, I must be now it's come back to my mind.
It's a great game.
If I don't buy one, the Tory's going to win another
And
power.
it has it's got like a cardboard pyramid used to
Yeah.
sort of select the dice. Actually,
Come for the heresy, stay
Stay
for
for
the chat
board
about
Board game chat.
camel racing board games.
Okay.
Hey, look, we've talked about worse things.
We have. Cool. Very good. What's next?
Crikey, we're not even out of the new
I
release.
know we're not even out of the new releases yet. We're being bogged
Gretchens.
down.
That's the game. Gretchens.
Okay.
It's, I'm going to send this to you in the WhatsApp because it's a really cool game. Right. Okay.
Wading through the depths.
Right, okay, so you've got the Light Sentinels. If you take them with the Velataris, you get a choice of Volkite or Flamer, and standard guys get I think it's a multi-laser, and it's a multi-laser and sort of a grenade launcher thing. They're okay. I think they're much better than the big Sentinel.
The only thing with the big one, I'm sure they're very useful, really, but I just don't know why they had to be a heavy support choice.
Yeah,
just don't understand it.
That's my issue with them as well. They shouldn't have been heavy support.
Make them an elite choice. Just put them in somewhere where they're gonna be a.
They'd be far better as a fast attack. But anyway, then we've got some more Imperialists. We've got the Stormhammer Squadron, the Malkador Squadron, Drakozan Squadron, Sikaran Squadron. This is the plasma and the standard. And then you've got fast attack box, which is a big box full of speeders and bikes and jet bikes, which is perfect for your White Scars fantasies, and a dreadnought drop pod pack. Which
tell you about my White Scars fantasy.
Yeah, I was going to say White Scars fantasies. That sounds like a whole section of the internet you don't want to go in near.
They actually have a really cool optional build on there. You can build a Palisade drop pod in the dreadnought drop pod pack, which makes a which is a what's it I'm looking for? A shield generator.
Giddy up. Twist.
Anyway,
twist it, and I'll go faster.
Fair, whatever. Okay, there's a couple of tangential items which I'll just mention. Kill Team Nightmare, which was out of stock. That was basically got Night Lords in there. Veterans of the Long War and Dread Talons, Chaos Space Marine Battle Forces, if you want a highly corrupted force. A Combat Patrol Chaos Space Marines, again, you got some possible Galvor back in there with the Possessed. I think we decided that they would work for that job. Some Cultists and Chaos Space Marines. So again, you're more corrupted force later on in the Heresy there.
I used that Master of Possession in my corrupt.
Really nice model. Really nice model. And then you've got a Cultist Firebrand. So again, you want a Cultist, a militia leader with a big flamethrower and some Chaos.
Hold on.
Can you take him with a?
Literally has the most impractical piece of armor in a universe of impractical armor.
Yeah.
What the heck is the point of that?
There's no point. He's just like showing off his pecs.
He's got two big protrusions. I want to say erections, but two, which is probably more accurate, to be fair, sticking out of him, so because he can't see what he's shooting.
I reckon what he it's when they're playing dodgeball at the cultists retreat,
YMCA kind of thing.
Indoctrination.
Young Man's Cultist Association.
Exactly. He doesn't have the best hand-eye coordination. So when the ball's coming out, if he tries to catch it, he fails, it hits him in the face.
He's out.
So he went
dodge, duck, dive, and dodge.
Exactly. But now he's gone, well, I can stop this happening by sticking
two really inconvenient things in front of my head.
Yeah, so it limits my field of view.
Yeah.
But I don't get spanned in the face anymore because I'm already not the best looking chap.
That's true. He looks like he's taken a few hits to the chops over the years.
Yeah. He has not dodged the dodgeball.
No, definitely not. Anyway,
absolutely chuffing useless armor.
Okay, and then
I bet he gets like a 3-up vulnerable save or something stupid. I don't know if vulnerable saves still a thing.
They are. Anyway, and then you've got some Chaos Space Marine dice. Again, I don't think these are worth the price for what you get.
I suppose they're trying to look for that kind of blood look, are they, or something? I guess?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a fleshy blood look. They're nice dice. It's just £18 for 16 dice. It's just not.
Oh, that's definitely shrinkflation, isn't it?
Yeah, used to get 20
fleshy blood dice. I mean, they are bleak.
Sell themselves.
They are little cubes of dried human.
Yeah.
That is
anyway. So that's all the new releases. So shall we go talk about what we've been up to? All right, so what have we been up to for? It must have been about 6 weeks that this stuff has sort of been. So it's been a while. So, Chris, what have you been up to?
What have I been up to? I got all my stuff painted and based and modelled for Stockport, which was my primary concern at that point, and I think that's kind of been it. I have started work on a Sagittarium squad
Ooh, very nice.
because I think I talked about it previously, or in our chat with David that you'll hear later that we recorded a billion years ago. Oh, time! What is time?
We feel like we're that
Timey-wimey stuff.
It is,
Yeah.
It's, time is a thing that flows around us, does not affect us. Because I think I need some shooting, and I don't want to take dreadnoughts because the dreadnoughts aren't as good as other dreadnoughts. Whereas I think a squad of 5 effectively heavy bolters with a one-shot instant death ray gun on the underbarrel. So we'll give them a go, see how they fare. They, I suspect, will be a one and done situation.
Gotcha.
But the bolt calibers are 36 inches, assault 4, strength 5, AP 4.
So essentially a distraction Carnifex, as it were.
But I don't know if there's. But I think just volume of fire. I mean,
they're
20 shots, 36 inches isn't too shabby, and that strength 5, AP 2, instant death, one shot might be a bit useful.
Yeah, that could be handy.
I'm just.
It's not really built for shooting. It hasn't got really a.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I've kind of reached saturation point where it's like, I don't need to buy any units really anymore because I'm never going to play a 9,000.
Short of allying in some
Assisted silence.
No, I was thinking more of using your Imperial fists. Got them.
But I would
just one 10-man cheapest chips squad, a kind of HQ choice of next to nothing, and then bang the rest on a heavy sports squad.
I would probably be more inclined to take allied Blood Angels than I would allied Imperial Fists, just because I can take a double melter Moritat with a big old chunky assault squad, which is going to be quicker than most things that I've got in the game on the table.
Who are the ones who you can take a load of assault cannons, can't you?
Angels Tears can, yeah. They're
so you put a Moritat with them. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Not troop choice.
Yeah, so
you have to pay the troop tax if you're saying big.
Exactly, and that's the thing with Imperial Fist. If I want to take that
heavy sports squad,
I've got to pay a troop tax, and also that's going to still end up being about 300 points potentially
minimum.
So that's
probably near 400.
That's sort of 2 units or a unit of Custodies guys. So it's I'm thinking Custodies are probably going to be turned into more allied usage going forwards. It's a shame, but they're so impractical.
They're hard to work as an army on their own for sure. Yeah, good point.
But I thought I'd try out the Sagittarium
why not?
Because I've had the bolters since they got released, and I've never used them. So
nice.
I've got plenty of spare dudes kicking around. So
cool. All right. Shall I go on to me then?
Go on.
Why not?
Yeah. Sure.
So I set out to finish my Ultramarines for the event that we went to rather in Stockport. So that was, what did I have to paint? I realised I was a bit short of things. I had to paint 20 Marines, so a 10-man tactical squad. Because when I first set them Ultramarines out, it was prior to the Legion, so I was going to use all veterans or armoured spearheads, so I didn't have to worry too much. But unfortunately, for this event, I decided that I'd have another tactical squad in there, and I also had 2 5-man recon Marine squads. But I just did them. I kind of realised there's quite a good trick with those, if you like, not trick, but a good tactic. Then is and they worked really well in the event. Actually, it's just having these small 5-man squads. They're not hugely expensive, but it means you can get onto objectives really quickly. Particularly those games where it's like get on the objective from turn 1, because they can infiltrate. They've got the shroud bombs, and you don't really mind too much. They get whacked in the next 2 turns because it's not a huge point that you've lost. 85 points or whatever it is for a recon squad of 5. But they actually were a lot more useful than I thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
So it's for a tactical, but don't give them anything. No, don't give them nemesis bolters or anything. They're just there to basically grab an objective early doors and get
because that
makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. When there are missions now where you score at the end of your turn.
Exactly. You want to be on their turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They are super useful for that reason.
Yeah. So because getting those early victory points is really key, particularly the armies that I tend to kind of be quite good at the beginning of the game and then over time die very quickly. So so I got those done and they were actually super successful actually. I also got another Sakaran done for that event, so I was rocking 4 Sakarans, I think.
Wow.
2 Punishers and 2 Omegas were in my arsenal. Could have been worse. I could have been 2 Arcuses and 2 Omegas, which I did think about. And then I painted up. So after that, I had a bit of a break. So then a lot of painting. So and then I went on to my next project, which is my corrupted Sons of Horus allies. So for an event 2 weeks ago in Heaton, a narrative event run by November Echo, I got the old Khitan. We talked about it on the show a few weeks back when the PDF came out.
A lot of people commenting on it.
It was awesome. It's a great model. Great fun to paint as well. It looks really cool. And yeah, actually really good on the table as well. So yeah, he was awesome. I really enjoyed painting him. So I finished him off for that, and I've just finished off my corrupted Atropos. So as you may have, long-time listeners, when the Questoris book came out, the Atropos, which was once the terror of the game, with its 4+ in one save and its D-weapon shenanigans, and its kind of flare shield thing, got absolutely nerfed. So basically it had 1 melee attack, which was quite good, but it was just 1 attack. So kind of rubbish. But with the corrupted rules, you can take off one of your melee weapons and replace it with the Ionic Lash, or Ironic Lash, as I think I'm going to call it from now on. So that's a strength 10 AP2 clobbering. So it makes him a little bit more useful. So I've basically cut some bits of his arms off, put this thing that I bought off from Tarot Model Maker, and away he's gone. So I'm quite pleased with him as well. And I also, Rob 3D printed me off some explosions for the base. So because it's got this weird running pose, I bought it secondhand. I've put an explosion underneath him, so it looks like he's kind of dodging an explosion. So it looks pretty cool now. So yeah, so I think next, I don't know. No, we'll talk about what you'll be up to, Mark, and then we'll talk about next.
Okay, I'll just put it back on. Sorry, I've been eating my tea, so had me camera off and on mute. But I said I would paint my boarding action terrain for Zone Mortalis, which I did. Got it all done, and I think it looks really, really, really nice. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I got a mat as well I got the mat from I was looking at the P-Works mat, and I was looking at the Deep Cut Studios mat, and
Studios, you mean?
I ended up getting the Deep Cut Studio mat from Entoyment because it was a next day delivery rather than waiting a few weeks for direct from Deep Cut or P-Works, and it was cheaper on shipping. So I did look at the T-Works TT Combat one, not T-Works, TT Combat one, which is a lot cheaper, £45. But it is it looks a bit too clean for what I wanted.
Okay.
It's nice, but just a bit too clean. So yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out, and I need to get a Zone Mortalis game set up with all the terrains. I think I've got enough to run a 4x4 now. So
lovely.
But yeah, this boarding action terrain is absolutely perfect for Zone Mortalis. It's just brilliant.
Very good.
Absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, I also painted a las rifle section and a command section for the Solar Auxilia. So I was quite happy with how they turned out. Yeah, they're both really nice sets of models, and you've got a reasonable amount of customization with them. For one modern Warhammer model, so I was quite happy with how they turned out. Command section is quite different from the old command section, though, because that's very ornate. It's a lot more ornate than this one, but
okay.
And the augury scanner looks proper chunky on this on the command section as well. So
Yeah.
anyway,
That is
so that
true.
was me. So I guess games played. So Chris, anything other than Stockport?
Nada. I do need to message Adam about getting a game in at some point soon. And bust out one of the other armies. Just
Lovely.
mix things up a bit. I've had my that event's out of the way. Don't have to worry so much about what the gold's going to be. So yes, I shall message him and see if we can arrange another multiplayer day at some point. But nothing other than that has been played.
Okay.
No.
Cool. I've played a lot of games actually. I'm just looking back through all the games that I've played. There's a lot. So
give us your top 3.
Stockport. That was good. So we had Michael and I went to Heaton for a November Echo event. So not the normal Heaton event which is more tournament based. This was more.
They didn't even take results.
They didn't. It was quite cool.
Just have fun.
Yeah. So basically they didn't even care if you won or lost actually, which was kind of weird. It was just which game you enjoyed the most was the kind of they scored that on. So it wasn't even about, there was literally no motivation for you to win in any way, shape or form, which was quite interesting. I really liked the event actually. I've got to say I thought it was superbly run. Teddy and I forget the other chap's name. I was Derek, is it?
I think so.
2 of them.
I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, really, really cool event. The missions were good. I like their missions. We were talking about the Stockport missions. They were quite complex, possibly over complex in some areas. These were good missions, but they were kind of simple to understand. So I thought the mission construction was excellent. But I think the other thing that's interesting, or is it interesting, or is it just an observation? I don't know. The kind of, I think we talked about this on our chat. The more narrative focused events, and I'm talking about not narrative in the sense of the way the game's played, but actually having a narrative, seems to have dropped off a bit. People don't tend to, like when we used to go to Imperial Truth event. Greg would still sort of at the beginning, in between each of the games, sort of give you an update on where the story was going, right? And we kind of took that when we first started doing our events and expanded upon it. They ended up writing 45,000 words, but which is probably a little bit too much, if truth be told. But I think it's something that it's just a weird thing that people don't seem to want to either do, or it's not something that people are looking for in the games these days.
This was always going to be a thing when you have increased availability of people coming from a adjacent game system,
heresy adjacent
game system.
Yeah,
that is a lot more results focused, and those people going, oh yeah, I can run some events, and running them with that.
Yeah, but I guess that's true. But I suppose people like, I know that Teddy and that have come to our events before in the past. I just wonder whether it's not something that people want anymore, or whether because of the
old hat
time.
Well, I think with that event we went to, I think the timing was a bit too.
That's what I was going to say. Is timing an aspect here?
Because this one ran from like midday till like 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock at night. Yeah, but I mean, it's a minor thing because the event was superb. But
that said, the games didn't take as long as I thought they would have, even though they're only 2,000 points.
Yeah, you were right. So yeah, I think like I said, overall, I really enjoyed the. It's just harking back to whether, in terms of what the expectations of people are going to these events, whether having that kind of narrative story driven approach. I think I've quite liked it when we used to do it because it felt like you were part of the story. You were part of the ongoing narrative that was being told over the weekend, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So like if the traitors won, there'd be some sort of story which was the traitors won and this is what happened, and we tried to sort of have that sort of branching narrative thing going on. We
started kicking around some ideas the other day, so we'll just keep kicking around some ideas.
I think so. But yeah, it was just like I said, it was just an observation. But it was a really good event. I really enjoyed it. So the missions were great. People that I played, apart from the second player, who was a proper pain in the backside.
Well, I mean, fine. I mean, my second player was an absolute arsehole.
I can well believe
that
it
again.
to be. I can absolutely believe it. I
Never.
think me and you have played the same person very recently.
Yeah.
And absolute nightmare to play against.
What a whacker.
Should have just thrown the game and just said, "No, you can have it."
Absolute wind-up merchant.
Yeah.
In case you are wondering, it was me and Graham played in our second game.
Yes. So yeah, but anyway, like I said, just to sort of the event itself, excellent. People that I played, good fun. I played the first game, really good player. I actually beat him. It's the first time I've beaten him. Actually, he was using Custodes. And it was a draw. I beg your pardon, it was a draw. It was a well fought draw. The second game I'm not going to talk about, and the third game, which was against Chris, who I've played a couple of times now in Durham. He's got the World Eaters, and again that was a really, really close game. But it was just like a massacre. I just massacred everything. But he played the mission, whereas I was just like throwing my Khitan in and ripping through everything. He actually won the game, which was cool. But yeah, the army. So I took my Sons of Horus, 2,000 points with the Khitan in tow, and that was pretty good. It's quite effective all round actually. But he was definitely blessed by the Dark Gods because there were lots of 5+ invuln rolls that defied any kind of logic. And it wasn't even with the World Eater dice, you'll be pleased to know. It was
nefarious behaviour there going on.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm definitely going to go. I'd like them to do another event because I really enjoyed that one. So yeah, that was me.
Nice.
Heresy Empire we had on Sunday, just gone. Christian played him. He's coming back into the game. It's nice to see.
Although also Boo.
Yeah, me and Paul played him, which was good. And then I had a game yesterday against Paul B, his Iron Warriors. And it was quite cool because there were some things that I said, oh, you do know you can do this. And like he wasn't sure about the +1. So the Iron Warriors get that rule where they're +1 strength on weapons against dreadnoughts and vehicles and the like. He wasn't sure. I was like, hey, it's there. Look, there it is. It's like, oh, brilliant. So that was cool. But yeah, good. That was a really good fun game, actually. Again, I lost that one. But yeah, that was using my
was that Briggs or
yeah, Briggs, yeah, Paul Briggs.
Yeah,
really cool. So yeah,
we've got a couple
I
of
thought you guys are going full on like East End. Is that Briggs?
No, we've got two Pauls locally, and they both play the same armies sometimes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's lots of games I've been playing recently.
Actually, when I mention Paul, there's always a question in my house. Which Paul are you referring to? And it can be one of 5.
Many Pauls. House of Many Pauls. That sounds like a really bizarre book.
Yeah.
House of Many Pauls.
My brother is one of the Pauls.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
probably why I think everyone called Paul is a dick.
Nice, well played, Mr. B. That's like at least some people out there that are listening to this one assumes they're going to be called Paul and be quite rightly offended by your nonsense.
You absolutely should be. No. Most Pauls I know are cool. It's just my brother my brother's all right. He's all.
Brothers,
Pauls play the Pauls.
Yeah. Okay. Myself. Was it myself that was leading to, or was it just me being egotistical and thinking it was me next?
No, it was definitely you next because you're the one who hasn't been.
Absolute egomaniac.
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds about right for me. Right, yeah. So I played a game versus Russell. I've got a joke in here which I don't think I'm going to say because it's probably going to upset.
Don't say that joke.
No, don't say that joke.
I thought it was a reasonable joke. I just thought it was a bit wordy. That was my thing with it.
We can add that to the sealed vault of stupid jokes and other such things that are only to be released into the internet at the point when we close the show.
I played my good mate Russell. I love playing him. We played him at the Hartlepool club. That's just that's literally in a conference room next door to the Games at Heart shop. It's great. We've got 7 tables and it's really cool. And I played his I keep thinking he's got Emperor's Children. He doesn't. He has Alpha Legion. Don't know why I think it's Emperor's Children. Every time I think of Russell, I'm like, Emperor's Children. No,
does he not have like an Emperor's Children rewards of treason?
No. I think it's just because he's got plenty of purple in his forces. Right. So basically, there was I went Terminator heavy, just because I've never done that before. I went with the deep striking, a lot of deep striking, and basically I got to the point where He had an amazing turn one, an absolutely incredible turn one, really good decisions. He destroyed a las cannon heavy support squad, which just crumpled and dissipated.
Why did you?
Didn't get
Please
it.
tell me you returned fire, Mr. B.
I did return fire. They did kill some stuff, but yeah. He got my and both Sakarans. So on my first turn, and he had turn one, I lost a las cannon heavy support squad, only a 5-man one, but still, and 2 Sakarans. So
Have you not heard of cover or line of sight blocking?
Cover is for chumps. That's Mr.
Clearly.
yes, no,
That's
the what?
supposed to
Yeah,
be.
no, it was just really, really good. I got to the point where a draw was possible, but we were using one of the missions from Caphonia, where the objective scatters, and it just I could have gotten a draw on the last turn, but the objective said 1 inch too far for me to get anywhere near it. So it was what it was. But it was a really fun game. Loved the mission. And it was a lot of fun. There was an excellent moment when my Contemptor destroyed his Leviathan, and then because I was striking at the same time, the Leviathan damaged my Contemptor, and what was it? Oh no, sorry, I killed the Leviathan with my Contemptor, which caused it to blow up, which killed my Contemptor.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but it happens sometimes. Yeah. And then I had a game with Paul at the Durham Raiders on the previous Heresy bunker to the one you just spoke about. That was a lot of fun. I took knights. I took a couple of knights. I took what is it, the Majera with the Volkite?
Yes, I think so.
And a couple of armor.
Was it Styrics or is it the Styrics?
Oh, it might be. Yeah.
Got the big glory thing.
But
I'm
it
actually
was
somewhat segueing. Some of the knights are pretty damn fine, actually. I've decided. We kind of gave a bit of a hard time because they weren't quite as good, but certainly
there are some that are good. There are some
the
that
ones
are...
with the ones that have which I think is the old resin versions, not the Questoris knights.
Yeah,
with the what's it called? It's like Fleet, but it's not Fleet. Basically, you can go an extra 4 inches.
Yeah,
if you don't shift, but you can still charge. So you've got a movement of 14 plus 4, 18, plus you're then charging. Your movement of 14 is going to give you plus 3 to that.
Yeah.
So they're super quick. And the last thing you want is, like, say, a Khitan running at you with his strength 10, brutal 3 axe going snicker to snack or smashy smash. And Hammer of Wrath 4, strength 9. And then you've got stomps after that. They're actually pretty good. If you can get them into combat without dying to the las cannons.
But my problem with this one was I tried to take him against a vehicle, and he's very much not a vehicle killer.
He's not a vehicle killer, no.
He would have absolutely ripped apart that Leviathan if he'd stayed if I'd gotten to it, but no, I ended up multi-charging, failed the charge to reach the Leviathan at first, and ended up in contact with a Kratos, which I basically went blah, 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 and then it was able to retreat and shoot at me.
Shoot the Jesus out, yes.
Can you just run past me what you did again, just out of interest?
If you failed, because if you multi-charged, you might have got this wrong, you might not have done. So you have to
multi-charged you have to get into the primary Leviathan.
If you charge the Kratos first, then you're okay. If you said I'm going for the Leviathan and failed the charge, you don't get the charge.
I declared the charge against both of them.
No, you have to
declare a charge against one, and then you bump into another.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I got it wrong. I thought it was. Yeah, I was thinking of the old system, wasn't I?
Yeah, so basically, you primary target, and you've got to get into that in your charge move. If you get into that and you happen to actually then contact another squad, you can then multi-charge them.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Which you can do with a
So anyway, that was fine. The knights are not as bad as Apple, especially the armigers. The armigers are really good.
The Helverin with the they're really good actually. The ones with the multi-melter and chain thing.
Yeah, they're really good.
I've got 4 of them to build.
They're really good. I want to get some what they called no, they're the Warglaives. The Warglaives have the multi-melter. Yeah. The Helverins are more. I want the long-range ones because I've got 4 Helverins. So,
right. Yeah.
Anyway, then it was November Echo. I played first game against Brandon, which was a lot of fun. He had his blood angels. Don't worry that the in the photos the what do you call it, the Thunderhawk isn't his. That was a piece of scenery. My God, the scenery! They spent some money on that scenery, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, it was on our table. It was just like an Eldar Titan, just there as scenery.
That's a lovely model, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a lovely model.
We were,
Yeah, so I managed to forget my Kratos turret. I was like, yeah, I was like, because it made my photos look bad. But yeah, I did all right on this game. It was fine. Brandon was a really, really nice guy to play against. Absolutely lovely game, lovely chap. And I got hammered, but I think it was more a case of I was too. The way I deployed, I think there was too much on this side, not enough on this side. So I absolutely dominated this side of the board, which was not where the objectives ended up going, because it was objectives get randomly placed during the second turn.
Yeah, that was good.
And then, there was really good mission, because it was like you're playing, and then at some point in quarters of the board, rolling a dice, the two objectives will end up on the board, and they're always moving. But the objectives ended up being on the side of the board where I was getting absolutely hammered. And not on the side of the board where I was doing all right. So it was just luck of the draw. Just roll the dice, and it was fine. It was great. He played really well. He deployed a lot more evenly, whereas I was trying to focus things, because he had a land raid of a bunch of nasty Terminators in there, so I wanted to get them dead by shooting.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Second game was Graham. Good game. Yeah, no problems. Graham tabled me by turn 4.
Well,
yep.
No surprises.
Just do that look, ladies and gentlemen. Go on YouTube. Look at that moment just there. Look at that little happy little face.
Yeah.
He's the princess that got
I killed the
pee out of her bed.
I killed the Kaitan, so I was happy with that.
You did kill the Kaitan. In fact, you're one of the few people that did.
I killed the Kaitan. That was brilliant. Life. Yeah. And then third game, I played against Gareth, who, as we know, is an absolute
monster.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster, and his Solar Auxilia literally ripped apart my all the shooting. Yeah. There was an assassin in there as well, which had held up my dreadnought for like 2 turns. It was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
It was just, I just couldn't kill it. And I was stuck in combat with it. So, it was just all the coordinated shooting, especially with those rapiers. It was
that will.
I'll do it.
Yeah, it was like you shoot one squad, and you're thinking, I can finish these guys off. Okay, you shoot them, but they've got the return fire, and then the whole tertio can return fire.
Right.
And it's all, and one of them had rotor cannons, and it was like 80 shots or something. And it's like, I can't save. It's weight of numbers, isn't it? But Solar Auxilia. Absolutely.
I know a unit that will take more shots than that and still survive.
Yeah, but just not with me rolling dice. So, but they were absolutely phenomenal, and they were all 3D printed as well, apart from the rapiers and the assassin. Everything in his army was 3D printed. Wow. So that was quite interesting. But that was my games played. So I guess that's what we're up to. So. What about any commitments for next month that we want to do?
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to. I think I'm going to carry on with that. So a bit of a crossroads here. So the next army that I want to do is this Corrupted Sons of Horus thing, which means building some more models, painting some more Sons of Horus. Or I'm kind of tempted now to do my Corrupted Knight army with my mech allies. But I don't know whether to wait for the new box set to come out before I do that, because I need Phalanx. And although I've got some Phalanx for my other Mechanicum, that would mean me stripping them down and repainting them, it's basically can I be asked territory at that point. So yeah, I think
with it being resin, it's a bit of a chew on.
It is a chew on, yeah. So I think what I might do is I might get the Corrupted Knights together and get them out that bit. So getting those Helverin Armiger things done, and then possibly some mech allies. Maybe I'll try and knock some up together or something. But do we know when the plastic Phalanx are out?
No idea.
Already announced it.
What's the normal? Is it like
any time within 3 months?
All right, okay.
I would think.
I think it was pushing
So
3
September,
months.
I would have thought.
Mm.
Getting
It might be
into
before then, but it was pushing it for 3 months when the Auxilia were released.
normally
I
you
mean,
get a game release in an edition
Yeah.
release in summertime, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whether it's going to be before or after
Helios
the
has got a new version, is it?
yeah,
Yeah. So I think what I might do is I
new
might
version of Age of Sigmar is coming
yeah. I might
probably
use
July.
my existing models as a sort of step, just to sub them in for the time being, and then when the plastics come out, paint my Dark Mechanicum to
That's
be
a good
the
idea.
allies.
That's a good
So I think that's probably what I'll do next, because the models are quite big and I quite enjoyed painting them. So I think that'd be quite cool.
Yeah.
So that's probably what I think that's what I'm going to do next. I'll see if I can get these Helverins done.
Yep, cool. I'm going to continue on with the battle group for the Solar Auxilia and paint some. I'm going to paint Imperial Fist Vindicator. Laser Vindicator, don't worry,
Good
Graham.
shout.
It's a laser
Good man.
Vindicator.
I was going to say I'd be worried then. Please tell me you've got more than one.
I've just got one for now, but I plan to get 2.
Get 3. Don't get 2, get 3. 3 is where it's at. That's 9 shots, twin linked. Spec 9 AP1 ordnance. Bear in mind, you can only move half your movement and fire them, but boy, they have always, without fail, always been my MVP every time I've used them.
Fair enough.
13, 13, 12, so that's tough as old boots.
But I've got the first one built. I've just got to paint it.
Yep. Very cool.
So, plan to prime it tomorrow.
Lovely.
Correct. What about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's just there are a load of pictures on our Facebook page and stuff from these events, so do check it out.
Yeah, I'll pop them in the when we've been talking about it. So
yeah,
trying
to link to a post, but I can't.
I'm kind of in a worse. I'm less of a crossroad, more of a. I don't really know what I want to do at all going forward kind of vibe. Because
that sounds like an impasse.
It's like I don't know if I want to start a new army.
Yes.
Yep. I see
nothing really taking nothing's really. I mean, there are a couple of. I mean, the White Scars jet bike list is always the dream in the back of the brain.
Oh
yeah,
but just because I've Blood Angels and Imperial Fists, White Scars have been
yes,
yes. Aggression Custodies already as well. So
yeah.
Solar Rocks being cheap is appealing in a way, but again, it's just a load of chew on hassle.
It's a lot of models,
and I've got Tanith guys waiting to be painted. It's just that thing of nothing in the existing collections I really want to expand upon. And do I want to?
Oh, did I tell you I bought a demon army?
You didn't mention that.
Oh, yeah. So in a kind of FOMO-esque fit of, well, Wayne is a very good painter, and he was selling his demon army, and I was like, this saves me a job, and they look really cool, and so I bought it. But
nice.
The models are really awesome. The problem is I haven't actually read the rules.
That's not a lot to read, so it's not.
Is it generic demons or is it a specific god?
It's all Nurgle. You'll like it, Mr. B. It's all very Nurgly. There's lots of models with those little scribbly buggers on them. What they're called?
Yeah, Nurglings.
Yeah, which is really nice. And there's a big old demon. There's some cool things. Lots going on. The models themselves are really awesome. But to sort of go with your Siege of Terror theme, that's where I'm going with mine, except the opposite end of the spectrum being the demons and the corrupted engines.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin. That's
what we need, Tris, is we need a weekend where we can play a massive battle.
Just all of our all of our respective armies just on
just doing a Siege of Terror rerun, which would be cool. So I have now got a demon army, which I do feel a little bit excessive about, because that does make my number of armies quite excessive.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just I need to crunch.
The salamanders are looking a little bit worried about their continued. It's either them or the Solar Auxilia that's going to go, because I don't play the Solar Auxilia. So
right, the bullet.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, see, my demon army's cool.
I mean, the only thing that stopped me from not buying that and going, I want to get, because demon army and get like the big bloodthirsters because you've already done it.
And that's it.
Because they look amazing.
I've ticked all those boxes for me.
Yeah.
Personally, having that.
When's the next Ard Hammer event?
July. So could be one of those. Could be on the.
I've got some Sons of Horus. I think it's just like a tactical squad and a squad of a Contemptor and a couple of HQ. I'm like, do I still need them?
Yeah, it's getting a bit silly now. I've got a lot of armies, and some of them I'm just not playing. So that's usually.
Maybe take a photo of them and see if you'd fancy them.
Maybe we can come to some arrangement.
Negotiation.
I'll get them out before I go to bed and take some photos. Okay, cool.
Don't put that in the group chat, Mr. B. I don't want to see that. Thank you. No offense. You're a lovely chap, and we've shared a room many an occasion. But I don't think that you getting them out before you go to bed is not on my list.
And take a photo. Get them out before you go to bed and take a photo. And send it to me before you go to bed. It's all kinds of fun.
I am.
Megan has nicely been making some dice bags for me.
Was worried where that was going momentarily.
So I need to get some transfer paper to print on some transfers to go on them. So she's making me one for the custodians tomorrow. So
very nice.
So because I think it's going to be easier to store the dice in a bag rather than the boxes.
Yeah, I use dice bags. It's just making life easier.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
All right. So I think that's about it. So shall we move on to how the Union is?
State of the Union.
State of the Union.
Okie dokie. Now it's time for State of the Union, where we have a look at what's going on in the wider heresy community outside of our tiny little cabin in which we operate. So let's start with Mr. B. What is the first important note on the State of the Union?
Well, we had a Book of the Year sort of thing for last year.
We had the Book of the Year.
Yeah, the Book of the Year.
I didn't know we'd written one.
No, we didn't have one, but the outcome of Book of the Year came out, and basically the end and the death in its 3 different volumes was voted into places 7, 3, and 2. So
right, nice.
So 11th.
Sorry.
So it came in 11th.
Yeah, no, it would have been number 1 had it been just one book, I think. Because you only got 1 vote. But The Lion, Son of the Forest, was number 1, which isn't too bad because it's actually a good book. But
that's a Son of a Forest. Maybe that's
but yeah, no, Ends in the Death.
That sounds like something that you'd get from Anchorman. Neptune's beard.
Neptune's beard. Son of the Forest.
But I think the End of the Death getting 3 out of the 10 places was pretty cool.
That's cool.
That's not bad. That is pretty juicy.
Just got to see what they decide to do going forward with heresy books.
They're going to autobiographies from every character.
We're still due on a Horus Primarch book.
We're going to get a full autobiography of who was the guardsman in like the first 2, the Asian character. I can't know what his name is now, but we're going to get a book about his history. We're going to get a book
I'm
about.
guessing they're going to stop, are they? I mean,
Jeff from Accounting's history.
I would like to see them filling in gaps, but not like, oh, this is like not like doing a big book that's going to like change the law, but like, okay, if you've got an idea for a novel, like say Aaron Dembski Bowden's like, I've got an idea for a thing about this little battle that we mentioned in this book years ago. I just want to expand it into a bit of a novel. Cool, go for it. Just slot it in. I think that as a setting, it'll be quite cool. You know, the odd novella, the odd thing. I mean, we've already had short stories as well since, but we'll see. It's just, I would be very surprised if they say, like, no more heresy books ever, because it's such a good, well-selling line.
Do you think you can expand on the siege area? I think
Yes, you can, but not major stuff. Like, you know what they've had? We've had the 3 novellas like Garrow and.
I want to know what was going on in the Solar Fleet. I want to hear about, some little
stuff like that.
Rating having to, clean out the latrines for 4 months while they hide around the rings of Jupiter.
Yeah, but they've got a lot of things in there that they could just take 1 or 2 bits and bobs and like do a whole novella about it.
Yeah.
And there's probably a few unfinished stories out there that they've. I mean, they did a lot clearing up the loose ends, but there's probably some that can still be.
Do you think though that they're not asking for, when they're doing like the Black Library submission thing, where you can write in, they're not asking for heresy content there, are they?
No, but
which would imply
I would say they've never asked for heresy content. And you rarely get a new writer being put straight into heresy. You normally get someone who's established and worked themselves into getting a heresy thing. They've maybe done a couple of shorts first.
Right.
They seem to treat heresy like it's the crown jewels, and you're only getting to write for it if we can trust you.
You've got a proper track record.
It is a serious New York Times best-selling book series. So
yeah, it would seem kind of odd for them to just bin that off and start on something else, but maybe that's what they're going to do, the scouring or whatever it's called. But then you'd think, but then again, they wrote the heresy before there was the models in the heresy, wasn't there?
Yeah. So it would be nice to see them do something more. I think as a setting, it would be great, but anyway, I'm just going to remove this bit from that Chris was going to do next for Adepticon, because we've kind of had the answer for that. I just realized.
Oh, hang on. So now we're really flying by the seat of our pants.
Because I didn't double check these.
Because we are now, it's winner takes all. Right, okay. I am now Graham.
Should we just skip? Go on. You take this and
that's
then.
it. Let's go for it. Let's just roll.
Who am I now? I'm completely confused.
You are Leonard.
Just take over after. Chris will do the next bit, and then you can, and then we'll resume.
Okay,
in the order.
Leonard Carnathian, you're a dentist from Zurich.
Excellent.
Hey,
I can do that.
Once dated Playboy cover girl from 1984, and your current practice is incredibly successful, but you do have a lot of suspicious gold that you've taken out of people's teeth.
Well, I've got a full backstory to work with right there. Okay, very good. Excellent.
Hey, look, you asked, you got.
You got.
Okay. Right. One of the missing things from Solar Auxilia is fluff about some of the cohorts and their color schemes. So, Warcom, because we don't call it Warhammer Community, we call it Warcom.
That.
Absolutely. Yeah. Abbreviations, Abros to the max, came to the rescue with information about a selection of cohorts associated with some of the legions, including the Calth High Guard, the Prosperine Spire Guard, and the Barabian. Okay, but I'm pretty sure I've taken this medication.
Make
sure you get pronunciation right to get people right.
Yeah, I know, right? That's I'm going to get an email. Baraban and Baxstol, and Boxty, Ambrasil,
Baxatoy. One thing I did like was how not every scheme followed the colours of the Legion.
Yeah, Chthonian headhunters kind of do that, don't they? Just looking at that, the black and the red of the the kind of just airing.
But like the Inuit, it's sort of like khaki undercoverings, and then iron and gold armor.
Oh yeah. Does it say which legion they kick about with?
Yeah,
because the tanks look like Iron Warrior tanks, don't they?
Yeah, but they're definitely Imperial Fists. The guys,
is Inuit.
Oh yeah, see what you mean.
The Seleucid Thorakite. They're definitely Iron Warriors, guys.
Inuit Phylaxite. Are they?
Yeah. Whereas the Iron Warriors ones are the Seleucid
Thorakite. Yeah, they're cool. Yeah. Very nice.
Some very cool looking Yeah, and they've got
See, I
some
think that's
cool-
one of the things with my solo series that I want to kind of do them again. That
Yeah.
sounds kind of weird, but I think that's probably why I want.
'Cause
I'm just going to.
That's sort
I
of a
reckon I'd do a
Sons of
better
Horus green, isn't it? With just steel coloured plates over it.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Okay, cool. Right. Where were we?
It's Lender's next.
Yes. About my practice.
or are we just what are we
P
doing?
works. P works like P Diddy, but this one's
no, we're
obviously-
not talking about that.
Let's not talk about him, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. We're right up to the satire. P works better than P Diddy. Have a great new mat out, according to Mr. B. The Arid Plain. What's her name? Arid Plain. Virginia Plain from Roxy Music. That is pretty good, actually. I'll give you that, Mr. B. Not bad. P work.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
not my internet?
Looks like a plane. Very
It
good.
looks like dirt. That's always a win.
Right. Good stuff.
You got
6x4.
extras? Oh, sorry.
6x4. 4x6, Mr. B, you crazy man. Will set you back €76.90 if I'm getting into character, which is probably about half a gold tooth.
I forgot. I mean, gold teeth are normally 15 karat gold.
Go on,
Yeah,
how accurate was
no, it's probably it's probably 2 gold teeth,
2 gold teeth worth. There you go.
roughly.
Roughly speaking. P works in his gold teeth.
That's it. There's a sentence. Anyway, don't get those two things confused in a text. Right. White Scar Hibu Khan. Oh, this is Mr. B. This is Mr. B.
No, you
See
go for it.
that?
You go for
No,
it. And then we'll
no,
get back to no. You go for this, and we'll get back to on track. Just
crikey, that's it. The wheels are
They're all over the place. They're all over.
Well,
Anything.
Who am I? I'm
Just-
Mr. B.
just cover Hibu Khan.
Hibu Khan, just cover him.
Yeah.
The towel. Like a
I would, particularly with his face, if he happened to be in the bedroom.
He does have a particularly interesting situation going on. His
He's even
teeth
put makeup on and
is
the like for his
Yeah.
special performance.
he's gone full eyes wide shut there.
Doesn't
I-
happy.
I like this guy, to be fair. I think he's a super cool looking character.
I think he's
Um,
the helmet looks awesome.
yeah.
Is that Mark 3 or Mark 6 he's wearing?
It's Mark 3. No, 2.
Mark 3. Mark 2.
Mark 2. Mark 2.
The helmet looks proper awesome.
He looks super cool. I really
Yeah,
do
he
like
does.
him a lot.
Yeah,
I'm
I would be
actually-
making him with a helmet
which
because
is
the
why
helmet is
the
awesome.
White Scars love is always in the back of my brain, because every time they bring out a model for them, I'm just like, yeah, that is cool.
They
I
did
just don't
require
want
some
paint white.
painting. Yeah, exactly. Red on white.
Yeah,
Proper paint in the gonads.
I
And
mean,
even painting white on blue for the Ultramarines was hard graft. And this is intricacy of the highest order.
intricacy.
You've got to
Yeah.
be pretty skilled.
Got to be on it. I like him. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he's a
I
great
think
model.
he's
He looks amazing.
I haven't looked at his rules, but they're in beta garment, and I'm sure we'll get around to them.
He's got a kind of samurai-esque thing going on there, hasn't he? Rather than a Mongolian esque thing, I feel. That
Yeah.
helmet. But it's damn fine.
beautiful.
Yeah, and he's a traitor, sort of. He sort of joined the forces who wanted to join Horus, and he was sort of said, right, no, you're going to go out on suicide missions instead because I'm not going to kill you.
Well, Mr. B, he is, in fact, a loyalist in terms.
No, that's
of
what I
the
mean.
rules.
He joined Horus's contingent in the first place, and then when Khan said, right, pack it in, we're not joining Horus, he was like, all right, I'm sorry. And he was like, well, right, I'm not going to kill you, but you're going to go off on suicide missions.
The
You're a
Saga
loyalist, so
Mazan.
Saga Mazin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Gotcha.
2 wounds, just 5, 3, I don't know, only 3 attacks.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Oh,
You like
he was
him?
part of the Shattered Legions. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So
So
he's
he's
a story.
he's cool. He's got there's a whole I think is he the guy that sliced off little Horus's face,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah, Horus Aximand in the chops.
Yeah.
See,
But yeah, he's cool. He's got there's some nice little stories about him in the stuff. So
Nice backstory.
not as good
okay.
as Leonard was.
No, fair enough. Right, Graham. What about
Yeah, so Gale Force 9's Battlefield in a Box products have always been amazing. Have always been amazing, and they're now getting even better with some new products unveiled at Adepticon. Nevertheless, the chapter scenery made in partnership with War Scenery. Well, that's a mouthful, Mr. B. What's going on here then? What am I
Heard
looking
that
at?
before.
Yeah, the chapter. Hey, send me a picture. The chapter Arsenal, chapter Stronghold, chapter Machine Cult, and chapter Bunker resemble structures from the Dawn of War games and will look great on most
I
tables.
was about to say those exact words. They are.
Oh yeah,
That is the command bunker thing from Dawn of War.
totally is right.
the Dawn of War stuff. So it's like, yay!
Yeah, it's not bad. It's all right. Not
Yeah.
terrible. If you're into other games, they have Tau themed terrain and some BattleTech stuff as well coming down the pipe. Very good.
Okay, so we got the Golden Demon winners from Adepticon. Horus Heresy category was won by David David Gizmo Paints on Instagram with an interesting conversion of Perturabo. Yeah, that's a really, really, really nice model there.
It's a nice model, isn't it?
Beautiful.
That is cool.
Yeah,
Why is the link not working?
I love it. I wish I could.
How did he get that? What's that face from?
He sculpted it. If you go on his Instagram, it's like his second post at the minute. He has sculpted so much stuff on there, like
Right.
the fingers holding the skull. It's like
Yeah.
so much green stuff and the yellow. I can't remember what the yellow stuff is, but it's a
No.
lot of conversion work on there.
It is super
Amazing.
cool.
Yeah, really,
Yeah,
really,
that is something
really
else.
well
That-
painted.
The metallic on that is
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
it's just
Silver was Matthew Cantor with his Night Lord's Praetor. Not any conversions there, but it's a really nice background. But yeah, beautiful painting there. I mean, it's just like God level like painting. I mean, that fletch on the top of the jump pack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then bronze was Aaron Clark with his Horus Ascended. And
Let's have
it's
a
like,
look at that one.
that's really good. I like struggle to believe that's a painted model. It looks,
yeah.
it looks,
The definition there on everything is crisp as.
it make it, it looks like it's
Oh,
computer, a computer
Doesn't it?
generated,
It's-
it looks like it's a computer painted image. It's just so
You know the
smooth.
phrase photorealistic,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
right up there, isn't it?
but it is
That base is
photorealistic.
really
on
nice
that.
as well, like with the
The riding.
the sort
Yeah.
of glowing redness underneath. That is a fantastic model. That like
Yeah, and then we had some.
looks like
there
it
was-
does look like a painting, doesn't it? That one. I'm surprised that got third.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't
I
want
think
to
that's better than
be.
yeah. They look,
I don't want to be mean to Matthew Cantor. I'm
Night
sure,
Lords. Yeah.
and then Night Lords, but
yeah,
that
maybe
there is.
I would have. Yeah, there's a lot going on, I suppose, in the base and stuff on the Night Lords one, and there's probably a lot of detail that we're not seeing. But the style of that Horus
Yeah.
is unreal.
Yeah, it
Never
just
seen a
shows
model like it.
the level.
Incredible.
In epic scale, a Reba Titan 1 gold, and it looks really nice with those little solar auxiliary on the base. It's like,
Okay.
wow. That's a beautiful model. And then there was a Thunderbolt
Thunderbolt.
from Alexis Lahumia. I think I've got that right. Which got bronze, and that looks really nice. Really nice old school sort
Yeah.
of. I like the camo pattern on it. It's just great. Thunderbolts, wonderful
Yeah.
for Golden Demon. Obviously.
I suppose it's got that look of floating. So I'm
Yeah.
guessing on that very end wing spar there is a connector into that curved.
I think that would be the case.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's some amazing models in there.
I guess
I'm
if you
really-
look down at it, you get that kind of weird forced perspective thing where it looks like it's like Mars up in the air. But really cool idea.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that a lot. Warhammer community also shared some of the commended entries from Golden Demon. and they were in epic scale. There was a very pretty Blood Angel Spartan, which looks super cool considering that's painted in teeny tiny mode.
Tiny mode, yeah.
And a
Goodness.
single Marine.
No.
Some
Yeah,
people-
this is
That's
this.
super cool.
I mean, that is
Goodness.
just
It does
It's
look very cool. So yeah, and in full scale heresy, corrupted dreadnought. Graham might want to get his little peepers on this. Imperial Fist Praetor as well. So something for
Like the corrupted dreadnought.
something for both of us.
Something for all the family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty
is cool.
cool. Nice work, people.
Yeah, definitely. Magnificent. Very good.
Magnificent.
Okay, who's next out the barrel?
that'd be you.
You know.
Excellent. Emma from Warhammer Community has published a painting video for the Athean Heavy Sentinel in the scheme of the Chthonian Headhunters.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Have a look.
So it's always nice to get heresy painting videos because it just shows they're actually paying attention to the system still.
Goodness.
Yeah, and
oh yeah, I watched this actually. It's really good.
Yeah,
video.
very good. We've got an unveil of the Command Squad kit. It's been long overdue, and it's an upgrade frame, not a separate kit for the existing Mark 6 or Mark 3 kits. You get 5 combat shields, 6 power swords, a bolt pistol, 4 artificer pauldrons, 8 anti-helmets, a helmet under an arm, and 3 bear heads, as well as a new transfer sheet with 463 decals. So what are we thinking of this, guys?
Excellent.
What's your opinion?
I think it's great. It depends how much it is, but the helmets are good because they're not Mark 6 beaky ones. They're a little bit more old school. I think it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, banners are always tough to get hold of, and those ones look pretty awesome. Actually, I've got to be honest. Yeah, love it. What are those shields? Are like breacher shields? Are they?
Just combat shields.
Combat shields, are they? But you could probably, I wouldn't use them, but you could use them for breacher shields at a push, I guess, if you bought a couple of sets.
Yeah, but you've got lots you can do there. Swords obviously always handy. So that's what we're getting.
Nice, I like it.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's coming, but we'll see when that gets released. Apparently, it's going to be released with one with a set of 5 normal Marines to sort of build the squad as well as being released individually.
Right, gotcha.
So we'll just see what they're going to do there then. Okay. Right. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah. Warhammer Heroes Cab came and went.
Is that it? Oh, yes.
Let's see. 25 heroes were announced. Well done, them.
Well played.
Yeah, well done there. There's some worthy people on there. I have in the notes. We weren't on it, so who cares? But
yeah, did you not get the memo? Oh, got the email.
Our counter-revolutionary attempt did not.
I didn't think that we wanted to do it, so I just said no. Sod off on your bike.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I said expenses paid to Nottingham for chip suppers afterwards, and a couple of and one beverage of your choice under £4 from Bugman's Bar. I said no, you can
not a lot.
you can poke that nonsense, Games Workshop. We don't work for the man. I said
exactly.
Proud, independent.
We don't want to do with corporate nonsense.
We know
we do. We're the shills. We spent 8 years
being ignored by you.
No one's corporate shills. We're doing it for the people. We're the people's podcast.
That's our so popular factor about people that nobody could be asked to write in and say, "Hey, we like all the work these people do." That's how much it means to people.
We don't want your stupid awards.
Yeah.
We don't want your corporate ideals pushing your products to us. No, absolutely. Keep your nonsense.
Damn straight. Yes.
Some of what I said may be true. Some of what I said may not be true.
Let the viewers decide. That's what I say.
Fight the power.
Yeah, as long as we are
Trust
not
me,
those.
Once the Terry Cabal starts kicking in,
that's about see.
You're gonna see
to upset the world.
Big changes.
Like the Illuminati.
The heresy community, the Terry Cabal
Terry kebab.
is
It's
yeah.
just a thing.
If
Gotta watch it.
if you're listening and your name is Terence and you want to be in charge of the Terry Cabal,
All you need to do is rename yourself Terry Cabal.
Terry
It's only a
Cabal,
minor thing to
Yeah.
get your name changed by deed poll. So if you wouldn't
And
mind,
I'm going to do that. Graham's going to do that. Well, he's going to be Terry Cabal.
Yeah.
I'll be Terry Cabal.
and when eventually the Games Workshop police corner us in our
Yeah.
secret lair, we can do an I am Spartacus thing.
Yeah.
You say, oh, I am Terry.
I am Terry Cabal.
I am Terry.
We are all Terry
Yeah.
Cabal, and Terry Cabal is all.
Yeah. I am Negan kind of thing. Right.
Yeah.
Very cool. Anyway, we got to look at Steve from Steve-O from Warcom's Custodes Army, including how he paints it. A lot of cool models, plus fans a Custodes themed Knigget. He's got. I do not like that model. It never looks good. It looks a bit too like a few more, bit like me, a few too many Greg's pasties over the years. And again, we've got Silverhead, weird head man. Nice, yeah, love it. Terry Venables, brilliant. And then Custodes theme night. Okay, interesting.
And Robert.
Oh yes,
isn't it?
Robert. Oh, I didn't notice that. He's in his golden disco armor.
Yeah.
He's out for a night at Studio 51, isn't he?
He's
Indeed
gone,
he is.
54
he's
or whatever it
gone.
was.
Studio 54. He has gone full
Area 51, Studio 54.
Disco
Do not
Smurf.
listen, friends, do not, if you get an invite, make sure you know which one is Studio 54
Yeah.
and which one is Area 51.
51.
Because you don't want to get those two mixed up.
Different.
There might,
Different.
there might be some probing at each one.
Either could be probing. That's a very good point, well made.
Is Studio 54 still around, or is it
No,
just
I don't
closed?
think it is.
End of the 70s, I think it closed. But yes, there you go. He does look very disco.
Disco Smurf. Full on.
Disco Smurf.
Disco Smurf.
Yeah.
Studio 54 is a Broadway theatre and former nightclub.
Former nightclub.
Former nightclub. Yeah.
Theatre now.
Didn't somebody, tangent time, somebody died trying to get into Studio 54, didn't they? Or did I just dream that? Maybe it was in an episode or something.
No, it sounds like something that did happen, but I don't know.
Can't remember. Maybe it was just something in American Horror Story or something. I can't remember.
Inside the club. Do you know, I dreamt, weirdly, last night I dreamt that I won the Chinese National Lottery. Which I think
very peculiar.
Because the fact that the Chinese would have a national lottery.
Exactly, that is weird. And that you're not a member of the Chinese Communist Party, which probably excludes you from your winnings anyway. That's a very weird dream.
That is
and you know what? So, this is fully, but I feel like I need to talk about it.
This is a flipping therapy session.
Yeah, that's all this show has been for all these years, Graham, is our respective therapy sessions. So, in my dream, I dreamt I had to go to W.H. Smith's. No word of a lie. I had to go to W.H. Smith's, and rather than it be numbers,
yes,
it was Chinese words.
Yes,
and that was how. If you guessed the words correctly, you would win. You would win the Chinese National Lottery.
I'm guessing must be a few quid because there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people.
I would assume that they'd play it, right?
So
unless that's America, where it's like just different regional ones, because.
Oh yeah.
So I chose all the different parts of a duck. So
you
like
probably
the
need
bill, the wing,
the
the feet,
okay,
the legs, and I chose all those words, and I won the Chinese National Lottery. And I woke up this morning going, "Oh, that was weird."
Where's the nearest W.H. Smith?
yeah. All very peculiar. Not the weirdest dream I've ever had, but that's perhaps maybe I'll save that for another time.
The fact that it's not the weirdest dream I've ever had is a bit worrying.
Weirdest dream I've ever had. Weirdest dream I've ever had. I dreamt that I was in a town, like your classic Midwestern American college town kind of thing, big town square with trees and parks and stuff. And everyone in the town was a different flavor. So some people were like cherry. So like,
were you eating people?
no.
go
So
around and lick-
everyone just knew that they were a different flavor, and I started eating all the people because they were different flavors, and would like, yeah, that is the weirdest trip I've ever
If
had.
there's any psychiatrists out there, please ignore that. Just you know, because
I'm perfectly normal.
whatever weird.
I'm going to
right,
put this
just-
episode out, and then we're going to get a message from Annie. Oh, by the way, Chris has been committed for the rest of his life. He's got
I mean,
he's
this
got
was
a whole life-term commitment
was
to
like-
Broadmoor.
this was like 3 or 4 years ago now, so nothing's come of it. But
Okay.
yes, I distinctly remember everyone being different flavors,
Got you.
which I think there's a message in there somewhere.
I think you're probably right.
So what we're gonna hear next is the headlines of the Brighton Cannibal.
Okay, well, there is a Chinese
Sorry.
national lottery if you're interested,
Oh, no.
and it actually, wow, it's big money. So it raked in 23,243 billion. I can't pronounce it. Is it yuan?
Ah.
Which
Yen,
works
isn't
out your yen. Oh, that's yen. Yeah, okay. A ridiculous amounts in pound sterling, like 2,000. Yeah, that's serious money.
I didn't even know it
Nice.
was a thing. So there we go.
Okay.
Well, pretty
Yeah.
much everywhere are lost these days, except
Well, you would
Quebec,
think
I
that
think.
being it's
At least two billion.
the ideals on which the nation is largely based on, you would think a lottery would not be.
Yeah, 2,573 million.
I think they abandoned the deals a long time ago.
I think you're probably right. Anyway, off geopolitics and on to the next section. Anybody
that.
else got any weird dreams? Let's get them out.
Well, we're here. I mean,
Yeah.
there was when I was a very small child where I was
I
I
chased
don't
by.
want to hear anymore.
Okay, so
I was chased by a
uh,
shark with sunglasses.
Yeah,
And that's
we got
really-
an article from Warhammer community about what various content creators in the community have been up to. No, we're not featured again. So, guys,
I mean,
although to be fair,
Man.
some of these are actually pretty amazing. So, I mean, but yeah,
That's-
no. But we exist, guys. We exist.
I don't know what they're up to. Are these heresy ones? They are heresy
Who-
ones.
Yes.
who are these chumps?
Oh, that makes me feel like so much better. Cult of Paint, they're fair enough. All right, go on. Well, look, Guerrilla Military Games. What do they? Okay, is that it?
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? And who gives a fuck?
Cult of Paint
Anyway.
are pretty awesome.
There's
But
a
yes, you're
PDF.
right.
What does the PDF do?
Play on
Oh, it's-
tabletop. Never heard of them.
Oh, they're quite big. They're quite big on YouTube. They do battle reports. See, that's what Warhammer wants. They want battle reports and stuff.
Do they?
Yeah, wow.
But we don't do battle reports.
They don't
so-
want our awesome commentary on
I don't want my
Yeah,
dreams.
absolutely.
what weird dreams our presenter had.
Absolutely, 100% don't want that.
Look, I only
I'm gonna
talk
get-
about
I'm
this
gonna
because
get-
I know they don't care.
I'm gonna get an email from them in a couple of weeks saying, "Yeah, your podcast, don't mention
don't.
Warhammer again. In fact, we're going to take out some sort of legal binding order so you can't talk about any of our stuff." After hearing about Chris Mills, the cannibals,
I didn't say I necessarily ate them.
Yeah,
Yes,
whatever.
But the people
Dude.
were different flavors. I can't help that.
Yeah, okay.
I would like to point out that I'm pretty sure if they were going to
Just a
cease
little
and
bit
desist,
off the flank.
if we got a cease and desist from Games Workshop, hey, at least they know we're there.
Exactly like anything.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, any kind of attention, daddy,
Anyway,
any kind of attention,
Mm.
daddy, GW.
Exactly right. Well,
we don't want it. I've always liked Mantic more.
yeah.
Right.
Right, what we up to? Yeah, we did the Steve from Warzone, Warcom rather. It's you, Chris, mucker.
Oh, where the hell am I? No, it's not. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So,
it is.
Oh, okay.
It is, and I made purposely sure you got this one because I thought you had some comments on it.
Do I don't remember now.
You did.
Oh, Mr. B, a lot's happened since then.
Oh, fair enough.
I've gone through therapy. I've gone through
yeah, some strange dreams.
straight dreams.
Yep.
Was I for it or against it?
Laid off the
You
mezcal.
said they weren't that. Your words weren't they. The prices aren't unreasonable.
That does sound like the sort of thing I would say. They're not terrible. I don't dislike them. Although I did see a cool thing on TikTok the other day.
Yeah, these
Um,
yeah. So these are the wicked
it was-
bricks. Wicked
they're
Brits
quite
display
cool.
cases.
Yeah, they're super nice. I do like them for what they are. What they're made of plastic, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I believe so.
Clip together. Yeah.
Little backgrounds. They're pretty cool. I don't dislike them.
Yeah, I think that big one there, the biggest one is $81.99
Okay.
with a background.
I think I did look at getting some of these. You can get these
So
a bit
that's
cheaper, but you
a-
don't get the background. So I guess you
So
can
that's
just put
if you got it as a 650 millimeters, I think that's wide.
only
so it's
65 centimeters, so it's going to be length.
Yes. Oh, yeah. No, it's 650 millimeters.
65
yeah,
centimeters.
Yeah, 194 millimeters tall and 225 millimeters deep. It's $81.99, and you can fit your vehicles in there and a number of stuff. But yeah, so it was someone did do comparisons to the kind of stuff that I assume Chris gets, the jury like display cases, and apparently they were.
Now I remember the conversation saying, yeah.
Apparently they're not unreasonable.
No, yeah, I mean, jewelry display stuff's always crazy money anyway, but they're not stupidly expensive in comparing them to other stuff that's out there.
I think that was the crack. If GW had released these in sort of like an isolated thing where you couldn't get something similar, I think people will be like, it's a bit of a rip off. But
yeah, especially the classic favorite is the old IKEA stand, isn't it?
That's what I was going to say. The old
tower.
How much does an IKEA display case? Comparison, obviously, it's a bit of a chew on to put.
I suppose on those things they can go on the desk, so it's they can make it an IKEA display cabinet.
I think these are more to go in display cabinets rather than
just on your shelves and stuff like that. No, it's
rather than being a display cabinet.
Yeah, no,
I mean, you can get the Balladian glass door cabinet, 35 by 32 by 151 for £80.
IKEA podcast. I think
we should. There will be some. The podcast.
Oh, there's bound to be. But to be fair, for a standard $16.99 for a single mini display case with a background, $16.99, and that'll hold a single mini. If you've done a golden demon paint job that you're like, I'm really proud of this, I'm going to put it on display. That's
the thing for you.
That's the thing for you, yeah.
Fair enough.
There's an IKEA sleep podcast.
I'm sure somebody's
IKEA podcast you must follow in 2024.
There you go, right?
Tell me more.
If you put 3 best Horus Heresy podcasts you must follow in 2024, we're right at the top.
You look at this stuff and you're like, oh my god, they sell this Lego Dungeons and Dragons thing, and I'm like, I need that. That's just the display case for the Lego Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my god, how much does the actual Lego Dungeons and Dragons thing cost?
Just going to warn you, Graham. Do not Google best Horus Heresy podcasts.
I take it our search engine optimization isn't working quite as it should.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I ought to go to Fiverr and hire someone for that. Okay.
There are 1, 2, 3. It's not done it in numeric order. I just put Google and then it's just put podcast series / Horus Heresy.
Okay, yeah.
We are.
Oh no, we don't want.
1,
We
2,
are
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 11, 12, 13.
Bloody hell, we're not even in the top
19,
10.
22.
Oh my god, we're getting relegated. We're not even in the top.
To be fair, a lot of it just Googling it. I've used Bing, and it's sort of putting number 1 as the Imperial Truth.
Flipping heck, really? Oh nonsense!
Who's he paying?
Who is he
paying? Yeah, Greg's been around along though. They've got the Sons of Heresy on there. They haven't actually put out an episode for years.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I'm going to
that is the co-pilot chat thing. But yeah,
what does that mean?
Fair enough. Whatever. It's irrelevant because it's got podcasts on there that haven't put out episodes in years. Sorry, Greg. It must be. Yeah. No.
Wait a minute, Mr. B. Are you telling me that our podcast is so bad that literally people that have retired for 5 or 6 years are still rated?
That's Bing. Bing is.
And why are we doing this again?
I've been saying it for years.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, right.
Ooh.
Okay. Moving on.
So kicking the metaphorical,
Right in the
isn't
sack.
it?
Go on, Graham. Do you want to take the next one? The next
Not
one
really
was more.
now, Mr. B. I've got one.
Oh, fair enough.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Alright.
here we go. This is the one.
Okay.
Year 8, episode 5, where Graham has
Sudden
a
realization
complete
that it was like,
breakdown.
why am I doing this again? Just like okay. I'm just
All
gonna
right.
mic drop, literally and figuratively, because I am a mic do drop.
I am not dropping my mic because it's expensive.
I mean, we had a good run. We've had some highs, we had some lows. I think,
Yeah.
if we're going to call it, if we're going to say now's the time to walk away, halfway through the State of the Union, it's
the unfinished episode, they'll call it.
Oh, it could be, isn't it? Yeah.
Then what happened? Why did they never finish this episode?
Why did we never find out that there was a competition to win a combat patrol?
Exactly.
Or little horse
many
model getting
things
released.
Exactly.
You'll never hear about Edge of Empire listeners because the 5 of you out there.
Yeah. 3 now.
Yeah, 3 of you now.
Look, we got 5 dedicated listeners. Let's do this for them.
Okay. Yeah, it's worth it totally.
I'll do it for them. But that's it.
Just think of the 5 that that are listening. Anyway,
emotionally spent.
We are now.
I need a cigarette and a sleep. That's what I need right now.
So anyway, worth a discussion, apparently, according to Mr. B. But of late, neoprene objective markers have been getting very popular. I don't like them. The big,
that's sort of why I'm like, are we what do we think of these?
If you got a discount from Warhammer Fest, P-Works are getting on board with their Danger Highway to the Danger.
Here's the thing, I
don't like these objective markers. I think they look. The problem is they take up so much flipping scenery. They're the most immersion breaking things in the world.
Yeah, I think when I'm playing a competitive game of 40k, don't mind it so much. But in a Horus Heresy game, and I use them in the game with Paul, I do think whilst they're handy for saying, hey, this is your 3 inches, so this...
You've got a tape measure, though.
Yeah.
Guys.
I think it's a speedy way of saying, hey, I am on this
You
terrain.
can't recognise 3 inches by now.
You've been talking to my wife.
He only works in multiples of.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That wasn't an implication by any stretch of the imagination, Mr. B, about any appendage or part of your body that has to be 3 inches or the derivative thereof. It was more
his little finger.
How far you off the objective by experience.
But yeah, no, for a competitive game of 40k, it's an interesting time saving measure, but I'm not sure it's necessary in Heresy.
There's a lot of these things, aren't there?
The game's getting quicker. I've noticed that as people are getting used to these new rules, the games are getting quicker. So I don't necessarily think that it's
immersion of the game. I think is the key point there. You're right. I think what you've written there is I think they're too big and they do break the immersion of the game for very, very little benefit, really. And in fact, actually not being, thinking you're 3 inches away from the objective on the last turn and finding out you're 4 inches away, it's actually, part of the game, I think.
It's that thing of if I run, it's that, yeah, I know what you mean.
So yeah, I'm not a huge fan, I've got to be honest.
No.
Yeah, but that's them. Okay, right. We got Little Horus. He's shown off his ugly mug. Looks a bit like Prince Zuko. The fact that Graham and Chris didn't know this reference is like either made me feel really.
Prince Zuko, isn't he in The Last Airbender?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that now because I watched the series or started watching the series on Netflix. But yes, you're right because of the
cartoon's better.
The cartoon is meant to be better.
The series is good, but the cartoon is really, really, really good. You should all watch it. Legend of Avatar. But he's a nice model. I like him. I'm not sure I would want him the face because it really is quite petty.
Oh, that's a worry, isn't it? Yeah. Has he got
definitely not one for the bedroom?
Has he? Yeah, he looks a bit too keen. If I'm honest. You know, I'm all for it. You know, enjoying what he's doing, but he looks like a man who's enjoying it a little bit too much, frankly.
No, he has the look of a man who's thinking, "Do they want me to bring out the equipment?" That's what that face is telling me. It's like, yeah, they're into this.
Somebody said, "Oh, have you got any equipment with him?" That's his smile. You know, even
he's
though
gone.
Peculiar.
Yes, I do.
He's got a peculiar, steamer trunk full of objects.
Yes, I do, Denise. Don't you worry.
Objects banned in half of Europe.
Yes. So anyway, it's a cool looking model. I don't think his rules are particularly great, but it's a good looking model.
It's a bit meh, rules wise.
His
helmet's pretty cool. I do like the little tusks.
Yes.
I think that's super nice. That. Sword is a bit rubbish.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a sword of business, isn't it?
Yeah, it's purposeful.
Mourn It All, I think it's called.
It is indeed. It's the one that owes. Crikey.
Yeah,
thing he gets at the end.
Yeah,
come on, brain.
He with two of them.
Loken, yeah, he gets Mourn It All, and he has
Rubio's Force Sword. Yeah. Okay, right.
Chris?
Yeah, okay, so
Chris. There's a competition with a combat patrol and Vanguard / Spearhead. What?
Is it still running?
Some of this is explained.
I don't know. You're running a patrol. They're just starter boxes for Heresy and
entries close on the 19th of April.
Okay, never mind. Okay, I don't know. Never.
Up to date news, people.
That's us.
Yeah,
up to date. Tomorrow. Yesterday's news today. That's us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I should use my allotted time to tell you about another dream that I had.
No, thank you. Anyway,
we're done with Chris's dreams.
Chief Financial Officer.
3 little L's.
Oh yeah, I remember this one, which caused a lot of people to go, the sky is falling, because it came like a couple of days after the Custodes Codex came out, and they were all like, she's leaving because there were female space Custodes.
Right.
What's ridiculous?
Okay, that's an interesting leap. Anyway,
I know.
Games Workshop Chief Financial Officer Rachel Tung, who a little while ago announced her departure from the company in January 2025, has served at the firm since 1996, when she joined as group tax manager. So go you. And she's been a board member since 2025. So that's pretty good going, isn't it? From 1996 to 2025 to get onto the board.
Are we doing biographies of Games?
To be honest, it's only notable because a lot of people were like panicking over it, and it's like.
Anyway, she was financial director since 2022, from 2025, from 2015, and then CFO from 2022. So she obviously has to notify the LSE, London Stock Exchange, when she's leaving, because she's got 7,500 shares to liquidate. £95 a share, netting her a very nice £711,000. That's not a bad little nest egg to take away with you, is it?
Yeah, people are panicking. They're like, she's leaving because they got female custodies, and
she's leaving because she's leaving
because the share price.
She's leaving because she's reaching retirement age, and she's like, right, I'm going to liquidate these shares and buy myself a nice little country pile.
Good on her. She's having a lovely time.
She's going to spend all that money on a classic resin Solar Rocks army off of eBay. That's what she's doing.
She'll have
that's the only way
50 pence of that left.
The only way she can do it was by liquidating some of her shares. Yeah. So she's like, right, that's it. Now they're going to plastic. I'm going old school. Let's sell these bad boys.
But yeah, the thing is, before she can do anything like that, she has to sort of say because she's an officer of the board, to avoid insider trading, she has to report everything like that. And the process for this would have started a bit before the Custodes Codex came out.
I just want to point out, when you said she's approaching retirement age, she's 51.
Oh, is she?
She's younger than Granddad over there.
Jeepers.
Okay, fair enough. I mean,
So wait a minute, just before we go any further, I just want to.
It also may be that she's joining a competitor and who won't let her. Sorry, go on.
Mr. B, let me finish my point.
Yeah.
So not only do we know that we have no respect from our listeners, and that the one solace that I have in life is that I might leave a legacy of joy out there in the digital world for many thousands of people to enjoy. Well, that's clearly nonsense, because we're worse than the podcast that hasn't done anything for 5 years. Not only do I have to deal with the news of that, I also have to work out the fact that somebody who is actually 3 years younger than me is walking out of a job with, if you include all of her shares, £1 million.
And Mr. B thinks that is approaching retirement age.
Well, if you had a
I thought she was a bit older, but
well, she's got $1 million.
I'm just going by the internet.
That'll do. I'm going to just retire on that now. Thanks very much. Good job done. Whereas I have another 15 years at work. Well,
Hey, look.
So yes, just that's really made my day, Mr. B. Thanks.
The one where
sorry, I thought someone had said she was like 60 something, but okay, fair enough.
She's
But
51, as Chris said.
the alternative fact is she could be joining a competitor who might be like, I don't want you to have shares. Sorry, not approaching, joining a competitor like Hasbro or something, because they just bought part of Warlord Games. They could be like saying, hey, we don't want you to have shares in our main competitor, so you're going to have to liquidate them before you join us when you've left GW or whatever.
Yeah, like I said, she's still got 3,699 shares left, which gives her a nice £350,000. So
yeah,
all good. Anyway,
but
the long and short of it is, this is a very successful woman who's done very well for herself. Well done to you, madam.
yes.
While
we wish you
working
all
at
the success in
GW,
it.
so
You win the Edge of Empire prize for.
Yeah, which is more than you ever gave us, by the way. Just putting it out there.
okay, fair enough. Right, okay.
Not even a copy of the whole book.
We'd buy some shares.
Okay.
That's what we need to do.
None of that.
To buy some shares, some guerrilla. What's it when? Cause people do that. They buy guerrilla shareholders. They buy shares in companies, go to the shareholders meeting, and then say, "You're all a bunch of gits," and curl one out on the stage or something in protest. We should do that. We should do that. That would get us.
They fall out on the stage at a shareholders meeting.
And I've got a spare million.
Cleveland steamer on the.
I
on the
can't
stage
go where people are looking.
Games Workshop share.
You can't go. That's the thing holding that back, is it, Mr. B? Stage fright.
Definitely. Okay.
You can get you some medication, and that will solve that problem. Just do it from a distance.
Can't do it while people are looking. Right.
Okay. Right. Armies on Parade are back, and they've added the young bloods and team categories this year. So they sort of swapped it up a bit. So we've got display board, young bloods, and team categories, as well as the individual. So interesting to see. When is it happening this year? It doesn't say. August, I think. I don't know. Doesn't say when it is.
Okay.
Bottom normally is at the bottom. Armies on Parade. Guess what, Mr. B? Living in the past.
Oh, what's
It's
it?
already happened.
Hashtag Armies on Parade.
Tomorrow's news.
15th of April.
I thought that was that was just a hang out and paint thing. I don't think they've actually.
Do you know the film Anchorman, going back to an earlier reference?
All right. I'm sure this is later on.
When they have the big fight between all the news channels and the history channels there. We're the history channel in this particular scenario.
Yeah, the 15th was just a thing.
After this episode, the show is history.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I don't know. It just doesn't say.
I don't think it's a.
Oh, here we go. There's an earlier article. Armies on Parade is happening. It doesn't say. Oh, the exact date is still to be confirmed. But
that would be the
Warhammer stores September. There we go. September.
Okay.
The store finales are in September. Online parade show in October. There we go.
I've never seen. Just very quickly to this article. With the 50. Whoever that person is that's painting on the last image above the hangout and paint thing, no one paints looking that happy. No one has ever pulled.
It depends how many beards they've had.
No one has, even when they're absolutely smashed, no one looks that jolly when they're painting a Warhammer.
I've just painted these rusty blades on some Nighthorn, and I'm like, yeah, they're really cool. I like that. I was smiling.
Yeah, you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been these new army painter effect paints are absolutely phenomenal. The rust ones, they're great.
We're not here for the corporate shilling.
No. Honestly, I was saying yesterday, these army painter fanatic paints are really good. Try them for yourself. The speed paints are still rubbish though. But anyway,
no one's going to listen anyway.
No,
Uh,
no one
right.
listens.
The every light sentinels are here. They might get rebranded as 2 Hermes ones, and they may never arrive. They'll be in a box of 2, and you can get to 6 in the squad. And GW even released the rules for them for free on Warhammer Community.
Yeah. So what do we think of the rules? So the light one is movement 10, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3. Not that it's got close combat weapon really. Strength 5, toughness 5, 2 wounds, 4+ save.
Yeah. Chomp. That 4+ save is doing
50
nobody.
points. 50 points.
Yeah, no, right, thanks.
And that's 50 points for 2. Additionals are 18 points.
Mr. B, you weren't selling me. I was no, because they do an 18-inch wet attack that is strength 4, AP 5.
No, they've got a multi-laser. That's the.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
Oh.
Strength 6 AP dash 3 shots.
Multi-lasers for the win.
That makes all the difference. I'm quaking in my Terminator's boot.
Sweet baby Jesus. The multi-laser is here to save.
There's a reason why you don't win many games, Mr. B. I've decided.
They haven't got a
fixation
multi-laser.
with Volkite.
Hang on.
They do.
Hang
It
on.
comes
Where?
standard with the multi-laser.
Wargame.
Hermes Light Sentinel.
Void armor.
No,
Hermes the Light Sentinel has it.
A Hermes Light Sentinel has 1 multi-laser. In addition, when a model with a Light Sentinel chooses to run, it gains shrouded 5+.
They look weird, don't they? They do look weird.
They do look weird.
I told you, they just seem to be racing around a little.
Okay.
little track.
And then they've got the Velataris, the sort of armored version, which is slightly slower at 8. With weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4. Again, strength 5, toughness 5, 3+ save. And this can be in a tertio.
Right, okay.
And it becomes a storm
Not
section.
a Terraco.
Sorry, tertio, whatever.
Yeah, you were right.
You say Terra, you say Tertio, I say Terrico. Let's kill the whole thing.
By the way, it goes into you can put it in instead of a storm section into your Velataris tertio, or on its own. And 65 points for 2 or 20
flav, like you say.
The Incursus pattern one, the one with the extra armor, it just looks like it has a bit of the old what's the shield wall thing that you used to love?
Aegis defense line.
It just looks like a bit of Aegis defense line on legs.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm down with that.
It's down
down to clown. Yeah, I think
I can see that.
They're pretty good models. I mean, they would be a bit of flavour for sure. I mean, not going to be massively. They're not going to set the world on fire, but
I don't know. They got a flamer, so
that's good. Well, they're not. They're going to try to set the world on fire, but just not be very good at it.
What would you take? A flamer or a Volkite?
I'd save the points and something else.
Yeah, if I had to take anything, I'd take a Volkite over a flamer every day of the week.
Fair enough. But no, I don't think these ones are the storm section version. I think is better than the standard version. But yeah, I don't know if I'd buy them, to be honest, personally, for the normal version. But maybe for the Velataris version. But they are quite nice. But they're an elite choice.
The fact you can take them in with other stuff is definitely a bonus.
Yeah.
It does make them more appealing than the other Sentinel stuff that you can take.
Okay.
Just to say, I just slightly distracted watching clips from Anchorman 2, but I think that the History Channel part sums up our podcast quite well. With a news 2, only news told much, much later. I think that's basically.
Don't they have like the ghost of like Ulysses S. Grant or something?
Stonewall Jackson and a minor. That's not news, it's mythology.
Fair enough. Enough.
That is us.
That is
all right. All right, Graham, what have you got for us?
Well, what have I got for you, Mr. B? I've got something right here.
I got
something in my hat.
Right in the kisser. One of these days.
Yes. Between the 27th of May and the 3rd of June. So next week. Actually, we're up to date. My goodness me.
Hang on, no, because this show is going to go out past that date.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Oh, I'll get it out.
the show for time travelers that is Edge of Empire. Games Workshop warehouse will be closed, and orders placed at that time will just dispatched once it reopens on the 4th of June. So watch out, kids. There will be some. Yeah. So yes, okay.
Doctor, where are we? Let me listen to my favourite podcast.
Let me just check out Age of Empire and find out what they've missed. So I know where
they've got the finale of that going to the cinema.
Oh right, okay, cool.
So
actually, talking about things at cinema, the new Mad Max film's coming out, isn't it, this week?
Yes, it looks excellent.
I enjoyed the
all right, City World.
Okay, well, I'm trying to cover all bases. Try to get a listener numbers.
It looks excellent. I want to go see it.
So do I.
There's a true film.
Let's make it a day.
What's on at the
as long
cinema?
as you don't take a photo of it and get it and show me before you go to bed.
What's on at the theatre this week? Well, let's have a look. What's happening on Broadway?
Yeah, I need to renew my cinema GIMP pass.
Your bus pass.
Yeah.
I mean, what is this? What have we become at this point?
Okay.
No, I've got like a card that gets me buy one get one free for me and a carer.
Yeah,
because
I know.
Just to be his de facto carer. Okay, come on, Mr. B. You're talking about something else.
Yes, I am. I'm talking about right. There are 3 things that are inevitable in life: taxes, death, and Games Workshop price rises happening on an annual basis. This one is happening again this year. I think it's between 3 and 5%. Now,
how upset are the Australians going to be? Because that's always. But
no offense, but the Australians, they've got a.
No offense, but just they're going
to get a raw deal. They're going to be upset, and that's just part of life. Because I don't know what it is, but when I worked at Balfour Beatty with the IT department, they used to fly over someone from Australia, the Australian office's IT department, for a business class, put them up in a nice hotel in London, pick up, I think it was like 40 or 50 pieces of paper with Microsoft Office licenses on them, and then fly back out to Australia business class. And it was still cheaper than buying them in country, even when they were paying the import taxes.
Wow.
Because Australia is just expensive to export things to. And in fairness, right now, there's going to be higher price rises, because when you think about it, the paper products that GW make are all made in China. They can't go through the Suez Canal right now. They've got to go all the way around Africa, and then all the way around Africa to go back to Australia, because it all gets packed at GW. So there is that happening, and which is why when you see the weekly release articles and they're like, this product has been delayed in New Zealand and Australia, that's probably why.
Okay.
It's stupid. But
thank you, our geopolitical correspondent.
Sorry.
It's
a 3 and 5%.
It's better than what's at the cinema this week. So good.
It's a 3 and 5% price rise, unless you're in Norway or Sweden, where it's going to be between 8 and 14%. But this is largely thought to be because those currencies have become quite weak compared to the pound and the euro recently. So,
okay.
I don't know what it is. I mean, inflation happens. The minimum wage goes up, which means people want a wage rise, and
don't blame it on the workers, Tories.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not blaming it on the workers. I'm saying quite rightly, when energy prices, food prices are going up, people who do the hard graft deserve a pay rise in order to maintain
families. Next, go on.
I'm being perfectly honest. The workers deserve a pay rise. Everyone deserves a pay rise right now because of the way the cost of living is stupid.
Right, thank you, Mr. B.
I'm not having a go and saying, it's the staff fault. No,
the staff will probably get effect, Mr. B.
The staff will probably get 0.5% of it. But
imagine, Games Workshop do pay quite good bonuses when they make money, which I think is good. They're pretty good for that. So
the wages are apparently rubbish. The discount is good, but and the bonuses are good. But I mean, our friend, a mutual friend who works in the manufacturing industry, he's been headhunted by GW twice. And he's gotten to the point of wage negotiation, and it's always been
wrong.
It's always been like, we're going to offer you like 10% lower than the going rate.
Okay, right.
And he's pretty senior in what he does, so he's always like, I don't care that you're going to give me like, what was it, a 60% discount on Games Workshop kits.
That's not going to feed my band, as they say. So yeah, I think it's
if it were me, I'd be saying we can live on beans, right?
You would totally do that, Mr. B.
I would totally do that.
About it. Chris, go on. What's next?
Enjoying
your chocolate biscuit there, I see.
I am, yeah. It's an M&S home brand one because they are the
blimey.
finest of all the
The
chocolate biscuits.
finest of all the chocolate biscuits.
If you want a
Okay.
chocolate digestive, own brand ones are always better than big
They are.
ones.
Did I see something
Because
about?
the biscuit's just a little bit different. It's just a bit nicer.
I swear I saw something about
What's this now?
Iceland doing.
Biscuit World, is it?
No, I swear I
Look,
saw
Mine's silly
Iceland were doing a bourbon
biscuit.
ice cream.
Disney World.
I swear I saw someone doing a bourbon biscuit ice cream sandwich.
Not James Gand. Who's the guy that used to do it on the TV? Not James Gandolfini, the other guy. I can't remember what his name was now.
Being as we're on our secondary podcast, Biscuit World. Bourbon
Yeah, it's the finest. The bourbon
Get in the
biscuit is.
bin.
No, you're wrong.
I'm not
No,
wrong.
Bourbon
Bourbons are great.
biscuits are absolute.
Dry
king.
as a
They're not the king, but they're certainly on the.
not even they're not
They're
even
near
in
the
the
throne.
flipping
They are.
same court as
Don't
a proper.
don't come at me with your Gary Baldy nonsense.
I know Garibaldi's like that's a terrible biscuit of.
I'm pretty plain. I'm a bourbon or a custard cream man.
Custard creams you get in the
But
bin.
hobnobs.
Hobnobs will do. Shortbread, Scottish shortbread. That's my favourite.
Shortbread is
It's
a king.
filling. It's you can use it in close combat. It's
all right.
good.
All right, Legolas. The Lembas bread.
All right.
Just
Okay.
One little smidgen of.
Oh look, more lembas bread. Right.
Anyway, this is probably our
great
most
episode.
random
Best
show for a while. But I
Best episode
sometimes-
ever.
think, do you reckon?
Yeah.
Right,
Warhammer
Warhammer Skulls, which seems like an odd thing to call it personally.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I
it
mean-
was, I don't know. The skull wasn't Skulls. If I remember correctly, Skulls was like the loyalty scheme back in the day, wasn't it?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So again, Warhammer Skulls showcase. This is all to do with all the electronic video games
Oh, look, these young
that
people and
that the young whippersnappers are playing.
Yes.
So you get Blood Bowl, Tacticus, Rogue Trader, Dark Tide, Battle Sect, whatever that is. I don't know what half these things are.
No.
One of them's a card game that's somehow a digital game because, sure. Space Marine 2, Total Warhammer 3, and Bolt Gun, which I'm pretty sure has already been released.
It has,
But-
yeah.
I think they.
Is this meant to be
they might
is
be
this an
getting
article from last
expansions.
year?
No, it's this
And
year.
we're just really.
But
living in the
Warforged
past.
was only released this year.
No. So this
yeah,
is,
so-
in fact, Mr. B, the article this relates to. It starts tomorrow, in fact,
Yes.
as of time of recording. Zeitgeist.
Very good.
I hope to get this out just after that. So
Okay. Very good.
Cool. So, yes, at 5 p.m. London time on the 23rd of May, you will be able to find out about some video games, one of which is a card game that you play without physical cards on the internet or some such thing.
What a world we live in.
What a world
And
we live
it
in.
seems as if Hearthstone hasn't made like a ton of money.
What?
Hearthstone, isn't it?
Hearthstone. Oh, is it
Right.
Hearthstone? Oh, okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a card game.
But it can't be a card because of cards.
Well, it's a card type game, mechanic game from Blizzard.
You know, there's a Horus Heresy card game.
Yes, it was an app
on
thing
Steam.
Yeah,
I
it
do
was an
love
app
card
one.
It's on
game.
Steam as well. It's actually pretty good.
Card Battler, I think, is the genre. If
Yes.
it's correct. No, the pronunciation. But yes, interesting. I wonder if they're going to do anything with more with Bolt Gun.
I have a feeling that they're going to be putting out a expansion for it.
Couldn't. Don't know. Maybe. Because they were. But I enjoyed that game a lot, actually. Although I did keep moaning at them that there's no. I don't have a clue. I totally don't know anything.
If Graham did know anything, he wouldn't be allowed to tell us. It would cost him his job. So we won't.
Let's not speculate about what I know about anything.
Yeah, no,
Because
It's
now-
not about anything about. It's a completely different.
Chris,
He speaks
to be-
in falsehoods.
To be fair, Chris, I don't think it's fair to speculate just in case Graham does accidentally give something away.
Hey,
and
look,
then
well, I'm
loses his
not
job.
sure.
We've already established
What do
that
they-
no one gives a
Hoot.
nonsense about the content that we put out. So
Yeah.
But speaking of which, the Graham's working on is actually a lot of fun. It's out. It's in beta on Steam and Xbox, and it's a lot of fun.
It's
I can-
not right now because it's coming back to be released. So it's,
Oh,
we're
is it?
taking it off the
Excellent.
Steam playtest at the moment.
Ah, I've been playing on Xbox, so
You have been, yep, and it's on the
and so have my nephews,
Game
and they
Pass.
love it. They love it.
good stuff.
My niece wants it for Switch.
Don't look at me.
Because that's all she plays.
Yeah. But anyway, cool stuff.
Cool. Mr. B.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's back to me, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, no,
right.
where is it?
So
Hang on, where are we? No,
it's Graham.
No,
It's Graham.
Leonard.
Graham.
Leonard is up.
Leonard.
Yeah.
Leonard. Wait a minute. Golden Demon Winner. No. Games
No.
Workshop.
Gotta
No.
wait.
Where are we?
You're on
27th
the
of May.
next
No.
page, brother.
In
next page.
something unexpected. Here we go. Mechanicum are getting a plastic range, and it was kind of unexpected, right?
Yeah, I
with a-
thought that teaser that they did at Adepticon, it was going to be for the Imperial Knights, the Mechanicum versions of that, but
Battle Group box set coming with 20 tech thralls, 6 Thalaxi, 2 Castellax, a Trios armor conveyor. Fantastic, right? Great choices. And a Thanatar is coming in plastic alongside a new Archmagos Prime. So this is what we were kind of talking about earlier. It's great to see these in plastic, particularly the Trios armor conveyor, because that's a really good transport, but it's just
it
crazy
is
expensive.
super
I
expensive.
hope to all that is holy that those Thalax are 100 times easier to put together than the.
Oh yeah,
resin ones.
the resin ones are a bugger to put together.
Yeah, so that's really cool, actually. That's a
I
good
ended up
set.
selling mine to Christine.
Did
And
you?
I'm like regretting it. I'm like, I really
I
want
think I
some
got
more.
Chris to make all mine for me and then paint them. I bought his
want-
RB off him.
I want
um,
some more.
They're a cool thing.
Yep.
But yeah,
I like
that's going to be really good. And
The
I don't-
Thalaxi,
Yeah.
the spods,
the tech.
the tech tools. That's what we've got.
I think the Thalaxi look a little bit more beefy than the
They
resin
do,
versions.
yeah, they do look chunky.
They do. They do. They look a bit chunkier.
I don't know if it's the legs.
I think
Like
it's
just-
the legs.
Something about them just
Yeah.
They
And
have
that
not
looks
skipped.
probably when we get them, they'll be exactly the same. But they
The
look
pose is just the photo.
I definitely want. I'm like, do I want to get this box or do I just want to not bother and
for
get them
once. I'm
individually
actually
later
going to
on?
I'm actually going to get a box.
Um,
I think I'm going to get this box set because for my Dark Mechanicum, I can get the Thalaxi and the conveyor if I want to use that as well. So
I
I think
have a Mechanicum army, but it's all built around the Titan, and I'm like, if I don't take the Titan, I don't have enough to take an army. So
2 Castellax as well, which is great. It's a bit of a shame they're not doing the las cannon version of the Thanatar. They're just doing the plasma mortar.
I would say that they will eventually, because I'm guessing that the sprue is going to be the weapon as on a separate sprue.
And the new Archmagos series, he looks cool.
He's kind of crazy. I like him.
I like him.
He's
a lot.
just like, ah,
Yeah, all the guns all over the place.
I've got guns to my limbs.
He's obviously, he's got skeletal, spidery feet. With
Yeah.
claws.
Yeah,
He's
Fantastic.
crazy. He's very different from
he
the 40k
is more
version. So
machine than man at this,
Yes, totally right.
and he has a very special bedroom face.
but it's just one of those things. Again, we've got if you combine this with the 40k range, there are so many options you have for Mechanicum Archmagoses.
Castellax look great. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, good. Really good.
Well,
good.
the whole
Oh,
shebang
shebang.
looks.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know if I'll keep the Castellax because I've already got 6.
I would say I'm going to probably keep my Mechanicum that I've already painted as Royalist Mechanicum, and I'm going to use this to create Dark Mechanicum with.
I'm just looking at the tech tools. I, first glance, I thought actually they're pretty cool. Upon second and third glances, why are they in such odd poses?
Because they're not quite human. They're just
Yeah, they
like,
are. They're,
They're
almost
all in.
part- They're
a little bit
basically
unsure of themselves, aren't they?
they're basically puppets, aren't they? They've got like stuff in their head to like be controlled by the
Yeah.
tech priests, so they're not really moving of their own volition.
Yeah, okay.
So- I think my only question: do they have 2 weapons now, or is it the profile just the 1 weapon? I can't remember.
Have a look at.
Yeah, because they've got just 1 weapon in this, and I'm like, is that the Laslock?
It looks like it.
Okay.
Yeah,
They've just got the
But
one
yeah,
weapon that they come
the
with.
Phalaxi look amazing, and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I definitely want to get a couple of some of them. But yeah, no, I
Nice.
can definitely see myself buying this box set, maybe. I mean, I just put the tech rolls in the Triorus and just like drive that up the board to get an objective.
Rules have close combat weapon and a laslock, so I don't know where the close combat weapon is on there, but the spike at the end.
I think that was, spike. So they don't have an option for another weapon now.
No.
Oh, was it the Mitra lock or something they used to have?
Mitra lock, yeah, that sounds
Mitra lock, yeah. Oh, I suppose it's all
but you
just
can make
laslocs
them
now.
really useful. You can make them fearless with the right of pure thought.
Oh, there was all that.
And they had fear no pain, and basically you could kind of just like 20 of them, you would just not be able to ship them. They were really, they were like, and they cost about
tuppence,
a spin, like 2 points a model or something.
Anyway,
it's the same amount as a good time with Mr. B.
I think I will see what my money is like, but I think I might be buying it.
I'm definitely gonna. It's the only one that
robot nonsense to yourself.
But,
okay, Mr. B, come on, bring us home.
Sorry, I know these aren't heresy. They've got nothing to do with heresy. There's nothing tangential about them at all. Nothing, but they're absolutely flipping cool, old world LARP weapons.
Some of us, Mr. B, were LARP weaponing.
Were old school LARPers.
Yeah, I can't remember. I used to have a halberd, and it was basically a mop pipe that had been wrapped up with. Yeah, it was terrible.
When I first started LARPing, which is back in the ancient,
come at us, bro.
I'm way too old to LARP.
There wasn't an industry for LARP, so you made your own weapons. And what you used to do was you used to get let's just call it a broom handle, for want of a better word.
Yep.
And you would cover it in pipe lagging, and then cover it in silver gaffer tape, and that was your pole arm, which you then went and slapped somebody about with. Now they're all beautifully made pieces of artwork, but yes,
it's great.
They look pretty flimsy. I've got to be honest with you, compared to what they look more cosplay than
compared to the weapons that we
would be wielding in battle. They don't look like they would stand up to much, but maybe I'm being, maybe material technology has moved on since our days.
Probably
possibly, but yeah, no, they look cool, and I'm like,
the middle.
I might have to get.
I think you could probably
get one
better ones for less money from other LARP suppliers that aren't Games Workshop.
Probably, but then
no.
I'm like, I could put some swords up on the wall there, some like LARP swords, and that look cool. But
there is
to be.
I know, I'm terrible, but yes, no, they're cool.
Hang on.
Although I am way too old to LARP these days, I think I'd probably die of a heart attack within about 5 minutes of the event starting.
That's possible.
It's like good. Oh yeah. I only went to Empire like once.
Right. I think
it was more local stuff and uni stuff that I did.
We were.
Oh yes.
Gathering Nations.
That's
there it is.
Nice. Signum, is it?
Oh, Crozius Arcanum.
Arcanum.
Yeah.
I've still got the Tanith knives that we got. I think Lee made.
I have all of my stuff still.
You've never got rid of it, including your armor.
I've never included my armor. My armor is still in the loft.
Mystical loft.
Everything is
still there.
Everything is up there. So
cool. Okay. What's next then? Shall we go on?
What's next, pussycat?
It's
right. So
Aunt Sally's, or are you going to go through epic news?
Well, Chris has got. This is how far behind we are.
A GW released a promo video for some Warpstone jewelry.
Nice.
Now, it's interesting that I was given this one to talk about.
I feel there's some
that wasn't actually planned, but it just happened.
So let's have a look at this, shall we?
The only one I planned for you to talk about was the cases.
I mean, if they spent money on having stuff made, that's impressive.
Yeah. I don't suppose it is. I guess it's just some costume jewelry. That was to be green. I would assume.
I would hope so. Because
time for a glow up.
They are using. There's about 4 different green gemstones being employed there. Definitely some banded agate.
So he's using the terms. Next pigeon blood.
Yeah, pigeon blood. Yes, classic terms. Very good. Okay.
Green, yeah.
But it was an April Fool's
Peridot,
joke.
horrible colour.
Yeah, it was an April Fool's joke. I mean, to be honest, it felt like a bit of a letdown compared to previous years because, like, one year they had they announced the Votan, bringing back the squats, and then
Yeah,
Actually,
they do
done
this.
that
Maybe
twice,
they
I
are
think
going
they've
to do a range
do they
of
do?
jewellery.
Maybe they are. I mean, they've done everything else, for goodness sake. You can get pillows, pajamas, I don't know, loft
they
installation.
do-
you can
Games
get a
Workshop.
pocket watch.
There
I'm
we
sure
go.
they did a pocket watch, a Bugman's Bar pocket watch.
A million years ago, there used to be, because we had all those dog tags and stuff, didn't we?
Yes.
And they were all I can't remember what it was called.
Was it
So they were all-
Alchemy, was it?
No, they were all GW products. Because I got
Black
Oh, yeah.
Industries, was that?
Battle something. Oh, I can't remember what it was called.
No, that was what Black Library used to be, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I used to do all that. I'm sure there was some like jewelry bits in with that lot, but this is going
Way back.
20 years ago now.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Quick run through of Epic News.
Don't
We've got
buy
some-
most of those colours.
Do you want me to just run through the Epic news quite quickly? Because there's not
Yeah.
a massive amount to do.
Yes, please.
Okay, so more Baneblade chassis are coming. You got the Shadow Sword, Stormblade, and Storm Sword. So just additionals to the range there. I think they've been selling these in boxes of 2. Nice little models, fantastic. Marines are getting termites, yay. The thing about this I like is I'm really hoping a lot of these will come to 28 mil now that they've done them. So, and Warcom featured the amazing Imperial Palace board by New Zealand's based Zorpazorp. We'll put a picture up here. It looks absolutely phenomenal. It's got building photos in there and everything, and it's like, wow. It's like,
But
this is
assume
the kind of...
Zorp isn't a person and is an organisation or something.
No, it's a person. That's his that's online name.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Like how I'm Big Geordie Geek, and you have your Twitter handles and stuff. But it looks amazing, and I'm like, that's what I would love to have one day, but can never have the space or the room for it.
It's pretty cool.
We spoke earlier about the Gale Force 9 Battlefield in the Box chapter stuff. They're also doing a range for Legions Imperialis or other similar games instead. They've got hab blocks, civil defense bastions, and a depot, and they look really nice. They'll fit in with your, I think they'll fit in with your plastic stuff really nicely. And I'm like, I need to build a table's worth of stuff for this for, if we ever run events again. But I think I'll be looking at some of these. And then finally, the next book for Legion Imperialis is on its way, The Devastation of Talon. With that, we're getting Saber tanks, the Arcus and Punisher variant of the Sikaran for the Space Marines, and Solo Auxilia are getting Lehman Russ Exterminators, Annihilators, Executioners, and Demolishers. So I think there's a lot to look forward there for Imperialis. And
It's tempting me. It is tempting me. Obviously, all
well, that's what I
tanks
said.
are Talon.
I need to set us up a game with Stuart because he's been running the club up. I think it's Peter Lee, but I'll see him. It's sort of convenient for both of us, I think. So I will message him again tomorrow, and we'll set a date, and you and I can go get a game with him, and like come back and say, hey, actually, yeah, we really like this game, we want to get into it, or not. So I think it's something that it's heresy adjacent, and I think it speaks to both of us. It's got big titans, and it's got lots of little tanks. All right, and through movie magic editing, we have Dave back. So we can talk about the Imperium event, which was over in Stockport, at our one of our favorite places to shop and game, Element Games. And it would have sounded like it was a lot of fun. I wish I was there, but unfortunately not. But these guys were. So let's start at the beginning. Just a brief overview of your list, guys.
Very brief overview of my list. I took stuff that was
no detail. Just like what kind of stuff did you take? Was it
my usual list of stab things, punch things. The Golden Boys went
People
out.
want a little bit more detail than that.
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. B
Came
said
in a very small box.
you keep it. I did. I travelled in
Yeah,
one
just
case.
one case.
You chumps with your.
How many
4 or
models
5
were there,
boxes.
and how many Valdors did you take?
35 models. I took 1 Valdor. Which I
Nice.
think is a pretty
So-
high model count. For
So what? You had Valdor.
Valdor, a Tribune with 2 Meridian blades. Heteron squad with Solarite claws. A Aquilian squad with Solarite fists. A 4 Guardian squads with 2 Adricite spears and 1 Guardian axe. Venatari squad with spears, 4 person in that one. And yeah, the big guy rocking it up. So yeah, I went
Nice.
infantry heavy. I just, for what most dreadnoughts can do in terms of ranged shooting, we kind of lose out in that. Again, it's all about combat for those.
How many
guys
points was the
for us.
event again?
3,000.
Oof, and 35. Wow, that's a lot. That's very.
If I hadn't taken Valdor and I hadn't made my Tribune a Tribune, I could have probably stretched it to about 40 models. But I like having fancy people.
Why
What can
not?
I say?
Okay. What about Dave? What did you take? I assume it was the Space Walls.
No.
Yeah,
Space Wolf? I was Dark Angel.
favorite army, isn't it? Isn't it your
No,
favorite army?
it's not my favourite army.
He's his least favorite.
I have much respect for it, though. But no, it wasn't. I'm not a Space Wolf. Dark Angels. All the way.
Rocking that first Legion.
The number 1 Legion. I just took I believe, quite a balanced army.
Yeah, it was.
No,
It was
no
good.
special characters. No Lion, because I haven't finished him. And that was about it, really.
So you had some Predators.
I had a
Eight-
squadron of Predators, 3 Predators, which were, I think, my best unit of the tournament.
MVP. Yeah.
I just took a Paladin, Consul Paladin of the whatever it is. I can't pronounce that word. It's so annoying.
Hexagram.
No, Hexagram again, but there's another one. They're high.
The Inner Knights Zenobia.
Yeah.
they're them as well. But I took him. Took those. They're all together in a Spartan. I took some Sky Hunters. I took some Outriders because I already had the bikes from 40k, so I thought, why not?
Yeah.
And
They look pretty good actually with the plasma guns.
well, they're Black Knights in 40k. They come with
yeah.
the plasma talons, they call them there.
Yeah.
But I used them as plasma reapers, so they had they were Assault 3, 12-inch range,
Yeah, no,
Squat
tasty.
50. Basically, to a Leviathan and a Dreadnought, 1 fist,
Yep.
1 weapon.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
then support squadron, melter gun, heavy support with missile launchers. They were
Missile
good.
launchers. Yeah.
They
10
were
of them.
good. 10 of them lethal. Just then 1 troop, normal tactical.
Yeah.
Did the
Nice. Good list.
dying quick.
How did that? You had the neutron blaster on one of the Predators.
Yeah, it
didn't you?
did, but that's 24-inch range, so it's a problem because, like I say, the others all got las cannons, so they could shoot
Yeah.
further. But I could shoot with the Sponson. But I say
Shall we get
Well-
on to how we think units fared?
Yeah. Right. I can tell you what.
What about Graham's list, though?
that's
I
not
know,
great.
Yeah.
I'm just so. we
Oh,
don't
right.
get-
Okay. Yeah.
So what did I get? I got Legion Chaplain with a boarding Argum Ultramarines boarding shield, Thunderhammer. Obviously there for the chaplainness of Stubborn +1 and Hatred. Contempted Dreadnought with 2 Gravis plasma cannons. Pretty handy. Helatical targeting array. 4 Suzerain with axes, 2 with Thunderhammers, and they were in a rather nice Land Raider Proteus with a multi-melter. I had 2 recon squads, 5-man recon squads, and actually these were really useful. One of them had a sergeant with a power fist, but the rest were just normal 5-man one. 2 tactical squads, 1 in a Rhino, 1 without, 1 with a power fist, and 1 just a normal 100-point one. And then heavy support was where sort of most of the heavy lifting was. an Omega Squadron with las cannons on the sponsons, Punisher Squadron, Volkite Culverins on the sponsons, and 3 Vindicators with the laser destroyers. So squadron of those, and of course Gulliman himself, who was pretty handy.
The big
So yeah, so that was my list.
Okay, so how did your first games go then, guys?
I just want to.
I think
before we
we'll
get
talk about how
into,
they split
into
it up, really.
Let- let's just get into the always the important conversation on this show.
Mhm.
Accommodation.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
no,
Was
no,
it better or worse? So we got a Airbnb in a location. We're not going to go further than that. But on the scale, Graham, of going to be used by by alien power outside nations to plan acts of terrorism,
Yes,
and Premier Inn sort of quality.
yes.
Where do we think? And it was myself that had booked this, so I'm I'm
Well,
going
I
to get
think-
you experience both things. So
Well, I think the overpowering stench of skunk weed when you walked into the Airbnb place probably put me on the back foot for the kickoff. To be
which
fair,
we didn't have to pay for, which we didn't have to pay anything for as well, which I thought was
It's nice, man.
I don't know whether it was, but it absolutely honked of marijuana being smoked in copious amounts,
Other than-
allegedly.
Other than that, it was all right. I thought it did everything
It was
needed to do.
functional.
Had lots of-
It was
It
functional.
was functional. It was sparse on the hand cream, on the hand wash.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Didn't have enough
It's
towels.
rigged on the bottom. I thought, very welcome. There was
It didn't have
rust
enough
on the,
towels.
the bog roll holder.
There was. So as an Airbnb, if it didn't smell like a drug dealer's underpants, I would probably give it a. But that just knocked it down to probably about 4. However,
I'll give it a
Yeah.
6, but I would have,
I would say it was nowhere near as bad as the Novichok Hotel. So,
That's the Novichok
that's still the
Hotel,
winner
which is
for the worst place we've ever stayed. Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. I particularly enjoyed the sofa bed that you couldn't sleep on the middle of because there was a metal bar running through the center of it, so you could sleep either on the left side or the right side,
My lovely.
and wake yourself up at 2 a.m.
Yeah,
when you
lovely
flatter your
nights.
elbow against it.
I had a
I bet
metal
you did.
frame bed with a sprung mattress. So every time you moved, I was like, oh my god!
Right.
And it had like these crystal bed knobs on the end.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Beautiful.
fake crystal. That was
Yeah,
amazing.
it was definitely not furbished to particularly high. It was a functional place to rest your head,
Yeah.
but it did have a table to
Yeah.
play.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
It had a kitchen. We had what we needed. It was all right. But yes, I just wanted to see your. Now we've got some distance on it. Where we ranked in regards to the Novichok.
I never experienced another Novichok, so I couldn't.
You didn't?
What did it cost
I
us in
couldn't
the
tell you. But I've been to
It
Blackpool,
cost us
so you
about
know.
200 quid. So it wasn't too bad. It was pretty cheap, and it was cheap and cheerful.
That's not so bad.
Right.
Never got.
Okay, so let's then, so we'll get on topic because this is probably going to be a not on topic heavy episode by the sounds of it. What was your question, Mr. B? Oh, what was the
How'd your games?
So,
How'd your games go?
Excuse me.
So they do a weird thing that I don't really fully understand, but I think Graham does slightly better than I do, where they break you up into pods of players. So you'll only play people within your pod. So
Right.
there's only sort of 12 names.
Like
for you
a
to
World Cup, like.
Yeah. And so
Okay, that
there was
makes
no
sense.
chance of me playing people that Graham had played, or I think you guys were in the same pod. I think I was in a separate pod, which I think made life a little bit tricky for them because I think some people either didn't turn up for certain, and then life got tricky in arranging pair ups because I would have been playing the same person game 4 as I played game 1. I'd already spoiler alert. it wasn't a great game for him. But that's right. Karma got me later on. So there was that. So it's a narrative event. They told us, and all the tables were set up in war zones, and they all had missions specific to that war zone that I don't think changed throughout the weekend. I think it was you played on these 2-3 boards, and the mission was the same regardless of what stage the weekend was on.
Yes, I think they had all the missions. They didn't change them. Yeah, they had all the missions that were set up on the tables, and you moved the people to the missions rather than adding a new mission each turn. That makes any sense. So yeah, it was a bit. I think that was a bit weird. But we'll probably come on to. I think the only thing I would say is that there was some. I think that how they split the pods up in the beginning may have been on what they thought the army was going to perform like based on the lists of mission, which I think we've already kind of had our own sort of battles with over the years and realised it's probably not great, because I think certainly later on in some of the games that I had, there was quite a big mismatch between me and that player. And so that kind of didn't make it a great experience for them, to be fair.
So they were trying to sort of seed you, as it were.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
I think that was the plan, rather than, potentially after game one, then like what we would do, which was to put the highest scoring people against each other and the lowest scoring people against each other. You were kind of only matched up within your own little pod, which may have made things a bit more complicated for them than they probably needed to be. But it was seamless. There wasn't any delays or anything, to be fair. So, it seemed to work. But there were some definite mismatches there.
Yeah. So it was 5 games over the weekend. The second, the third, the fourth and fifth games, you had a little prologue game of Vanguard Strike, which I took some Space Marines for because I wasn't allowed to put 2 or 3 custodies down because they would have just slaughtered everybody left, right, and centre. So, which is fair enough.
We'll get onto that because I had some issues with.
Yeah. So Element Games, I'd never been before. Graham had been before. David had never been. Dave, Element Games, what were your thoughts very quickly?
I liked it. Yeah, it's a good place.
Yeah.
It's very tempting to walk in and out through the shop.
Yeah, they've got that layout down.
Yeah, they've got the exit through the gift shop kind of thing.
How do you do this? As you walked in, or eyes shut, and someone guide you in.
So many things in that.
All shiny things.
I actually prefer their shop there to Games Workshop at Warhammer World because of the variety of things.
Yeah.
It's like you've got the Games Workshop line, but that's all you get in Warhammer World. Whereas here, there's like all these like amazing paints and models and stuff from all over. And I really like that.
Did you get any goodies?
No.
I just bought some fluorescent style paints to paint some explosions with. So pretty good. Oh, and we bought Settlers Catan to play.
Yes,
nice.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, I think it's an excellent shop. Like I really do. And I think it's
fair. I've given them enough money over the years. So.
Yeah, but
I like the fact
I think everything you've got online, they kind of have in the shop, which is really cool.
And I like the fact that you could use your crystals in store, which I thought was super cool. Yeah, I wasn't when she said, "Oh, have you got an account with this?" I wasn't thinking, "Oh, yeah, they're going to let you use your." And then she went, "Oh, yeah, no, you can use your points against it." So that's if you're collecting crystal codes and you think, "Oh no, I'm not going to be able to use them in store," and you go into a game,
£20 in crystal codes.
You are whoring them.
I don't know where I got them from. I can only assume that maybe people
at the end of the show.
The 4 people that listen to this podcast have taken pity on me. And
I use both yours and Chris's codes and Rob's codes in a sort of rotation whenever I order anything. So,
but yeah, I thought the shop is excellent, and it's kind of like a second kind of mecca for gaming. I think that and Warhammer World. But yeah, I thought it was great.
It was busy even without us.
It's crazy busy. Friday night, because they had Friday night gathering as well, didn't they? So we went Friday night for a little.
Yeah, we just went for a
warm up game.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we Saturday morning we got there just a couple of minutes late, just because
we're never early for anything.
Because we're never on time.
Fashionable.
We had to get something to eat, and that took longer than we anticipated. So we rocked up, and we were almost pretty much straight into it, weren't we?
Yeah, there was no messing about.
Game one, they sort of told us where we were going. Tables were nice and clearly marked out, which was good. Although I did keep getting lost because I couldn't quite work out what the order of the tables was, but that's not their fault. But I was just...
Something else that I thought was really cool was that you can order drinks to your table.
Yeah, that was good. And food,
really cool.
and we got our sandwiches on Sunday. We got those orders.
I think that's a fantastic thing that Element Games. They've really got it nailed. Actually, they seem to have really covered all the bases.
Yeah, it's you don't need to leave that building to play a game.
It's like being in Vegas. I think that's
you can live there.
Yeah, because you can't see the outside, so it was dark. So it's classic Vegas, and then you've got to exit through the gift shop as well. So there's some clever marketing going on there, I think, from the people at Element Games.
Tony Bennett comes round and does a few little numbers.
That's right. There's an evening cabaret.
You want to get married there? There's an Elvis guy that comes up.
Vegas of the North.
That's it. You heard it here first.
Rangers in the
night. It's got it all. Well, if they're listening, hey, that's just a couple of suggestions that you can implement for the future. On-site marriages and some sort of crooner or band.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be Tony Bennett. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is too. But I was thinking of someone sort of Vegas-y that isn't too
Tom Jones-esque character.
Yeah, just sitting in the corner.
Residency at Element Games. There we go.
Yeah,
Celine Dion.
Phosphex bomb. Who's a Phosphex bomb? There we go. That's my next song composition.
Should get him to do that theme tune for you.
Absolutely. Look, that's going to be a big... people are going to love it when they hear it. Right. So, yeah, we were straight into it. Game one. So, who wants to go first?
Shall I kick off?
You kick off.
Yeah, so this first game was the most competitive game that I had all weekend. This was proper. There was no messing about with this. So this was against an Iron Warriors list. So to be fair, as I've talked through my list, it's on the stronger side of lists, which is completely fair. This was probably a bad choice for me because he took Rite of the Ancients. So the thing is, you can only have 3 dreadnoughts because they limited the number of dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
But the HQ dreadnought is super powerful. In Rite of the Ancients, you can give him. I think the guy given him.
Just to clarify something, is that 3 dreadnoughts in total or 3 dreadnought talons?
3 dreadnoughts in total, which is sensible, right? 1 per 1,000. Yes,
no, I agree.
Yeah. But anyway, so the HQ one was completely tooled up. Also a character I didn't realise with las cannons, and of course Iron Warriors get +1 strength against vehicles. And what do I have? Lots of vehicles.
Yeah.
So strength 10 las cannons basically on this guy. He also had a couple more dreadnoughts as well. He had what are they called? Not Domitars. The Iron Warriors squad that's Terminators with Thunderhammers.
Dominators.
Dominators. Yeah, had them in a Spartan with a Forge Lord with a 3+ invuln save because he'd taken a Cyber Familiar. But yeah, basically this was, I think the chap's name was Monty. Like I say, probably used to playing quite competitively because it was a very competitive game. And he had a Phalanx, a squad of Phalanx as well, I remember. But yeah, and the mission was kind of weird, right? This mission was you could only score points if you killed a unit that was within 12 inches of one of your line units.
I hated that.
So I kind of got my head for some reason I thought, well, that means he can't score any units and my line units are nowhere near anything. So for my deployment, what I did was got my line units the hell away from all of my stuff, which kind of worked because it meant that you couldn't just blow things up and get the points for them. But also inadvertently, I did something useful, which was I infiltrated he put his HQ guy right on the top of a building, like way up. Yeah. So I've got this dreadnought with 4 las cannons that's got a special ability that it can fire 5 shots and basically for any reaction, whenever you shoot, it's going to get 5 las cannons back and they just get hot. So I was like, I've got to do something about this. So what I did was I infiltrated my scout squad, knowing that all I needed to do was really just to tie him up, stop him from shooting. Yeah. As long as they didn't die, I'd be okay or run away. So basically, because he was right at the top of the building, I infiltrated my guys 12 inches away at the bottom of the building, and then moved them in a scout move to be closer to him, just to stop him from shooting the rest of my army off the board, which actually worked super well.
So
Okay.
So the scoring for that mission was that he didn't have to kill your units. Any unit he killed
had to be within 12 inches of one of his own.
A unit of one of his own. Yeah.
Exactly.
But it wasn't just scoring units; it was any unit that you could kill.
It's just any unit he kills had to be within 12 inches of one of his line units, basically.
Yeah.
So I can see why that might be interesting, but I can also see it being a reason why people would just stay away from.
Hey, look, we'll come on to this later on.
But anyway, long and short of it was, like I said, a super competitive game. Quite a lot of my stuff got completely knacked by sort of high strength stuff being kicked out by the Iron Warriors. But I gave a good account of myself. It basically, I managed to eke a draw in the last turn by killing his Thallax squad, which I was very pleased about. And this mission also had these mines, which I completely forgot about, but my opponent did not forget about because he was obviously a bit more awake than I was. And if you were within X amount of meters, X amount of inches rather, they would blow up, and you could choose what type of thing it would blow up. But the problem I found with not just this mission, but a lot of these missions is one kind of rule is enough. If you see what I mean, like having multiples of these things makes it super confusing. They're really good ideas, but I think just having one thing, like either the mines or the scoring, right, or the scoring without the mines, it was just too many things to remember for a lot of folks.
On top of trying to get a 3,000 point game in 2 hours or under 3 hours as well.
Yeah. But anyway, it was a good game, but it was a competitive game. I will say that. It wasn't a it was a no quarter given on either side kind of game, and a draw was a fair result. I kind of managed to just kill his Thallax squad, which was scoring within 12 inches of one of my scoring units, just to eke the last point. So it was 5-5 in the end. But I lost quite a lot, to be fair. And again, he was the 3+ inbond came very handy on the Forge Lord for him.
Nice.
Okay, what about you, Dave? How did you do?
Oh, terrible. Awful. No, I got basically first game was against Alpha Legion. And he had a Warhound Titan.
Good start.
Welcome. I played the game a lot. Let's have the first game against a Warhound Titan.
Wow. Just
thank you very much.
I mean, I was knackered. I don't know about you. I was absolutely knackered Saturday morning. Anyway, because we had to get up quite early to get there. So I wasn't really awake.
So I ignored that because there was no point. It's Void Shield. It had the bloody flamer and he had a plasma. Oof. So basically had this surfboard flamer template.
Yes.
Two-handed. Can you go and do over end for me because it's like 6 foot long? And they put that on there, and then he's like, so he's like, I thought, okay, here we go. So I've got that. I think I've actually rinsed in that one. So
imagine
I was playing Ben.
You weren't really prepared for a Warhound Titan.
That's not Warhound Titan. I mean, I basically ignored it. To be fair, everything else.
Second or third game of
2.0
Heresy.
Yeah, warm-up game, but straight in with the Warhound Titan. He challenged my Paladin with his guy, so we had got out of our Spartans and had a douche, and then he won that fight, so I shot him off the board. So I thought, fair enough.
Classic Dark Angels.
Dark Angels. You killed him, now just eat last cannon and wiped him off. So that was all right. And then, so I lost that game quite heavily point-wise.
What was the mission? Was it because you had a difficult...
I can't remember. It was something objectives. You had to go for objectives. So I got a few points getting objectives, but after that, they were like one turn scoring. So you got them, and then they were...
Oh, they went somewhere else, didn't they? Yeah, that
mission. They didn't move. They just disappeared.
Disappeared, and then you had to roll for some more, didn't you?
That was another mission I did there, but this one they weren't. You had to get to the next one, and it would become 2 points.
Yeah.
So
okay.
You had 1 point for one. And
that's right.
Yeah, you get the next one, you get 2 points of that.
Yes.
The next one will be 3 points.
3 points. Yeah, another one.
Which I didn't get any of those, so that was that. So he got quite a lot of the objectives, and I think that was it basically.
Yeah.
I didn't get wiped out, but he
was on the objectives and scoring points.
Yeah.
And like, after about 3 turns, you're like, you can't bring
Alpha
it back.
Legion, and it was like, oh yeah, this is
just all the shenanigans in the world of Alpha Legion.
Yeah, I had all these things firing at me, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. But okay. So that was game 1.
Game 1. So I had a game against World Eaters, which Custodians versus World Eaters always going to be a promising punch up. The guy who played Tony was super nice, like probably one of the nicest people I spoke to over the weekend. Had a super good time with him.
And that includes your brothers.
Well, more or less, yeah, absolutely. He had one of the I can't remember what they're called, but one of the knights with the shield and the spear.
Lancer?
The name of which
the Sarassus Knight Lancer.
Yes, that chappie. A couple of Land Raiders. He had a 10-man Cataphracti Terminator squad, a Leviathan, a Contemptor, 2 squads of the Spoilers, and a 10-man Ravager squad. And I was looking at the Knight and the Contemptor, and we had a squad of jet bikes as well. And the Leviathan, the Contemptor, and the Knight, just thinking,
yeah, wow,
that's gonna really cause me some bother.
Actually, the Ravagers they're the ones with the 4 rending blades, aren't they?
Yeah,
that's a tough list.
Yeah, it was I looked at those things. I thought, I'm going to get absolutely done here.
Yeah, that's a list you want a lot of shooting for. And
this guy went, no, I'm going to stab everything. So the Knight came at me, and I was fully expecting to be just getting guys and just off the board, but
they're not all that, are they?
Then it wasn't all that. My Venatari survived a round of combat with it, 1 round, and then the second round them and a Guardian squad just took it out.
Yeah.
Which wasn't expecting at all. The Leviathan, the Contemptors, in this game, my Venatari just way overperformed.
Yep.
Being able to move, getting there.
Have the spear or the buckler and the gun?
Always the spears. Always the spears.
Cool.
Shields are for chumps. Well, I have noticed the shields, I hadn't looked at the FAQ properly, and the shields do -2 to strength of any shooting attacks coming at them. So they are slightly more useful than I thought. I would always take a spear over them because that damage output is much better. So yeah, they way overperformed, but there was those Ravagers were scary, but they ran into a Tribune and a Guardian squad that were going before them, and that really helped. But they're 2 wounds each, so unless you're doing instant death stuff, which my Tribune does, because Meridian Blades can do whatever the instant death thing is. Murderous Strike on a 4+. So
nice.
That was super useful, but they got rid of. But there was this 10-man Terminator squad that must have been a whole clump of points in itself. But it took me almost 1,000 points worth of modules to clear it. Wow. I had to put Valdor in it, the Claw Boys in it, the Tribune had to run in with what he had left kicking around with him, because multi-wound characters, Valdor and the Tribune are the only ones doing instant death attacks. So, and he was just making his 4-up invulnerable saves.
Yeah.
And so it was just like
brutal as well. That's what you need, isn't it? Because it's
so
just double those wounds.
He only had 1 guy with a thunder hammer, which was the sergeant.
Right.
So first round of combat, Valdor goes,
"You'll do.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight you.
Yeah,
you're the one that scares us the most. So we're gonna take you off the board." And then it was just lightning claws and things like that.
Is Valdor a Primarch?
He is indeed. So
did you challenge the sergeant, or did you just pick him out? Because you can just pick him out without doing the challenge.
I did challenge him, but
all right. Just something. Yeah, because I found this with Gilliman,
because you can just
Yeah, because you can just say, okay, I'm just going to all my 4 attacks against this fella without having to do the challenge. But if he had any sense, he would challenge Valdor.
Yeah, I did the challenge because I thought
you want to make sure.
I want to make sure, and also I've got 5 guys that are rocking 7 attacks each.
Yeah.
With straight 5 AP2 lightning claws. If it
should be enough
behind him, so it should be enough. But it was just making enough 4-ups that it was sort of took like 2 or 3 turns to get through.
Was he using World Eater dice?
Yes, he was.
See?
And
See?
Not the world.
we're not discussing a previous situation that occurred this weekend.
Oh yeah, well I think it's relevant to my thesis on the fact that those World Eater dice are busted.
They are busted. What
did I make?
You made 15 invulnerable
15
saves.
4+ invulnerable saves, one after the other.
I can beat that. I beat that later on, and I will tell you how I did so later on in the game.
One at a time.
But it was but me and
you was furious with that. You were.
I was furious with that.
You were furious for like.
You jumped out a window.
I was raging at that.
Just you about 2 hours to calm down after.
Run down the street.
I'll be honest with you, Graham. It is now the 24th of April at 9:25. I'm still a little bit annoyed.
Still pain.
Still slightly annoyed by that.
I'm always angry.
Oh, exactly. That's it. So he was just getting through them, and he did have broken World Eater dice. But
they are broken, right? It's not just me. They are broken.
They are absolutely broken dice. But it was a good game. But we both knew that our armies had to do one thing each, and that was punch the other army. And unfortunately, my army does that quicker and better than his army did.
I'm surprised that the spoilers didn't give you a proper hiding. They're not just the
Ravagers.
The Ravagers.
But I could.
You could hit them before they hit you.
There was only 10 of them, and the Tribune is doing 5 or 6 attacks.
Yeah.
And hitting
You're initiative 5 base, aren't you?
I'm initiative. He's initiative 5. So I'm going first. I'm only needing 4-ups to do.
Have they only got a 3+ save as well?
I think so, but the weapons are AP2 anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. So it was. I don't understand why Meridian Blades are free, because they are so much more useful than a Paragon Blade that is 25 points.
What's the Meridian Blade?
So Meridian Blades are twin swords, so you don't get an extra attack for having 2 close combat weapons.
Perfect.
But you have 3 different ways of attacking. You can get, if you're outnumbered, you can do a normal strength AP2, rampage 3 attacks.
Yeah.
So potentially 8 attacks when you're outnumbered at AP2 strength 5. You can do a single strength 10 AP1 attack, or you can do sort of your normal number of attacks at +1 strength AP2 murder strike 4+, which is much better than
a
Paragon
Blade, which is murder strike 6.
25, and these are 25 points.
How bizarre!
And these are free, so that's why I put them on him, because this is just the best upgrade they can take.
Money can buy.
So I won that game. Tony was super cool, but it was just a case of one army was better at doing the one thing that both the armies wanted to do.
Yeah. So rampages are 2 wound, but they only have a 3+ armor save.
Yeah,
so they would have made a huge amount of difference, but even so,
no. But
I mean,
my other guys,
they're still chucking out a ton of attacks.
My other guys are going first as well. My normal guardian spears, but they're doing single wounds. But it's just it was just volume
wounds.
Volume
and wounding on 3s looks all strength 5 minimum.
Yeah, so
nice. Realistically, you don't want to be stuck in combat with a custody.
No, and that was a theme for the rest. From this point on, it was gun lines ahoy.
Yeah, that was the. So did you win that one?
I did win that one. Yes, I did win that game.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that was good. You won one game. I think when we went on Saturday, we said we won one game.
Yeah,
I think I got a message. One win in the bag or something.
That's right.
One in the bag for each. Yeah. So I'd won one. David lost one. Graham had drawn one.
Yep. So we'd covered all the bases.
So we'd stuck all the bases out. Game 2.
Game 2. So this was against Thousand Suns, with Magnus, Court of the Crimson King, all the trimmings, all the pixie tricks a man could want to eat. But unfortunately for him, it was a long ways deployment. And of course, I have a lot of guns with a lot of high strength. Magnus was like, you'll do.
There was a lot of short end deployment.
I think, and I think we've stopped using them in we tend to avoid them now, and we'll probably come on to it in the sum up. But yeah, so I think this was the normal 24 inches on, 24-inch gap, 24 inches.
Yeah.
And I also think this was the mission which actually was quite good fun, where the scenery gets kind of sucked into the middle. Don't know if you played that one, Shifting Sands.
That was the last game I played.
Yeah, and actually that was quite a cool mechanic. I quite enjoyed this mission because it actually made it a bit of fun, because it meant that you couldn't just hide behind the scenery, because the scenery would be dragged 6 inches towards the center of the board every turn, which was quite cool. And the objectives as well would also go towards it. So if you got in the middle, you could basically hoover up all the objectives each turn, because they were all kind of in or around the middle. So that was cool. But it's one of those ones where you got to be on the objectives each turn. Again, I used the reason why I had 2 squads of 5-man recon Marines was they were disposable and they're cheap. And so it was just like, I'll just get them on objectives, turn 1, and that's 2 points. If you've got multiple objectives before you even, without moving anything, which is super handy in those kinds of games. Yeah, it gives you a bit of an edge. But yeah, it was good fun. It was a really nice guy, actually, Mark, who I played here. But it was a cool army he had, but I just killed Magnus super quick with some serious firepower from.
Did you roar with joy like you did?
I didn't, because
many years ago.
It wasn't quite the same level of achievement, to be fair. She's not quite as crazy
old Magnus
as the old Magnus. Yeah, I mean, and that's just before they nerfed him. So when I killed him that time, it was an achievement, because it was hard to do. But this, it was just like loads and loads of basically my MVPs pretty much every game were the Vindicators.
Yeah,
just such a devastating tank squad. 3 las cannon, 3 laser destroyers per one, twin linked, fantastic output of damage against those things, and the Omegas as well, great against high strength infantry. But yeah, so that was a good game though. But this mission, basically, like I said, you had to put the objectives down. I think there were 4 objectives and 1 in the middle, and every turn the objectives would basically go towards the center of the thing, D6 inches. But you also rolled for the scenery as well and see what happens. But it was cool. It was. I enjoyed that mission a lot. It was quite good fun. I'd probably play that one again. But it wasn't super complicated, if that makes any sense. It was just like that one main mechanic, which enjoyed.
And wasn't it that if terrain moved into contact with a unit, the unit would take damage and stuff like that. Good. So it was
I would probably use that one again for a game, because it was good fun. So I enjoyed that one. But yeah, that was my first win, 15-8. So it's still quite close, but I just managed to get on more objectives basically, and stopped Magnus from doing his business. And of course, once Magnus was out of the way, I had Gulliman and the Caesarean to just tear into stuff, including the Sekhmet and what have you. But the pixie tricks were very pixie tricksy. They do give you some good buffs and advantages in the Thousand Suns. But yeah, it was a good fun game. He was a really nice guy as well. I really enjoyed playing against him.
Wow,
good times.
The bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Really, that was probably one of the next couple of games were really good fun.
Nice.
David? So that was a win for me. I got one win on the table.
One up for Graham now.
Yes.
Yes. Me.
Go on then, David.
Game 2. Game 2 again. Alpha Legion.
There's a theme again.
Yeah. There was quite a lot that weekend though. There was quite.
They're a popular legion.
He had a Cerberus. Center line thing, 72-inch, whatever. Horribleness.
The one that we banished to the loft.
Yeah, he had a couple of dreads, had a couple of javelins, I think those speeder things.
Yeah,
and a recon squad and the Sakara and stuff like that. So he was pretty. It was Matt I was playing, and he was good. I quite liked him. Basically, we had booby traps. There was like he got advantage, so he got 2 extra
Yeah.
booby traps, but there were 6 in total.
Yeah.
Or you could either choose high explosives or
anti-tank or something.
or
That was the one
anti-tank.
I had in the first game.
So basically, I think I was too cautious in the game. So I was basically trying to stay behind buildings so I wouldn't get shot by the Cerberus, but I wasn't moving out because I didn't want to hit these booby traps.
Yeah.
He was moving his dreadnoughts out, which you couldn't really do anything. You didn't want to waste the anti-tank on the.
Yes,
on
it's
the
only one
dreadnought.
wound. Yeah.
So I thought, this is buggery.
That's exactly that was exactly the bind I found myself.
But
in
I mean,
with that
it was
mission.
it was a good game. I think I lost it, but only by 1 point.
Oh, okay.
But so I've shot a few things out of the things, but I say his Cerberus. In the end, I just thought I'll sod it, and I just stuck my Spartan out and just drove down towards him, and then.
I think the Cerberus isn't again. Is under. We kind of filed that under. Isn't all that?
Yeah.
It's centre line, and it was. I don't know if it was barrel. It was.
It's a neutron laser.
It's a neutron laser on destroyer or something. Neutron. It's a bigger version of the neutron blaster I had.
Yeah.
So it's technically a LAS of some description.
But
I just thought, it. In the end, I just went for it.
Because you got a flare shield. Do you have a flare shield on the
No, I just had basically a basic
Spartan.
as
Very sporting.
transporter.
The gentleman's Spartan.
The gentleman's Spartan.
You could try and shoot this, and you might blow it up. But
there is a small chance he will blow this tank up.
Yeah, he did blow
rather
it up,
than no chance.
But I thought by then he won. It was close, but I wasn't gonna get anything close enough.
So do you think it was because you were too? I got caught in this bind with those
too
cautious.
So strength 10.
Yeah.
So the neutron laser battery. 72 inches. Strength 10. AP 1. Ordnance 4. Concussion 3. Feedback shock pulse gets hot.
Yeah, but he didn't. He just.
I can't remember why we put it in. Why this time around?
I mean, I think because it's. I mean, strength 10.
Ordnance 4.
For the same price, you get 3 Vindicators.
Yeah, I think that's maybe enough.
Yeah, but it looked good.
It does look cool.
It's just.
Oh yeah, it looks really cool.
It's imposing. It's quite intimidating model. So I was like,
yeah.
I've just had a Warhound Titan. Now I've got a Cerberus. I mean, it can't get any worse than this.
Dave's basically living the worst of Heresy 1.0 in Heresy 2.0. Dave's living the retro dream.
Here, I'll show you how to play this game.
Yeah, that's it.
So that was good. And then we did a challenge, and there was a thing on the challenge. The first one to win a challenge and the first one to lose a challenge would get a token.
Oh yeah, did you trade your drinks token?
No, I did. I completely forgot about it. I got home. What's this bit of MDF in my pocket? I went, it's a token thing, because I thought it was a free drink. So I was going up there and go, I'll have a bottle of Coca-Berg, the old. Oh no, it only goes to £2.50 off. I said, well, it doesn't say that on the token. And the bloke over there said it was a free drink. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, free drink of
Someone's
water.
going to get a fight in a minute. Here's the water. That's the free drink. All right. But yeah. So that was a good game. Too cautious. Lost it by a point. But
oh man,
still a loss.
Close. Still a loss. Still close though.
It was close. And then the other game I got absolutely rinsed in points.
Yeah.
Because he got the higher score in objectives. But with this one, it was close, and he was a good opponent. He basically said, "Sorry, I only play it for fun." I said, "That's what I do." But you know,
good.
I said, "I'm definitely make the numbers up," but you know,
not at all.
And that was
nice.
it.
So Dave, two losses.
Two losses.
So your morale was down at that point.
Oh mate, I was drained.
On the floor.
I was drained. I thought I've got another game after this. I thought, oh Christ.
So my game 2 was what they were calling Apex missions. So they had this thing where certain missions you could earn rewards and then go and ruin other people's games is effectively.
Oh, yeah. A better word, but yes.
Yeah.
There weren't enough rules to think about.
Yeah.
These missions.
So you would be able to. So there were like certain tables you could go and drop a blast template on and things like that.
Oh yeah, someone did that to me.
And in the I personally wasn't a huge fan of it, both as provider and receiver of intervention. But that's,
did you have somebody kind of help you out, give you a little bit of going, hey, do you want a blast template anywhere, or was it just that you always got on the receiving end of the?
No,
traitors?
I got offered it and I received it. And I did it as well. I had the chance.
Okay.
So I earned some points to go and do it, but I didn't enjoy it at any point because it was one of those things where it could happen at any moment, effectively.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, well, all these units are in a combat.
You didn't have to wait for anything. It was just like, it's happening right now.
Yeah. And it was kind of interrupted the flow of the game for me at times. But anyway, we'll come on to things like that later on. So I had a game against Mark, or possibly another gentleman with a different name. I think I wrote down Mark, but it may have been Matt or something.
Okay.
I can't quite remember exactly.
There was a few mats there.
Yeah, there's a few Matts, few Marks. This is a
On
Sons
the
of Horus
table.
list. And we had the asymmetrical deployment zones. There were terrain pieces that were objectives as opposed to objective markers.
Yeah.
So we had to get onto some Sky Shield landing pads and hold those. And every time you had one, you got 1 victory point, and you earned 2 points that would go towards you doing something on another table.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So there's one big one in the center, and one directly in his deployment zone, and one just on the edge of my deployment zone. So already, and you got these at the end of your turn. So I was facing 4 land raiders, 2 squads of rapiers, a Typhon, an assault squad, and
4 land raiders.
4 land raiders, all with all of the las cannons.
Yeah, of course.
Units in those las cannon in those land raiders as well, and 2. I think it's 1 land speeder and 2 javelins, or it might have been 2 javelins, 1 land speeder.
Oh, las cannons on them as well.
No, there was Volkite on one of them.
Oh wow.
So, and somehow, and I honestly I'd forgotten about this, and I looked at the picture I took. He infiltrated his assault squad onto the center deployment zone.
Ooh. How did he do that? I can't work out how he did that.
I had forgotten about this until now. So between now and the next recording, I'm going to definitely look through the rule books, because he was like, "Yeah, I'm just going to infiltrate these here." And at the time I was like, "Oh, there's probably something that I've misheard that allows him to do
Is there
this."
a warlord trait? It must be a warlord trait or something. I'll have a quick look. Oh, I remember you saying, "Oh, he's got Sons of Horus and they can infiltrate." And I'm like, "They can?"
Yeah. So he started the game with 1 on the center objective, 1 on his own objective, and so he'd already had two victory points. And so at this point, it's just playing catch up. Already, end of turn 1, I've had to take a round of shooting from all of the las cannons. So models are already being removed en masse. Oh, and he had one of the traitor assassin models that
the Infernus guy.
Yeah, the Infernus guy.
What Infernal?
Who does brutal too.
The cult sub.
Yeah,
he's awesome. I've got one of them.
He is awesome. Yeah, does brutal. He's a load of fun.
And his strength 8 at initiative.
Yeah. Strength 8. What's that to me?
AP2. Nothing to you, of course, but
no.
But
brutal 2 is definitely a problem. And so that got infiltrated near my line as well. And he was a nice guy.
Yeah.
But I would have strangled him.
He's got 4 las cannon. He's got 4 land raiders, and they were deployed as far back as they possibly could be to still have range of shooting.
Yeah.
The Typhon came forward as much as it had to. He effectively pity fed me 3 speeders, so I had something to kill. And there's just nothing I could do. I was like, well, I'm going to have to get I'm going to have to go 2 of my movement turns to kill the assault squad that's on the objective to score the point for it.
Yeah.
Well, in those 2 turns, I'm taking
All that las cannon fire.
All that las cannon fire plus the rapiers. It was just too much firepower. And then I got onto the objective, and by this point, I've scored. He's got the first unit. He's well ahead of me in the points. Conceivably, I cannot win at this point.
Hmm.
And it's just cool. I was like bare minimum. I think I finished the game with 2 models. I think Valdor got wiped at the end just because I was like, well, I'm just going to hell with it. Valdor's going to rampage and go forwards.
Yeah, why not?
But it's when Valdor got onto the objective and his assault squad moved back and everything his whole line just shuffled back slightly. And I was like, okay, so this is going to be the game.
It's going to be one of those games.
It's going to be.
I still don't know how he did that with the assault squad. I just don't know how he did that.
I don't know, but anyway. So
I mean, if anybody knows how he did that, please write into how the hell did he do that? Because I'd like to know.
Yeah,
I don't know how you can. I just cannot find anything for Sons of Horus that says you can infiltrate assault squads.
I don't think assault squad's got scout or anything like that. I don't think.
No, they've got deep strike, but that's it.
Yeah.
Even unless it was a Reaver assault squad and they've got infiltrate, but I don't think they have. I'll have a look.
It might have been. It might. Can I take jet bikes? Assault jump packs.
So yeah, you got the Reaver aggressors and the Reaver assault squad.
Maybe that's what it was, and I just.
I'll have a quick look.
What were they armed with?
Chain axes and.
I don't know. I've only got the picture to go by, and it's not a great picture. But yeah, they got moved back, so that I could.
You love it when people do that to you, don't you?
I was just like, I've done all I'm doing at this point is moving forwards,
making a game of it.
I'm trying to get involved, but I knew as soon as that happened, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna move everything forwards and just fall to your gun line and get this over and done with, because you're not interested in. You're interested in winning. You're not interested in having a game. So,
I mean that's what some people do for fun.
Yeah, I was by the end of turn 2, I lost a large chunk of my army to the point where even if he'd got everyone out of his land raiders,
that was a tough list. I wouldn't have wanted to face that.
I couldn't have won with any number of the volume of attacks that I would have required. There were Terminators in there and stuff like that. So it was just a tough game, and it was. And it started, and so this was gunline number 1 of my heresy weekend.
I say even Reaver aggressors don't get infiltrate off the bat. There's no warlord traits. I can't see it in any special characters unless there's a new one in the new book potentially.
No, I don't think they're. Well, Little Horus.
There's also the other guy.
He didn't have Little Horus because Horus wasn't released yet. I think he got released that weekend. All the rules.
There was the other guy, wasn't it? The new guy, the one who doesn't like the black shields.
Yeah, the Ivor.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
But anyway,
it wasn't that guy. But yeah, so I kind of just chalked it up to okay. Well, this is what happens when you win a game, Chris. Karma comes back and puts you in its place pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I was okay about it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm just thinking in my mind what way is there for a Reaver assault squad or a assault squad to infiltrate?
Yeah, because he definitely said infiltrate. He didn't say scout. He definitely said infiltrate.
Unless it's with a character of some description that gets. But I don't know. You'd have to have. You can't if a character's got infiltrate. I don't think it gives it to the squad.
Yeah.
Or it's the other way around. I can never remember which one.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. So game 2, big old loss for this guy. Which is totally cool.
Okay. Game 3 then?
Game 3.
Yeah. So I had the Sons of Horus in game 3, not the same list. I can't remember the chap's name, unfortunately. But I do know that I'd been using the World Eater, as we talked about earlier, and I stopped using them halfway through this game because I was like, okay, they seem suspiciously high of the 4s and 5s. So I changed them to my backup dice just to see if it was just me or whether there is actually something weird with them. But yeah, again, this was a really cool game. Really enjoyed this one. Horus was there in force. And so Horus and Gulliman went toe to toe, which was pretty cool. I don't think it ended particularly well for Gilliman because Horus is a bit of a beast and has got a much better invon save. But yeah, we had a really good knock. But again, it was just the sheer my shooting was, quite devastating in that regard. And again, big Terminator squads and stuff like that are fall to my high strength, low AP shooting off the Omegas and the Vindicators particularly. So yeah, it was a win against the Sons of Horus, which was quite cool. I did actually kill Horus in the end.
You killed Horus in the end, yeah? What do you think?
It was a good game to end the day on. It wasn't a super competitive kind of game. It was a good fun game. It was a weird deployment actually on this one. So I kind of deployed out the way and made him sort of come to me a little bit until I could shoot him, which was always fun.
All right.
Right,
Dave.
Me.
Yeah,
Yes.
game 3.
Game 3 was that one with the moving objective. Hang on a minute.
Hold up. Check your
Can
notes.
you can you hear the kettle boiling?
Yeah,
Only
but
very
it's not
faintly,
that
but
bad.
that's
It's not that bad.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
It's
Don't
fine.
worry. I'll hopefully get that out in
connection.
hopefully get that with
So
post
I was
production.
playing Callum, and he was militia and something else. Demon. You could summon demons.
Nice.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
He could, but it was he had a brass scorpion named after the paint and a Samus, the demon.
A
Sorry.
Samus, as opposed
He had
to
a Samus,
the
or it
Samus.
was Samus. He called it Samus. I was like, okay, that's that. He was a nasty big demon thing.
That is exactly what he is. He is an absolute.
So it was brass scorpion. Luckily, he was just out of range for shooting on his turn, but he had a lot of militia, so he had lots of these 3D printed trucks, which I said looked a bit like a George Papard film I saw called Damnation Valley. If you've ever seen it, there was these big trucks they had in, and he had loads of all these 3D printed ones, but they were like, he was basically said they're made of paper, so if you shoot them, they will blow up. Even if you glance them, it's counted as a penetration or something because it's militia.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it was all,
pretty much.
So basically,
Oh yeah, they did look like that. You're right.
yeah.
Damnation
I
Valley.
was trying to remember it. And I had to Google it and I showed him. And it looks a bit like it, and he says, "Yeah." I said, "It's an awful film," but it was. They spent all the money on the special effects of the sky, and they forgot about the practical effects they had. So it was laughable. Anyway, so carried on with that. So
A lot of films like that, though, isn't there?
yeah, it was an awful film, but it's funny. So basically, he went first, but he was out of range of all of his brass scorpion and that. So luckily, so my first time, this game I needed this game to go well because I was lagging by then. I was like, my brain was draining of I can't do any thinking. It was the objective where everything like you had, Graham, with all the stuff moved, the objectives moved, and then you did DT6 or something, and you could pick certain terrain to move to the middle.
Yeah.
So basically, I went,
Shifting
you know what?
Sands, I think it was.
Shifting Sand. So I just went, I'm just going to go for it. And I went for it, just put everything in there, moved the predators forward. They all shot at this brass scorpion, killed it first turn. And I was like, he's like, what? I went, yeah. I went, oh, this is awesome. And I think I kind of went into a bit of a bloodlust mode and I was going to kill everything.
The Mills bloodlust.
So basically, when I shot his transports, they exploded and they killed more people than I did shooting.
Nice.
So that was cool. I did the same thing against Anthony Little when I played his Mechanicum. I think two of his transporters blew up and killed more people than I actually killed in the game. So that was cool. So yeah, they all blew up. He kept pouring out, and then the next turn he summoned Samus through with one of his priests, his psychers, and he come rushing in. I threw a dreadnought at him. I think he killed the dreadnought, but I was shooting him as well, so I managed to shoot him off the board. I thought, this is going good. This is great. I'm loving this. And then basically he got a load of his troops out on an objective, and my heavy support missiles. I thought rather than doing crack, I'm going to do frag, forgetting
Nice
that frag is a template.
Yes.
So I'm like doing this. So I'm leaning over like this, going template, rolling and hit. Oh yeah, taking another 6 out. And the first lot I did, I had about 63 dice. So he had all the dice. So he basically went, "Put your hands together, and I'll pour them into your hand, Dave." I went, "Okay, thank you very much." So he poured and literally hundreds of troops were being removed. But he must have had hundreds of troops to do it. But it was quite back breaking, just trying to do all the hold the thing and roll the dice at the same time. I was like, "Oh, I'm getting over this sort of thing." But yeah, literally wiped him out on that bit. His other psycho ran away and never come back, and that was, and I basically come around. Yeah, like literally bloodlust. I thought I'm just trying to see his kill as much as I can.
Yeah,
and I won that game. So I was like, I win. I was like, I've won a game, which I kind of needed because otherwise I don't think I would have turned back next day.
To drag you kicking and
I'd
screaming.
go, no, leave me here. But I'd probably would have come with you because I wouldn't have felt safe in the place on my own. So
that intimidating, was it?
That was a win. Callum was great to play against. He was cheeky. He said I was the worst first date he's ever had because I've already given him a good pounding. And so
the line. That's the line.
It was a line. I was like, I do like you because you're cheeky. So that was right. But he like I said, good sport. He was getting out. He knew he was going to get rinsed, and I needed to do a rinsing of someone.
Yep.
Fair enough.
So that was it. A win on the last game was a win on the first day.
Perfect. Very nice.
Right,
awesome.
So what did you do evening? Did you just go out clubbing or did you just chill?
I didn't play a third game, Mr. B. Don't worry about it.
I thought you'd done your third game. Sorry, I do apologise. No, sorry, I do apologise. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought
I hadn't had enough at this point. So I got Anthony Little, friend of the show.
Oh yeah, we love Anthony.
We love Anthony.
Cool. Did he take the Praetor in the end?
No, he
The
had.
rocket
Did he? Yes, he did. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So we had again end-to-end table deployment, but it's a table that you played on game 5, Graham. So you had this sort of gate creation, and I was at that end of the board, and then he had his militia with his tanks and his guys, and we decided to set the objectives. So there's a road that went down the middle, and we set the objectives on the road basically. So we had to work up the road to score as many points as you could. Anthony's, I've played him Company of Legends, a game of Battlefield Gothic, so I knew it was going to be a fun game, and it was exactly that. He knew that my guys were going to do one thing, and that was going to be chop a lot of things up, and for him it was try and blast as many things as he could. It was super fun. The Night Lords turning up, because he had some Night Lords that deep struck in drop pods.
Yep.
They were super cool. They did some fun stuff at one end of the table. I ended up with a unit of one custodian called Steve, who basically couldn't do anything. Whenever he tried to do something, he failed miserably. So Steve has since been fired and replaced in that list because, I'm going to attack these guys. That's just ones to hit. I'm going to run over there to assault. That is 1 inch less than I need to make that charge. Steve was rubbish. But this game gave me 2 cool things. A, it gave me what I think is my greatest deep strike ever.
Oh, we saw this one, yeah.
Which, quite frankly, is a thing of beauty and should be admired and written into how to deep strike in the 21st century. He had 2. It was
West Point will have a book on it. Military Academy.
Just gonna
going forward. The Art of the Deep Strike.
The Art of the Deep Strike, and this is how you do it. I'm going to put the photo into the chat for this, just so you can once again admire this beautiful bit of deep striking. Let's just hit send on that bad boy.
If you're listening, you'll be able to see it now on the video.
So there are 2 lines of units, and it was basically I had to hit exactly the middle. Valdor and the Vateral guard. And I was like, I'm going to go for it. Everyone knows I like a cheeky deep strike. If I can go... And also, I had to get units to that end of the board because he still had a lot of stuff left. Those tanks were causing me bother. So I had to do something about them. This is the only way I could do it, was getting Valdor and those guys and the Aquilians at that end of the board that quickly. I was kind of talking myself out of it, thinking, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to scatter. And Anthony was like, no, just go for it. You know what's going to happen. So I just picked up my scatter dice, just threw the scatter dice, and it rolled up a hit. I was like, this is going to be amazing. Mm-hmm. So, and I keep forgetting that you don't have to deploy in a circle anymore. You deploy in unit coherency, but not in necessarily a round one model. So, conga line, perfectly 1 inch either side of the enemy units. By far my greatest deep strike that I've ever achieved. So I should always have that to share with Anthony as a special moment.
Special moment. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it was, I'll never have it with anybody else. Unless I can find a smaller gap to fit into at some point, it's not going to be possible.
I think that's about as far as you could take that particular trick.
Yeah, that was... There's probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 millimeters I could have got it a little bit closer if I needed to.
Fantastic.
So they turned up, and then we started getting stuck into stuff. But it gave me the second coolest thing, which was Anthony had a Valdor tank.
Mm.
So, and Anthony's Valdor tank wanted to kill my Valdor. So it was only about turn 5 that we finally got some hot and sexy Valdor on Valdor action. But they both completed the game. We couldn't. Neither was destroyed by the other, unfortunately. Ran out of time for it. But it was just a fun game. Like, there were lots of little stories within it. He'd had a unit that tried to move, like, sort of sneak around the side of the table, and they got blown up, and then they had to sort of try and survive as much as they could. And it was just a fun experience.
Well, that's what you want, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good game. I did win, but even if I had lost, I still had a good time with it.
Gotcha.
Which I think is, ultimately what we're all out for.
Yeah. So that was 2 wins.
That was 2 wins and one
day.
Loss. Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. And Anthony, he had gone gun line, but it wasn't crazy gun line. It was,
I had a Praetor in it, so
yeah, it had a narrative to it within it, so that was good fun. That was the end of game 1 for us. Yeah, 2 wins for myself, 2 wins Graham, 1 for Dave.
Pretty good day, so really. For us.
I mean, that is a phenomenally successful day.
Yeah,
you were undefeated, and it was.
That's unusual for us. Usually we go out Saturday nights like, bloody game, never play on it again.
Why cancel the show?
Absolutely spanked off the board. Didn't even get a foot in. Couldn't lay a glove on the.
Maybe it's because I wasn't there.
That was
maybe Mr. B, the albatross around our respective necks that you are.
Never. I mean, that was game 2. I was certainly having a certain element of that feeling. End of game 2. But it had been a good day. I think everyone I'd interacted with was very nice. Everyone was very friendly throughout the day. I don't think there was any sort of issues and everything like that. So that was good.
Yeah. So where did you go clubbing then? The Hacienda or the? I can't remember any names of clubs.
Hacienda in Manchester, Mr. B.
Yeah.
You are Stockport. I mean, basically in Manchester.
Oh yeah, but not that near to Manchester.
We weren't far away.
We went to the Friars Inn.
Brewers
Fair for dinner, and then we went back and played,
which again was functional. The mixed grill was nice.
Yeah,
always a good grill is there. Yeah.
Always a good choice, I find.
That was nice.
And then you went back and played Settlers of Catan.
We did. We were going to record, but we were kind of frazzled at that point. Yeah. So Catan was a much more appealing.
I have a Star Trek version of Settler Catan. It's great.
No, we enjoyed it. It was a good game.
Yeah,
That's how much we worked the rules
it's a
out.
classic. It's a real classic.
We'd never played it before, so.
Oh, it's not. Oh,
No, we
okay.
hadn't played it before. It was our first time. So
Lin-
yes,
Lindsay was at the last expo showing off how to play a football version of Catan.
right. But it
How do you
combines
get-
some interesting.
How do you
mechanics,
get
though.
wood in football Catan?
Yes, I was going to say. Well,
Yeah, it's weird. It's
There you
weird.
go.
I'll get her to explain.
I thought you'd enjoy that little cheeky,
little cheeky
joke.
innuendo.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it's a good.
I'm going to give you some wood.
Wood for
Give you
sheep.
some
Wood
Yeah,
for sheep. I have wood for sheep.
wood
Classics.
for sheep. Beautiful.
Anyway,
Day 2.
yeah. Day 2.
Oh.
So Dave, no, me.
Yeah.
So this was
Mm.
this was the game where I swapped my dice out. Actually, I remember recording. So this was against.
So you
Word
were still
bearers.
cheating up until this point.
I was still cheating using those Forge World dice. Yes, Mr. B. But yeah,
Heard
they
it here first.
you heard it here first. They are dodgy dice. Just no choice about it. This was against James, and this was against Lorgar, not Fulgrim. Definitely Lorgar. And this was a tough list. Boy, these guys were tough. So this was like a big old 10-man Galvorback squad with Argyle Tal, I think, and with Lorgar in the mixer as well for added lols. Actually, Argyle Tal might not have been there, just might have just been Lorgar. But yeah, lots of kind of shooting as well. But basically, it was one of those missions where he had a 10-man las cannon squad, so that was a problem.
Well, yeah.
So again, I just used the scouts trick, to get the recon squads really close to them. So, and then scout move to them, and I know you can't charge them that turn, you can still definitely shoot them to try and draw out their reaction. And that worked pretty well, actually. So I'm definitely a tactic I'm going to use again. Recon squads, small disposable recon squads for either getting on objectives or just trying to get into combat with units just to hold up their firing, like las cannon squads. Although they can obviously overwatch the hell out of you. But yeah, this was a good knock. But the problem was that because I had these disposable units, every time he picked one of those units for this dark channeling thing. So every time you do that for the word bearers, the Gallon Vorback get an extra toughness and weapon skill and strength, I think. So basically he goes, right, that unit, if that unit dies, then all my Gal Vorback get an extra stat buff. And of course, and then you pick another unit, and if that dies, the same thing happens. So he also had Biomancy on the Psyker, on Lorgar. Yeah, so Lorgar was just making these things like Strength 14, this Gal Vorback. They were just unbelievable. So even my Brave Caesarean, which, to be fair, up to that point had been MVPs, and Gulliman went in there to give them a C into. They were just knocking them senseless. Although they've only got 3+ armor, but they're 3 wounds, Gal Vorback. And once you give them super high toughness, you struggle to hit them and do some damage to them. So it was really tough to get through them. So in the end, Lorgar did for Gulliman and the Caesarean squad. But by that point, I'd managed to sort of get onto the objectives all over the place, really. I managed to outscore him in that. So I was like, towards the end of the game, I was outscoring him 2-1 on objectives. And because I was already ahead, it meant he couldn't get back. So yeah, it was a good, fun game. It was a good, fun game. I enjoyed this one a lot. Had this weird fog rule as well. So
yeah, we had that in game 1. Me and Tony kept forgetting about it.
Yeah, that's the problem with rules, and the thing that we found as well is that if you've got these things you have to roll every turn, it's easy to forget about them. And we did, and I think the fog of war basically. So if you roll the dice at the beginning of the thing, on a 1 to 2, nothing happens. On a 3 to 4, shooting attacks 3 inches further away they actually are when you're charging as well. And then a 5 or a 6, it's while this rule is in effect, any unit or vehicle that begins its shooting phase 6 inches or closer to any friendly unit must roll a d6. On a 1, every model must make a snapshot attack, if possible, to the nearest friendly unit. So you're basically shooting your own people on a 5 or a 6, which was a proper pain. But fortunately, it didn't count as a shooting attack, so you could still shoot. And vehicles don't need fire defensive weapons, which was kind of a bit of a blessing when you got the Vindicators with their strength 9 guns, they couldn't actually fire them in that method, which was good. But yeah, it was quite a cool thing. But again, it was easy to forget. But yeah, Dawn of War deployment, sitting on objectives, grabbing objectives, getting points was the name of the game there. But that was a good fun game. And again, unfortunately, Gilliman did die, but it just did enough to keep on the objectives and getting the points and focusing on those as playing the mission. So yeah, that was against James, but he was a good lad. I really enjoyed playing against him.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah, good fun game, that one.
All right, what about you, Dave?
I was playing
On a high at this point, I'm assuming.
Oh, I was flying. I had changed my tactics completely, and this was it. It was just.
It barely slept Saturday night. You could just
I
hear
was so excited. I was
kept hearing these little giggling noises coming from his bedroom.
Well,
He was clearly loving it.
Skunk, probably, and it was like off the top of my tits, probably. But no, I was playing Kevin, and he had Emperor's Children. So he had.
Why does it not surprise me that someone called Kevin had Emperor's Children?
But he sounded like David Tennant. So I was falling in love with him because David Tennant's got a gorgeous voice.
He does. Yeah, he does.
He was a super nice guy because I came and hung out.
Really nice guy, and he
was a really nice guy that sounds like David Tennant.
We were a bit late, so he's quite understanding that we were a bit late.
I'm glad he's never come to Company of Legends.
But he was great. He had Fulgrim, had Dreadnought, had Land Raider, a Leviathan, some Terminator.
Not Leviathans, I've noticed.
Yeah, there was.
Funny now.
I think most of the places I played was they either had 2 Dreads or a Dread and a Leviathan.
Yeah.
So which I had. So there you go. So he come on, but he brought Fulgrim on like outflank.
Oh yeah.
So basically, we started getting the objectives. It was basically the environment. You had to be touching some terrain, otherwise you'd have to take a test against.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You'd be hit by something. So you had to make sure what part. So
you had to have at least one model in contact with the
terrain. Otherwise, you'd get hit by all this horrible
sand or whatever it was.
So I couldn't. It kind of slowed my bike down a bit, but I was like, "God, I'm just going to go for it." And so I just went everything out, shot a load of things, killed. He had Terminator squad in front of me, shot that to bit. Fulgrim come along, smashed into the side of a tactical squad that was going for an objective. Killed it down to the sergeant. The sergeant did a bunk, ran off, then got back into his next turn, got back into his transport, and then zoomed off to the next objective. After I think he passed his leadership test, but it's like, how did he survive? I don't know, but he did. Shot all them to bits. I lost quite a few bits, and yeah, in the end it was a draw. Managed to get a draw out of that.
Oh, nice! So, that's a good result against
I think it was like 7 points each, or 6 or 7 points each.
Yeah,
but because I killed I shot Fulgrim off the board.
You killed.
You did,
and you didn't take into account price of failure, did you?
No.
You'd taken the. You said, "Oh yeah," you thought you lost. Then I was like,
yeah.
So you got the extra.
A bit.
Yeah.
So I got all that, and then it worked out to have a draw. So I was like, "Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad."
That's a good result.
He was good. Yeah, it was a good result. Yeah, quite enjoyed that game. So trying to remember the extra rules of the environment stuff and all that. But otherwise, it slowed me down a little bit. But my predators come along and just shot loads of stuff to bits, which I was quite happy with.
Cool.
So that was game 4.
Very cool. Game 4 for me.
That's my number 3.
Gunline number 3, Mr. B. That's going to be the new hit single coming out this Christmas. Gunline number 3.
Was it Mambo number 5?
Mambo number 5. Yeah.
3.
Yeah, we didn't get to Gunline number 5. Luckily, we got to Gunline number 4, but not Gunline number 5. So this was Alpha Legion. Short end table deployment with the stupid minefield and a gun line. And this mission was you had to score. It's the one that you had in game 1, which is you had to be within 12 inches to score a point.
Yeah.
of a unit.
It's an interesting idea for a mission, but as I said, I fear that it either benefits the. Well, no, it wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Go on, tell me
trust
how it
me.
went.
So let me tell you how it went. So he did the right thing strategically. He did the right thing. He prioritized getting my Guardian squads out of the way.
Yeah.
Because they're my scoring units. But I seized the initiative, but again, the gap was big enough that I wasn't going to be able to get into combat first round. So he had a round of shooting, and he had 10-man las cannon squad. Pretty sure.
Yep.
My bloody downloads folder's gone, and it's got the photo.
Pretty standard right now, to be honest. A 10-man.
I only had one over the whole weekend.
Oh, look at you!
So
Yeah.
look, find the switcher. Here we go. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 melter jet bikes, las cannon squad, 2 contemptors.
Yep.
A master of signals. So no deep strike for me because that's going to end badly.
Oh yeah, that is going to end badly.
He was preferred enemy on turn 1, so re-rolling ones to miss and stuff. Big Volkite unit, couple of big tactical squads, Alfarius, Lernian Terminators, just enough stuff. But it was, again, they were set up gun line. Let me just see if I can share that and put that into here.
Yeah.
So you can see it. And he did the right thing. He targeted the Guardian squad, so when it got to the point where I was in close, there was only like 1 or 2 models left, so I wasn't going to score points once they were gone, and he could get the points for killing them. So, which again, played it totally cool. I had to get a bit greedy at one point because Guardian squads were dying left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
So it was just a case of maximising points. So I broke my Tribune off from a Guardian squad to go and get stuck in. So he would go and kill a unit. The Guardian squad would go and kill a unit. Because I knew that the amount of time I had to score points was super limited. I put Valdor in a Guardian squad as well. Because I wanted to keep that squad alive as long as possible to keep them ticking over.
Makes sense.
And it just didn't happen. Tribune got overwatched. I rolled... Did
he die from Overwatch?
He'd taken 2 wounds already from firepower, and then I rolled 2 1s on his armor saves, and he was done. My Hawkmen got pinned, so they couldn't do anything for a turn effectively. And I got stuck in with the Heteron at the end. The Aquilians got nuked by Alfarius with instant death, but it was just, again, long way to go.
Yeah.
A lot of firepower, and him rolling the 1s on preferred enemy was just it's just volume of shots. And it's always going to do for me. It always does do for me. So it was just he took it got to the point where I had 1 Guardian guy left, and as soon as he went, I was like, well, that's the game. I'm not going to score any more points at this point. So let's just call it there, because there's no point continuing to roll dice at that point. So.
Yeah.
He was nice. He played the mission perfectly, and
just a poor mission for you.
Poor mission.
Poor matchup.
I was the only one that had to deal with the landmines because there was no reason for him to deal with the landmines because it didn't suit his game, and for me to score points, I had to move towards him. So it was mission, army, table. None of it suited me in any way whatsoever.
Okay.
I get your point. Yeah, he could just stay where he was because you had to come after his line units.
Yeah.
And
my argument always is with gun lines is you're relying on me to make the game happen.
I mean, you could have just sat there and tried to take a secondary or something, I guess. But
but it's... I couldn't deep strike because the martial signals was going to screw that up. It was just a perfect. It's on a 1, 2, and 3, but I know that.
Yeah, but it's only after the second unit comes in that they roll. So the first
Yeah,
master signals only affects the units after the first unit's been placed.
yeah. There just wasn't a lot of. He was quite close to the back,
Yeah,
and it was a good list. It had every base covered that you want. The last cannon squad had the augury scanner. They were going to be the ones that
they would have done you a number if you tried a deep strike, I suppose.
Yeah, so it was just for him it was a good combination. For me, it was just
terrible combination.
Everything was not going to work in my favor. I didn't. He was a nice guy. His name was Dan. He was a very friendly guy, and
well, I mean, half the time it's not as bad losing to a friendly guy as it is losing.
At this point, 3 gun lines in a row. I will admit I was A, bit tired, and B, going into my final game of the weekend after facing 3 gun lines, 2 of which have spanned me off the board.
Yeah.
Perhaps going into game 4, I was perhaps not as jolly as I should have been. And that was.
I think this is the same problem that I found with the Sons of Horus running a melee army. Was that you just got spanned off the board? There was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't get close enough.
Yeah, and the problem this army has is that there's not enough real firepower to do anything in return to put enough out.
It's a melee army with no assault transport.
I think they're a kind of a ally army, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could add them as allies. They'd make a good.
Perfect.
If you had Imperial Fist shooting and
Custodes spears.
Custodes spears for the melee, I think you'd have a good combo. But they definitely have the weakness there.
I have started work on some, I hate to say this, some Sagittarium guys, because they're each carrying a 4-shot heavy bolter effectively.
Oh, but they're some of the nicest looking models they have.
Just to have some firepower. But anyway, that was my game 4 against Dan. It was nice game, but just nightmare.
I've got a squad of them. They are absolutely beautiful models.
Yeah.
Game
5s.
Yeah, so my game 5 was a short affair. So like you, Chris, I was placing a melee army.
Yeah.
And it was long ways deployment, and he had no chance. None at all. There was no way on God's earth that this army could have done it. In fact, it was so bad the first turn. That I shot the Red Butchers off the board. He had his Spartan, he had Red Butchers, he had some big units, despoilers kicking about. But all I had to do was stand there and just shoot him. And that's, I actually stopped shooting half my army halfway through turn 1 because I was like, there's going to be nothing left. So he played his turn 1. I played my turn 2 and he gave up.
Yeah.
Because there was nothing he could do. It was impossible. I could just shoot him off the objectives. He couldn't get close enough to destroy my tanks, and I'd blown up anything that could have posed any kind of remote threat to me at that point. And it was just a very bad matchup. Like you say, the mission wasn't in his favor because I could just set the objectives. The deployment zone again was a long ways deployment zone, which suits me down to the ground. And I had so much shooting and he had so little to stop it that it was he just couldn't do anything about it, even though there were world eaters. So
the thing with the short deployment zone is, although the gap in the middle is still 24 inches or whatever, your deployment zone is also 24 inches. So you have a much deeper deployment zone.
Yeah,
but
so you can fall back
further back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more like 36 minimum you have to get to if somebody, or even more, 40 inches that you've got to travel. Even if you deploy right on the edge of your deployment zone, you've still got a hell of a long way to go.
To interact. And I think that's the thing, people go, well, it's just the distance is the same. It's like,
no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Not by
you can go a lot further back. Still get all your long to medium range shooting off.
Yep.
And a melee army has got to travel at least 2 turns to get stuck in.
At least 2. So and I think
that can be a lot of firepower against a strong with a strong gun line army.
So it was like I said, I realised that this was a bad match after halfway through turn one, I just
Yeah.
stopped shooting and let him have a go. But it was, even that couldn't really turn anything around. So it was a nice enough lad. He wasn't bitter about it or anything. It was just like, look, it's just a mission, and the deployment zone haven't done me any favors. And he said, look, I'd rather just go home early now and have an extra couple of hours at home rather than just take models off for the next hour and a half. Which is a bit of a shame. But
Yeah.
I can totally get where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's just
So that was it. Yeah, it was against another Mark S, with World Eaters. And like I said, it was quite a strong World Eaters army, but it was just, like I say, wrong mission, wrong deployment zone,
perfect.
wrong army.
Yeah.
What about Dave? What about your game?
Game 5 was against Thousand Suns.
Oh yeah,
Lots of jet bikes, and it was really well painted. Loved the paint.
it was a nice paint job, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was basically the same sort of one. It was basically color forged gold and Blood Angel.
Yeah, it was the
contrast.
metallic candy red, wasn't it?
Yeah, basically that's sexy red. He had
his whites were very nice as well. The
whites. I would have done whites myself, but they work with that because I don't like white basically. So he had some Terminators, all the pixie tricks with the Terminators. He had a Land Raider. He had a Master of Signals. He had a Recon Squad, and he had a super cool looking Leviathan with all the Thousand Suns sort of, alien stuff coming up of that. And he had the other nutty Dreadnought that has the big.
The Psychic Dreadnought.
Yeah, he had that going on there.
Punisher as well, didn't he?
Yeah, had a Punisher.
Sakaran Punisher.
Yeah, it was kicking out the shots. And so, that was quite a good game. Basically, went for that as well. It was basically objective in the middle, and then whoever controlled that, we both then put an objective down, and then you had to get to that one, and then you put another one. There could only be 4 objectives at one time, and all this. So it was quite a low score.
He was a guy. He was a nice guy. I really.
Yeah, he was. It was. Then he went, "Oh, I'm about 25." I thought he's half my age nearly. So
I know.
But it's nice to see, young and playing the game. But.
I know I'm interrupting here, but I was playing a guy in 40k the other week, and it was just like we found out we both lived in Suffolk at one point, and I was like, "Oh, well, I moved away in 2001. Oh, I was born in 2000," and I'm like. Okay, and then he was like, "Oh, I'll have to finish the game at 8:30 sharp because I'm meeting my wife," and I'm like, "You're like half my age and married."
Hey, look, we're not the kids anymore.
We're not kids anymore.
Welcome to my world.
No. Anyway,
no. The worst since I ever had of that was when my nephew just said to me about some paper stuff, and he was like, "You do realize it's my generation's got to deal with the damage you did to the planet?" And I'm like, "That was my line."
Yeah, that was a good game. I chose his Land Raider squadron as the priority target because I thought, cool. He chose my Sky Hunters, which was only 3 bikes. I thought, you clever bastard, because I mean,
much easier to
so
kill.
basically,
It's a great dynamic, right? What do you do, right? If you choose first and you go, well, I'm going to make a game of it, right? So I'm going to pick something that's a bit tasty, and then they pick a tactical squad that's basically hanging in their underpants, waiting to get shot to death to get the priority target point. I think it's in future I'll get them to choose, and then you can do an equivalent.
So in my game 5, which I'll come on to shortly, we both forgot about a priority target, and then I said, "Oh, we forgot to do priority targets," and the guy I was playing went, "Well, I would have chosen that squad." The one that's got 2 guys left in it.
Yeah.
I was like,
really?
Okay, sure, no worries. You take that, and I'll take the unit at the back of the board.
Yeah.
That I know I'm not going to get to beat, but I was like, okay.
Yeah, well, but I managed to kill the priority target. It was basically a Land Raider full of the troops with the 2 Kosh, they called
the Coppish blades.
Yeah, I managed to wipe them out, and I literally hid my spikes behind a Spartan. I managed to park my Spartan at a certain angle and park the bikes just behind it. So he come around the building. He just couldn't get a shot to hit the last bike. And I was like,
Gotcha.
it was you can't get a target. I was like, how fluky am I? And I think it ended in a draw as well. So I ended up with 2 losses, 1 win, and 2 draws, which I was very happy with.
That's a pretty good weekend.
Mid-table, I think.
That was a good game, that one. And you did a cool move in that where you kind of outflanked him, not literally, but you drove your predators around the outside and then came across the back line, which I thought was a cool move.
Yeah, I basically I managed to disrupt his deep strike, so he got loads of troops moved over.
Yeah.
And I just piled over, shot all them, and then come behind him. But say, yeah, we had to finish like turn 3 or something, something 4, because we were never finished in time. But yeah, it ended in a draw, and yeah, he was great, good
Nice
player.
guy, really nice guy. I thought.
Yeah, it was a nice guy. And one of his friends complimented my paint job on one of my rhinos, so that even made my day as well. So.
Perfect. Very cool.
Cool. So just you then, Chris, to bring home the bacon.
Game 5. Oh yeah. So game 5 was short table ends, triangle deployment.
Yeah. Even worse.
Oh,
yeah. Against my favourite opponent army, Craftworld Death Guard. Craftworld Barbarous. With a Typhon.
Oh,
nice.
And
nice.
Yeah, as I said, 3 gunline armies in a row. And then,
he had artillery as well, didn't he?
No, it was
rapier.
Rapiers, yeah, he had rapiers, and a lot of guys. And I have to admit, I got to that table, saw it was Death Guard, and my body just went into, this is gonna fucking suck mode. So Henry, if you're listening, I'm very sorry. I was super grumpy, but I just, by that point, 4 gunline armies in a row, I just didn't care. I was just like, I'm not going to enjoy this at all.
No.
So I was like, I have to go forwards to make this a game. So I didn't. I was like, I'll send some things forwards, but most of it's going to stay at the back. Then the terrain started moving.
Yep.
Which was wonderfully exciting. And yeah, it was right. We got into a bit of an argument at one point because I was in the sort of shutdown rage mode, and he shot the Typhon. I'd done the evasion reaction, and I was not taking into account my additional save effectively when I was doing it. I was just taking my normal inbound save and then just taking models off. And that was me. I was just in like, I just can't be dealing with this right now. Headspace. Eventually, armies got into each other.
What was that? So you didn't make your damage mitigation roll?
I wasn't making my damage mitigation rolls. I was just like, that's fine. They're just dead. I don't care. I just couldn't at that point.
You got into an argument about it.
Yeah, because he was trying to explain it to me, and I was just being a bit of a dickhead, and I freely accept that I was being a bit of a dickhead. I did apologise to him at the time.
Sorry, Graham and Dave. I've already recorded that for you.
That's fine. Look, when your army.
What was the argument then? Was he saying that you can't take the evade?
No. He was saying that I could take it, but it was entirely me just being a dickhead.
So basically, you were bored and wanted to go home.
I was just like, I just want to get these.
I had enough.
I was just like, I just can't be dealing with this nonsense.
Yeah.
So Craftworld Eldar, Typhon moves 24 inches, shoots its merry old gun. You're just like, okay, cool. I did lose the game. A cool thing happened.
Would he double out? I guess he'd double out your guys, wouldn't he?
Yeah, they're
strength, quite high strength, isn't it?
Strength 10, so yeah.
Well, strength 10, and strength 12 or something crazy.
So, yeah, it doubles them out, and it's
it's only 83, but it's rending, isn't it, or something?
Brutal 4 or brutal 3 or something. So it did one wound.
Not that bad then.
one wound and they're dead anyway, so it didn't really matter. But
Yeah.
it's 1 wound is 4 saves.
Yeah.
If so, and that was basically I was just like, it doesn't really matter if I fail 1, I just fail. Just get rid of them. They're not going to survive. They've got to. I'm not going to make every damage mitigation roll and invulnerable save.
But it was only AP3 though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's also
Rending.
It's, yeah,
Ritual
so
rending.
yeah, so I couldn't have made. I was never going to make all of the saves required because I didn't have any World Eaters dice to use. So I had.
You need them.
I had no way of making. I knew I wasn't going to. Statistically, I was never going to make the saves. I didn't make the saves, and
Right.
it was just it just wasn't going to happen. There was a cool thing where he shot effectively his entire army at my Heteron squad, Valdor, and my Tribune. We calculated it to be just about 300 shots, and Valdor and the Tribune still had 2 wounds each at the end of it, which
Nice.
far
That's
eclipses
not bad.
the 15 invulnerable saves required. For
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good. There's a lot of 2s, very few 1s coming up at that point.
Got you.
But again,
See, I played Henry at the last one of these from this group, and he had the World Eaters at that point.
yeah,
But yeah, he's a good lad.
he's
But
a
I
nice
think
guy.
he's
He was a
local
nice guy.
now.
He's local
but
to
yeah, I
you
can
guys.
see.
He's at uni with you
Yeah.
guys. And he was going, oh no, the Death Guard aren't all that. I was like, let me tell you, sir,
Depends how you use them, I guess.
their damage output is unparalleled.
Literally unparalleled.
They can do whatever the hell they like and still fire all their shots. That is so much better than someone can roll the occasional 2 up or whatever. So yeah, I lost.
Yeah, so
by the end of it, I was just like
that siege cannon.
Yeah.
I think we Ordnance 1 large blast, rending 4+, sunder brutal 4. It's worth another look at that super heavy.
You guys are always like Typhon and the Cerberus, no good.
I think because the Typhon used to be so good that we dismissed it because it was rending. But in this now version of the game, I think it's worth taking. Strength 12 as well, so it's going to double out toughness 6.
It's like I was looking at the what's it the other day?
Now he's going to chirp up with how right he was. That's going to be the
the glaive, and I'm like, you know what? It's not that bad.
I think it's because it was such a marked down from what it was that we dismissed it.
Yeah.
I think
you get
taking a look at some of these other models.
Cover saves against it and stuff.
Yeah.
The Cerberus will always live in the loft, as far as I'm concerned. It will never do what its model says it should do.
That's true.
But game 5, when it came to putting away the models, I was quite happy it was time to put away the models.
Yeah.
4 gun lines in a row. It was just, it's a hard few games for a melee.
I don't think that you can
melee player.
I can't
make them play them any other way. I can't make them work.
Be competitive with a melee army anymore. I know it's possible.
I think you've got a balance.
I think
it was
you're
also
right to be. I think
balance. Table.
What do they call them?
Deployment.
Skew armies. Skew armies don't work very well in this edition.
Yeah.
They're highly skewed towards either melee, or even highly skewed towards shooting. But the shooting might have more of a chance. I think melee is, from my experience from when I played the Reavers, you just can't do anything. You're dead before you can actually influence the game in any way.
Yeah. And also, 3 games where it's short table edge deployments.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I was by the end of game 5. I was quite happy to put away my models at the end of the game. And Henry was super nice. We had a little chat afterwards, and he's a super nice guy. He just got me if he'd got me a game earlier, mate, I would have been in a better mood. But by that point, I was just like, okay, let's just.
I think the lesson learned, if as and when we do events again, is not to use long table edges. We stopped using them mainly because they're a pain in the backside.
I think that I think they're okay in limited, but that's I said 4 of my 5 games, or 3 of my 5 games were using short table edges.
Yeah.
And that was a bit. I'm pretty
sure that you can definitely do 5. There's there's like table quarters and there's other things you can do.
Yeah.
That aren't as quite as bad. But yeah, it is particularly bad, that.
But yeah, but they've overall, I had a good weekend. I got 2 wins, which is one more win than I thought I was going to get. I got to have a couple of cool moments in my game with Anthony. Valdor got to ping a load of shots off Azama in my game with Henry. So those are super cool things. And so everyone I played against was very nice, very friendly. The folks organising it were super cool. They seemed very nice. I'm pretty sure I played one of them before an event.
It's possible. I mean, I enjoyed the missions. I think they were overly complicated, and I think that's something that we stepped away from, making super complicated missions. I think one thing going on is enough, but I think players, particularly towards the end of a weekend, are kind of knackered. Your brain's kind of fried at that point, and you just want to throw some dice and shoot things or melee things. Right. So I think super complicated missions have their place, but I think we made that mistake before, having really complicated missions by game 5, and it doesn't land quite as effectively as something that's just a big old scrap. Yeah. But some of the mechanics they used I thought were really cool, and they're things that I'll probably take away and have a think about. The other thing that we didn't do was the Vanguard strike. So I did the Vanguard strike, but ultimately he had jump packs. I didn't. He could get on the objective, and he only just hold the objective thing for one turn. And so I put these models out. They couldn't see him. He jumped on the objective, and that was it. It was a complete waste of time. So, yeah, I think that was something else.
Yeah,
I wasn't hugely impressed with that. But overall, I thought the missions were good. There was a lot of variety. Probably a bit too much, a bit too clever for their own good in some areas. But there were some good things there that made it interesting. I don't think there was much of a story, though. That was the thing.
I think the way it works for them is they have a bigger overarching story that isn't necessarily. I think it's going on somewhere else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't really know what the story was, to be honest with you, and I think that was. And for a narrative event, I would have been nice to sort of have some sort of update on what was going on between the rounds, or the impact that you're making on the overall campaign, for example, would be cool. But yeah,
there was a thing where they had advantage, so certain tables, and you would have like loyalist advantage on a table, trait advantage on a table.
That was a good mechanic.
That was quite good.
So if you won as a loyalist or a traitor, you flipped it over, so the next person got the advantage. I thought that was a really cool mechanic as well. So there were lots of really cool little bits, and some things landed really well, and some things were a bit too overcomplicated. But I thought overall it was an excellent weekend. It was really well run. It was super smooth. The event was brilliant. I enjoyed myself because I actually, for the first time ever, didn't lose a game.
Undefeated.
But I think I will get rid of the Punishers because they're just useless, although the army's probably strong enough without them. They just did nothing. Like fired lots of shots that did
was
nothing.
That was your toned down list, wasn't it?
Yeah, the other version of that would be to replace those with Arcuses. I'm kind of glad I didn't. Though in the first game I was thinking, why did I tone my army list down because this is what I'm going to get for the rest of the weekend? It's going to be hell.
David, this was your first sort of non-Company of Legends event.
Yeah, it was.
So as a complete outsider, how was it for you?
Awful.
Very harsh.
No, I enjoyed it. I tell you what, everybody I played was friendly and understanding. Very helpful with rules. Although by game 3 or 4, I kind of knew the basics.
Okay, your feet were under you, and you kind of
basically. But everybody I played was friendly, didn't want to hurt me physically, and I was a bit. I mean, first day my brain was Swiss cheese by the end of it, and so the win at the end of their first day was the perked me up for the next day, I think.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it. It's a good place, good setting. I was a very good boy, didn't buy anything, so it's a win-win.
I would definitely go back again to their event, I've got to say.
Yeah.
It's a good
if they're running another one, I would definitely.
That's what we want to hear.
But yeah, I think I would probably, if I was going to give them some feedback, is don't overcomplicate the missions. because they can become a bit too complex. There were some really good singular things that I thought worked well, but combining some of them just made it a bit too difficult. The Apex missions, for example, were a bit. I've got to think about this as well, and I think people just got lost in the fog of it all, particularly towards the end of the days. But yeah,
For me, the being able to interfere with another game, I just wasn't a fan of that mechanic, because if you can turn up at any point and just go, this is what happens now. And I think I don't know, it just,
I didn't mind it so much because
intruding in other people's
plans and stuff, but that's kind of war for you, I guess. But I didn't mind it so much because it didn't feel overpowered. It wasn't like you were taking armfuls of models off with the stuff that was happening. But yeah, I get your point.
It just felt like you could be a sort of as a traitor, you could go to a table and give the traitor assistance, but there's no guarantee that the loyalist on the other side would do it. So it just felt there was imbalancing. In some regards for that, because if it was this happens to this player and then you have to do it as a table together, if that makes sense. So you both get that advantage. Whereas what could have potentially happened is someone would come over and say, yeah, this table can do it. And then the same guy could come back 30 seconds later and say, you can do this again, or you can do it. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think if they'd sort of said you can only do it to one table once, for example, that might have made it a little bit fairer. But yeah, you're right. You could have just picked on one table, couldn't you, and just kept hammering away. But overall, I thought there's some good things going on there. Yeah. I think maybe I would have done it, wouldn't have had the pods potentially. I'd have done it more of a Swiss style, just so that you weren't ending up like I was, facing against this guy who hadn't won a game all weekend, and I'm, just sort of hosing him off the ball with my shooting army.
Yeah, so because when they put the lists up, the pairings up for Sunday morning, I was like, well, I've won 2 of 3 games today, and I knew that Tony hasn't won. I don't think he'd won a game at all Saturday. I was like, well, why am I playing Tony again?
Yeah,
when I've already played him and beaten him, and that just.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I mean, the guy that just gave up after turn 2, by the way, I just put the score as 2-1.
Yeah.
For victory points, rather than, because I was just like, let's just call it that, rather than going, okay, I've got 1,000 victory points because I've basically spanned you off the board.
But make it seem fair.
Yeah, as best I could. But well, I'll say overall, there's some tweaks there they could probably give him feedback. About balancing. And I'm not sure about the pods idea, but I can see why they did it, because you kind of don't have to worry about missions each turn. They've already set them out. But other than that, though, some good stuff there, and I would definitely recommend going to one of their events if you get the chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
cool.
All right.
Any last thoughts from you, David? Just very quickly before we say goodbye to you and send you on your.
I'm just trying to say, actually, I would like to say this as on record. How awesome it was spending the weekend with my brothers, because we probably, although we do bicker a lot, and people say, "Oh, you're always bickering, you lot."
No, we don't.
I would like to say how much I enjoyed spending time with Dave and Chris. It was a fantastic weekend.
Well, I think
that's not to say I don't enjoy having time with you, Mr. B. Don't worry, I'm just making a point that it was a nice family thing.
No, I know.
We had good time. It was really good.
If we go to another event, right? If we go to another event of all 3 of us, I think we should get a +1 to our hits for being twin Mills brothers at an event. I think, or something like that. We should get a bonus.
Our HQ should have leadership 10 at all times.
Yeah, that's it. All leadership 10.
Yeah. I mean, somebody could have picked up, at least 2, possibly, arguably 3 things towards the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
In one event, because they could have beaten, but because we were, I suppose, on different pods, but they could have beaten. Well, they couldn't do it with the pod systems. They couldn't beat all 3 of us, could they?
Yeah, that's it. So no, I don't think we'd all played the same people. So no, the Grand Slam. It's still only been achieved by one person. So
in history, Mr. Mark Frost.
Yeah.
The Triple Crown and the Grand Slam.
Triple Crown and the Grand Slam. Surely good.
And he got. I think it's fair to say he got a golden Grand Slam as well, because he got 3 Mills brothers and me as well.
That's true. And I said he got all of Age of Empire, including Rob.
Yeah.
And he got the Mills brothers. So the Triple Crown is the Mills brothers. Dum-dum-dum. And
Grand Slam is
the Grand Slam is the Age of Empire podcast.
And then the golden crown
Golden
is
snitch.
Is all of it.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Oh yeah, because the golden crown is if you do the Grand Slam in the all the Grand Slams plus the Olympics in tennis, isn't it?
Oh, right, okay. Cool. Anyway, let's call it there.
We had a good time, David. Thank you for joining us. It was lovely to see you. We'll see you. Myself and Graham will see you in 2 months when we go on a little adventure together.
Oh yeah. A tour of the battlefields of Normandy. Very awesome.
Absolutely. But we shall let you go to bed, and
yes, thank you.
We'll see you soon.
All right.
Love and snuggles to you, David.
Bye. Bye.
So, welcome to our frequent section on some strange rule shenanigans that we see from time to time in the world of heresy, where people try to bend the rules to their advantage. Regrettably, I haven't got much to add this month.
Oh, yeah, there was one, actually.
One of two.
What was our one that you tried to scam me with?
I don't try to scam you with. What nonsense is this?
Oh, yeah, you did. That's going to annoy me now.
Okay, well, I don't believe you, so I'm going to just talk about some things that came up in games that I've played. None of them relating to Chris. So this was a cool one. I didn't realise. The rule is really well hidden in the book, but if you have the monstrous section of in your rules description, you're not affected by unwieldy.
No.
Which means, the demon, you can get that big bugger off sword, which is unwieldy. If you give it to a creature monstrous in its description, it's not unwieldy. So it goes at their initiative. So obviously, as I was looking into the demons, I uncovered this little nugget of awesomeness. But yeah, it's kind of
is it?
Yeah, you can take. I think it's one of the swords that can take is like a big,
I think
sword or something, which is brutal.
The book is terribly laid out. It's
but yeah, it's unwieldy. But then if you look at the monstrous type, because it's weird enough, it's not the unwieldy rule that says, hey, if you're a monster, you're not affected. But this is actually in the monstrous rule, and it says if you have this or the dreadnought rule, you're not affected by weapons that say unwieldy.
Yeah, the rule book is terribly laid out. I was having this was sort of every time it happened when I take the Kratos, and it's like, oh, what does coaxial mean? Oh, well, here it is. It's not in the weapon, because it's not in the weapon section. It's in the vehicle section.
Yeah. So that's good news if you're a demon player. And the other one, which is still some debate about this in our little kind of group, was rad grenades. So here's the thing. Rad grenades, we were saying, are we still on this? We are still on this, right? We were extolling their virtues with the what's his name, Moritat, the other week.
Yeah.
So in the rule, it says if you do a successful charge, you can use your rad grenades, and the key word there is successful.
Yeah.
But if you do a hold the line, you make the charge unsuccessful. Although you still actually physically get into charge range, it's considered unsuccessful, like a disorganized charge. So you can't use rad grenades. But there's some debate about what's successful, what's not successful, which is still a bit of a grey area, to be fair, because some say just successful is you get into combat, whereas I think what happens is the following logic, right? This is where I'm at with this. So you roll to charge, and you make the charge. Or before then, I just say, right, I'm going to do my reaction, and I'm going to hold the line. You then charge, you make the charge, which would be successful, but because I've held the line, it's considered disorganized, and therefore it's considered unsuccessful for all rules that are affected by unsuccessful.
I think. So I remember having a conversation about this disordered charge. In certain situations, a charge may be deemed to be disordered. The most common occurrence is this when a charge unit contacts more than one unit, or when a special rule item indicates the charge is disordered. A unit making a disordered charge does not gain an additional 1 attack bonus for any of attacks due to gained, and any other bonus granted by attacks that require the unit or model to successfully charge.
Yeah, exactly. Which are rad grenades say on a successful charge.
Or any other bonus granted by a special rule that require the unit or model to have successfully charged any unit.
Yeah. So that's where I am with it. People do still not, but I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so, it makes perfect sense to me, but I understand why people might be like, "Oh, I don't know about that," but
it's not, well, there's.
Otherwise, there'd be no point in disorganized charge and say about successful, unsuccessful. So that was a cool little nugget for you to take away. And the other thing that I discovered the other day, which made me happy. So, defense line, my favourite go-to back in the day.
the Aegis.
Yeah, the Aegis, right? Well, I've stopped using them because they don't give me a 4+ anymore. Because whatever. Well, I found out that the defense line gives you whatever model's behind it always gets a 5+ cover save, right?
Yeah.
Which you may think, okay, fair enough. Well, tanks only get a 6+ cover save normally, and they're stupid. But a defense line will give you a 5+ cover save if you're behind it with a tank. So guess what's going back in my army?
Yes,
artillery.
75 points.
No, 35 points.
35 points.
It's chips for a 5+ cover save for your tanks.
Absolute bargain.
That's totally got to be worth it,
right? Nice.
I mean, bear in mind, I don't move my tanks unless I actually have to.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, you get the new one or just stick with the old one? Because the new one looks really cool.
Buy a new one, Mr. B. I've got 2 already.
He has literally 2
maybe even 3
cubic miles of Aegis defense line in a lockup down the road.
That's right.
That he is just waiting to get out.
All my armies are suddenly going to have these. Because, for tanks, that's great. That's +1 better cover save than they can ever get normally. So that's good news. Those were the things. I'm sure there was many more, but I shall be more circumspect and see if I can, do some rules trolling out there to try and drum up.
I'm glad that he recognises this as trolling.
It is, totally. I'm just doing this for the clickbait, to be honest with you. So, that's how we roll.
Awesome.
That's what we have to roll to get the.
Awesome. So is that all we got for Aunt Sally this month?
Yeah, it is. I haven't got any controversial things from the internet, unfortunately.
Still trying to think what that thing was.
Yeah, I'm sure there was another grey area that we needed clarification on, but I cannot remember it.
Oh, the one where Chris was like, "How did this assault squad get?"
No, I'm not worried about that anymore.
I've done a lot of digging on that one. I can't see any circumstances in which what happened.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm with you on that one too. Yeah,
and I did ask the secret cabal as well.
Well,
there you go.
The
cabal say no. Then the Council of Nicaea that it is has given its judgment onto the world. Part of the secret Illuminati.
Even the most whack Australians I know were like, "Yeah, there's absolutely no way you can do that." Maybe there's
it's an international
cabal.
And it was like,
this is the thing that I keep reading about on the internet, isn't it?
Exactly right. This is exactly it. I mean, I'm
this
surprised.
is it. We're putting women in all your franchises, and we discuss how to make everything as woke as possible. Not that woke is a bad word, of course.
That's basically it. We've uncovered the truth here today.
Yeah, we're the international reason why.
You'll have that Josh Rogan or what's his name?
Rogan.
What's his name?
Joe Rogan. Rogan Josh's Indian dinner.
That's exactly what.
To be honest, they'll both give you indigestion.
Yeah, what was the?
I like the fact that the idea that Republican Americans are basically running in fear from Mr. B.
I know, right? They are. They're exactly it.
See me and fear me.
Often do. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it?
Anyway, but no, we had a good old talk about this, and there were like various instances where maybe it's an Alpha Legion character could do, and it was like nah, and it was like we could not figure out a way how it's done it. The only thing we can assume is that he's made an error when reading the rules and thought he's got a unit that can do something and it can't.
Yeah, agreed. So that's it for the normally contentious section of Aunt Sally's happy endings. So that, dear listener, and that's probably very true in the literal and figurative sense, please do leave us, we've enjoyed bringing this show to you as always, but just to let us know that you are out there and you do enjoy what we do, please take a few minutes to leave a lovely glowing review on iTunes, or you can follow us on Facebook if you don't already, Twitter or X, Instagram and YouTube. We have all of this. And again, support our YouTube page would be really cool as well, so you can see us in glorious Technicolor, along with some added video inserts and stuff that actually show you what we're talking about, which probably makes the show a lot more interesting. If you wouldn't mind giving our page a like, for no other reason than just to let us know you're out there and you like what we're doing. If you want to get in touch with us, you can, of course, post on our Facebook wall or send us a message via the message thing, or email us at info@edgeofempire.co.uk, and we shall read it. And particularly if you've got any questions or anything you'd like us to cover, we're always really keen to get some feedback from folks as to what they'd like to see on the show. If you do want to help out the show, we do have an affiliate link with Audible, so you can sign up and get your Horus Heresy audiobooks with a month's free trial, and that is $7.99 a month for one book, and all the Black Library books are on there for your listening pleasure. You can also, if you want to support the show, become a patron, and we should probably, where you can put a couple of dollars in our tip jar, we'll be eternally grateful. If you are a patron, you do get to listen to the exclusive, very exclusive pre-show chat, where we talk about things that we've been watching or listening to.
We specifically said we weren't doing one this episode.
There won't be one this episode because we've been so busy. But for going forward, you lucky patrons, we will endeavour to talk about things.
Sometimes time is an issue.
Yeah,
and this is one of those times that.
I'll tell you what, I'll put something up, but I'll figure something out.
Okay. You can even buy us a Ko-fi fee, whatever that is. We still don't know. Mr. B keeps putting it in the show notes, and
basically it's like a one-off tip jar. It's like Patreon, except it's just literally just one.
Do you have a link to it, Mr. B?
I do. It's in the. I pretty sure. If I not shared it, no, it's not there. Okay, I'll have to get the link in the show notes. Okay, maybe that's why we never got anything from it.
Yeah, I mean, you probably put it in the show notes without the link. People, what the heck is this? You can also help us out by going through our advert on our website if you're purchasing your wargaming toys and accessories through Element Games, most excellent Element Games. So, and we also have Element Game crystal codes, which means if you get double crystals and we get normal crystals if you use our codes. So Chris's code is CHR211. Mine is GRA2794. Never understood why I have 4 digits and everybody else has 3. And Michael's is MIC440. We also have links with affiliate links with the Outpost, as well as, which is also another great little friendly local gaming store based in Sheffield. Next month, we're going to look at the new-ish book about Beta Gunman and give you our thoughts on all the cool stuff in there, including the campaign and what have you. So without further ado, let me bid you a fantastic month, and we look forward to speaking to you next month.
Take care, everybody. Love and snuggles.
Bye-bye.
Bye.